Rock 3.
Must I release those who should never see the light of day?
As you're on your way back home, something catch your eyes untold. Fear of darkness lingers here. Tremble as you get the fear. Now you're on the cornerstone, fearing you'll be left alone. Who will lose? Who will prevail? Who will tell the final tale? There it goes again. There it goes again. Changed, but who would know? The smile you get is poisoned well. The color you once knew is killed. And as you realize what's wrong, the dirt under your feet is gone. The enemy looks in your eyes. Now it's time to make it right. Takes to be a hero when you're lost. A piece of love, a piece of you. Do you have what it takes to beat the fearless in your heart? To grow up strong and undo wrong. To grow gotta keep it strong. Move along like I know you do. And even when your hope is gone, move along just to make it through. When all you gotta keep is strong, move along like I know you do. And even when your hope is gone, move along just to make it through. When all you gotta keep is strong, move along like I know you do. And even when your hope is gone, move along just to make it through. Right back what is wrong, we move along. Right back what is wrong, we move along. Well, I was moving at the speed of sound, head spinning, couldn't find my way around, and didn't know that I was going down. Yeah, where I've been, where it's all a blur. What I was looking for, I'm not sure. Too late and didn't see it coming. Yeah.
Mission objective, retrieve mask of life.
And then I crashed into you, and I went up in flames. Could have been the death of me, but then you breathed your breath in me. And I crashed into you like a runaway train. You will consume me, but I can't walk away. And then I crashed into you like a runaway train. You will consume me, but I can't walk away. Your face, your eyes are burning to me. You saved me, you gave me just what I need. Oh, just what I need. Freedom we rise, learn to fly, reach the sky. Legend will carry you thousands of miles. Take a stand, hold the land, make sure that everyone's ready to win. Find the speed, all you need, team up for better. We fly. Learn to fly, reach the sky. this just a dream, or is it true? You're getting blind, you cannot see. Every hour is filled with disbelief. Are my senses playing a trick on me? But now is the time. It's time to say we're everywhere you see. Look out, we might be real. This time we got you caught up in a dream. We're everywhere you see. Look out, we might be real. This time we got you caught up in a dream.
Der Konsument sieht ja normalerweise nie die Prototypen im Vergleich zu den endgültigen Figuren. Also wenn man das erste Mal die fertigen Produkte sieht, ist das ein tolles Erlebnis. So wie ihr, als ihr unsere Prototypen zum ersten Mal gesehen habt.
Der letzte Schritt, 4 Wochen vor der Auslieferung. Die Elemente der Figuren kommen maschinell in ihre Verpackungseinheiten. Am Ende landen die Teile für jede einzelne Figur in einer Plastikdose. Doch in diesem Moment sind die Designer unserer Zeit schon wieder mehr als ein Jahr voraus.
The TOA had only just landed on Voya Nui, but it wasn't long before they were having a smashing time.
Lego Bionicle sponsors CITV.
New Bionicle Battlecraft of daring design and amazing power. Revealed by the TOA, stolen by Makuta. Now you can take control and fly into battle with awesome speed and unseen firepower. The final battle for power has begun.
He's diving. We're right on his head. Target locker. Your ride ends here.
New Ultimate Battlecraft from Bionicle. Each set sold separately.
Начинаем глубокое погружение. 31, 32, 33 тысячи. Держаться крепче. Приготовиться к высадке. Приготовить огненные мечи. Есть. Редуктор. Есть. Маски. Есть. Подача кислорода. Есть. 3, 2, 1. Прибыли. Отдраить люки. Приготовить контакт-бластеры. Цель операции — найти маску жизни. Так точно. Время ограничено. У нас нет права на провал. Кажется, никаких признаков жизни. Что это? Развернуть боевой строй. Ну, за дело. Я зацепил одного. Убирайся. Вау! Я разберусь с ним. Парни, вы в порядке? Ответьте. Кадунка! Осторожно, он вооружен.
Hello everyone, and welcome to a very special panel for Bionicle Day. That's right, this is Founders Panel. We have quite an assortment of guests here today, but first, without further ado, I will be one of your hosts, LJD Johnson, and joining me...
I am Nick Hartman, also known as Lahari.
And today we've got quite the event for all of you. As you can see, we have 6 panelists today, so allow me to introduce them. Some of them need no introduction, but I'm going to do it anyway, because I am a professional. First off, needing no introduction, he is the author of dozens of Bionicle novels and comics, and as far as we are aware, the current editorial director of the Lego Company. It is, of course, Greg Farshty.
Hello, LJ.
Next up, the former art director for Advance, and the man who has gifted us many of the artistic liberties and creations to the worlds we called home. It is, of course, Christian Faber.
Hello, everybody. Hi.
Hello.
Our next panelist is a design manager for the Lego Group from 2000 to 2002, eventually leaving in 2005, but making a triumphant return in 2011. It is Martin Anderson.
Hey, good to see you all.
Our next panelist is an author from the UK, writer and producer well known for his involvement with the Bionicle theme. However, also a developer for his own series, including the multiverse of Max Tovey and the Flying Monk. It is, of course, Alistair Swinnerton.
Hi there.
Or I might say those aren't series, they are novels. Currently available on Amazon. Thank you very much.
Maybe we want them to be series.
I know. Yeah, BSO1 needs a bit of an edit.
We'll make sure that it's updated and get a link to those on the publication for this.
Too kind.
Next up, this man you may know for his work on multiple comic series: Dark Horse's Star Wars, Death Blow, and Batman Arkham City. But if you are here, chances are you know him for his incredibly impressive work on the BIONICLE comic series from 2001 to 2002. It is, of course, Carlos de Anda.
Pleasure. Thank you for having me.
And finally, last but certainly not least, a man that has been notorious for years, nay, possibly even decades. Graduate of the University of Wales College and spending 7 years with the BBC. And of course, once described as the George Lucas of BIONICLE. It is, of course, Bob Thompson.
All right, thank you. That's an introduction you don't get every day. So thank you, LJ.
All right. That went much better than I had actually prepared for back before we started recording. So I'm very glad. Thank you all so very much for joining us here today. It is truly a pleasure and a spectacular honor to get to sit with you all this morning.
That's an understatement.
It's good to be.
Good to be here.
All right. So we have plenty of questions and not a lot of time to get to them. So let's go ahead and start things off. Would you guys like to kind of talk a little bit about the beginning of why we're all here today? Obviously, we're celebrating BIONICLE's 20th anniversary, something that not many LEGO themes or many anythings get to often celebrate. So kind of start us off at the beginning. How did this all come together?
I guess that's down to Christian.
First of all, a long time ago. That means that all of us are also 20 years older now. So that alone is quite interesting. I think a bunch of us haven't met since those early days. And now meeting here, like we've done for the last year and a half virtually, that's just the norm. But hey, yeah, it started as a toy, and then it just became much more than a toy. I think actually looking around the table here, I think in this room, Christian, you have been on board longest, starting with the slicer and even sort of earlier Lego ventures leading into that. So yeah, maybe a recap, Christian. Where did it all start? Because it didn't start BIONICLE. It started with some steps prior to that.
Yeah, but it's so amazing to sit here with all of you, and good to meet you again. And just to say, it's been, yeah, definitely BIONICLE has been life-changing for me, both in looking creatively at how to do work and how to interact with people and how to connect and so on. It's on every level, and it's actually a part of an amazing journey. I think it's, if you look at different levels, you look at the Lego company, the journey that the Lego company has been on from being struggling, in the beginning of the new century, and all the learnings that everybody here took from all those struggles and put it into something that gave sort of a total new look at things. And personally, for me, it's actually being able to work with amazing people and amazing IPs. I remember working with mentioning Star Wars when Lego opened up towards Star Wars. I think that was the first of saying, okay, we can use storytelling for something amazing here, and giving inspiration and also opening everybody's eyes to new ways of communicating with kids and so on. And all the way to Lego being this world phenomenon and leading brands on so many levels. I think it's an adventure all on its own, being part of it. Not only telling the stories and everything that's happening in BIONICLE and all the other properties, but just being part of this amazing journey and sitting here with you. It's I don't know how to put it into words, basically, but hopefully we can do it through this interview in different ways. But I'm just grateful being part of this on my behalf. So
But it started with a germ of an idea of yours, I think, Christian.
Yeah, but it's I think the whole thing about working with Lego, it's so inspirational also to be an adult, being able to use play as your work tool. It's so privileged, I think, but also being able to pass that on to new generations. That's definitely what I'm trying to do now in my sort of senior years, trying to invent new stuff and so on. But it's such a privilege to be able to have creativity as your work path, and I think that is what Lego inspires. But just to go into the beginning for my part,
Christian, just hold your horses a second, Christian.
Yeah, sorry.
You're, just to share with the rest of you, and also for all of you out there who experienced BIONICLE from the other side of just being on the receiving end of it, I can totally echo what you're saying here, Christian, because also going through the questions you guys had collected for us today, I think my fondest memory is the fact that this was true co-creation before that word even sort of got into business. It was a bunch of creatives getting excited, getting around the table, and then just building on each other. And being fine with building on each other, being fine with not having the super oracle sitting in a corner dictating everything, but actually co-creating and making a massive mashup that ended up being BIONICLE. So yeah, I think that's definitely my key takeaway. So I can only echo that, Christian.
Yeah, I think very much it was very, very much a team effort, and I think that's one of the kind of, I mean, there's what, six of us in this panel, but there could have been 36, 40 people in this panel that all had something unique that added to that voice that became. I think if there's one thing that I remember from our first meeting, Martin, I was about 2 weeks into the job at Lego, and I'd been given one brief, and this just doesn't happen in other companies. It's one of the nice things about Lego. It's we've hired you, and your job is to make Lego something children can talk about with friends. It's like, what a fantastically open-ended brief. Now, here's a salary. Now go figure out how to do it. There was really, really very, very little management interference in what we were doing, and it allowed us to be really creative. It's I don't know if anyone else would echo the same thing, but that was my. Looking back on those times, I've never had that freedom in any other organisation.
No, there was. I never felt any sort of interference, I have to say, and the team was extraordinary, right from games to toys to merchandising to the guys who did the blurb on the packets. I mean, it was one giant project of all of made up of all of these parts, and without one of those parts, it would have fallen apart. They were all equally as important as any others.
All right. I feel like that's a really great kind of starting off point for us to get into some kind of formative questions. So we have, again, plenty of them. I think we should definitely start off with one that has plagued the BIONICLE community for many years. It's something that has led to countless debates. Some might even say major conflicts, battles, if I may. It's one that burns in the hearts of BIONICLE fans across the world, and it is, truly. It's pronounced Liwa, right, guys?
Yes, it's pronounced Liwa.
We have it on record. BSO 1 will be updated accordingly.
I think it is.
There we go.
Hey!
Culture.
Just having that on hand. That's very nice.
Mine is buried. That's okay. In any case, though, we do have a bunch of questions, a handful for the group and a bunch for individuals. So we're going to kind of go one to one. So first, Mr. Thompson?
Yeah.
Okay. So we do have a question. Since it's been many, many, many years since kind of the community side of things have heard from you, heard what you've been up to, what you've been doing, but you've obviously had a huge impact in kind of shaping the way that the theme went. After your departure in 2005, we do have a question from Joax900, who asks, did you ever kind of keep up with it after it ended? And if so, roughly how much of the later direction in the story would you say was stuff that had been kind of in the planning phase during your tenure, and roughly how much of it was new, if you kept up with it?
Oh God, and you asked me this question in front of Greg as well.
We take no.
So the way that there's this kind of idea that the books were planned out in great detail going forward for years and years and years, and there were 60-page Bibles for every kind of story theme for the next 7 years. That was just didn't exist. What there existed was the idea that there was a plot and a story arc that took place over a great deal of time, and then what we would do is we would plot out this is how TV shows work as well. You plot out the journey of the different seasons. You plot out the long arc of your characters or your universe or whatever you're going to do. And then you largely throw that away every year and create new stuff and make it kind of fit in with that logic. So there's, because everything I've ever, the current project I'm working on, started out being an adventure story and landed up being a detective story after 10 drafts of the script. There's a creative process and there's a journey, and the more that you have a collaboration, really what you set out is the idea of the 7 books was a guide, it was a guiding journey, and it never really was that specific. So what happened afterwards is the creative work of all of the great team that worked on it afterwards. There was an arc and a journey for the characters to take, but that carried on. And I know because a lot of that stuff that came from Christian about the early idea of Matanui kind of being the face of the the face island of that greater creature. That was all. That's what the 7 books was really about. It was about the rising of Matanui. But was it penned out as 60-page books for everyone to follow like a manuscript each year? No, totally not. So it was about the creativity of the individual teams that were working on those new projects.
You mean my holy grail hunt has been for naught? I mean, no one's going to find sacred documents?
You might find that there's a document somewhere that says book 7 and it'll be about a page long.
Dang it.
with some ideas and notes on what that's going to be. But obviously the other 700 pages is in Alistair's mind, because or on some sketchbooks that Christian has, or in some CAD drawings on Martin's desktop somewhere on a floppy disk from back then. That stuff maybe all exists, but it didn't certainly exist in one place.
You and the fans a little bit along that line. The intention was very much to create call it a flexible universe. We didn't call it back then, but having this container where we could plot in all these different stories and products and ideas and have a lot of flexibility and to have things evolve basically along the way. We didn't set up a rigid structure from day one, except some key elements. And Christian, I think that's a very good leeway to you, because some of those key events is definitely coming from your hand. It guided the universe.
Yeah, but you can also say that for me, it was the first attempt of really doing world building, where I think the main idea about world building is that you actually you agree on living in that world yourself. And it's almost like exploring something you don't know. You are stepping into this world and you are walking around there and you're experiencing things. And depending on what the campaign needs or what the story needs, then you make changes. Almost like if you were on an expedition and suddenly something happened that made you go in another direction. I think that world building is actually feeling that you are there and you have to act according to what's needed. But the world is sort of a place where you actually, you can invite people in there. You can take a lot of content from there. But the thing that it exists somewhere and it's something that speaks back to you, I think is really important. And that was the first time I experienced that kind of a journey.
Sorry, go on. I was just going to say, I think we were almost like the characters themselves in that we were exploring the world as much as they were. And finding out what and discovering it. It was certainly an evolving thing.
So every time that any players that I have at the table complain about a game master style like that, I'm just going to send them this video because I agree wholeheartedly. I do have one sort of side question related to the 7 books. Out of anything that would have been in them, is there anything that didn't make it into the final run that you guys would have wanted to actually run with that just didn't wind up working due to the confluent process you guys have been using?
I have no idea. This question for Greg.
A million and a bazillion things.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Any large elements, like were there any arcs changed radically or thrown out?
Yeah, I think that would be fair to say. We did that every year.
Okay.
The way of, if you look at storytelling as a creative process, it's like film editing. Most of it lands up on the cutting room floor, and what you're left with is the really good stuff that works. You have loads of great ideas, loads of brilliant concepts, but you have to choose the ones that fit and work and deliver the best story and the best experience each time you do it. That's what creativity is about. Anyone else is gonna. There's loads of good stuff left.
That's interesting. I mean, obviously, it's interesting. I'm biased. I find this immensely interesting. But I'm curious. So many people that sent us in questions, they were very interested in some of the greater dichotomy, because obviously there were multiple sides to all of this. There's product, there were games, there were novels. Some of our viewers send in some questions pertaining to kind of often just a really important part of the theme, and one that almost in some ways gets taken for granted, the comics. So when it came to the comics, they are obviously one of the main pillars of visual media for Bionicle in a franchise that didn't have as much as some might expect it would, even with all of the depth to it. So, Mr. Farstein, Thompson, Donda, would you kind of elaborate on how that side of the franchise, that pillar of things, all kind of worked in with everything else, kind of some of the creative processes of that, and how it influenced and added and built on to everything that was being done in the writer's room?
Well, the mandate that I had for the comics was that it had to focus on the Toa, because a lot of the website was focusing on the Matoran, with the Matoran games. And the comic very much had to sort of reflect main story in the early years. In the later years, it was also being used to do things like promote combination builds. So the biggest challenge that I had was the cast was huge, and they wanted me to get as many characters into the comic as I could, because they wanted to show as many sets in the comic as they could. So it was a big challenge to get everybody enough screen time in the story, so that it didn't just feel like a bunch of cameos. But yeah, I mean, the novels were mainly side story, with the exception of the movie novelizations, but the comics pretty much had to reflect main story.
Interesting. So it's so what was some of that kind of working dichotomy? Like, Mr. Don, what would you do to kind of set things up on your end, but what would you need from the story side of things so that the two worked to produce what ended up being the main visual story?
For me, right, the story would come from the writer, but I think on my end, what took me a little while to figure out was how do you make a toy feel alive, right? So some simple things you take for granted, like, you know, for the script, it would say character X grabs something, and then you realize they don't have any hands. So it's like, some of the simple first things was, can the little like tubes that they have for hands, can they grasp onto things? So you have to create an internal set of rules of how these characters would move, right? And that takes a little bit to kind of figure out the dynamics of how that would be. So if you have a character swinging through the tree vines, well, how would it grab the vines, for example, right? And those were like really more my end of things. Like how do I draw these characters to make them feel like they're alive, right? Mm-hmm. So that was like my main challenge in terms of how to draw this toy, you know? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So you wouldn't say you had any knowledge of kind of the overarching plots, like for instance the great spirit robot under the island kind of coming up at any point, or?
I had general knowledge of it based on the briefings I got from at the time DC Comics, right? But I'm also the kind of artist that doesn't want to find out too much, because I want to be surprised as I read the story. Because then if you know too much, you kind of spoil yourself, right? So as I'm drawing it, I also want to be finding out what's going on to an extent. So it's like I knew the general scope of it. But yeah, it's like I also try not to spoil myself too much with too much information. Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. I know, Mr. Farshid, you've kind of talked about a similar concept, kind of just waiting to find out kind of what the characters do and waiting to find out what happens before you find out about it. So it's kind of a surprise. It kind of reveals itself in a way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't write from outlines. I don't believe in outlines. I feel like that as a writer, I feel that they constrict you and you get lazy because you're not saying, well, what should happen here? You're going with, well, what does the outline say happens here? So, you know, if I write a mystery, I have no idea who did it till I get to the end. And then I go back and go, oh, well, yeah, that's right. There are all the clues. That was who did it, you know. But the best stuff I've ever written has been stuff that I had no idea I was going to write that day.
Okay, interesting.
I just have a quick process follow-up for Mr. Danda. Over the course of developing all of the fundamental rules of how you want your characters to move and work and exist in the world, did you only ever use the official interpretations, like the official art of those characters, or did you like sketch out your own Toa, your own Matoran, your own whatever over the course of that development?
I would for my own way to understand how the characters would move, right? Because something that I realized also is that so much thought went into designing how, you know, like the piston on the characters would work to move, you know, the arm, etc. So just to understand how to emote, right? Something as simple as like, well, think it also like whenever you're working on a property this big, although at the time it was like this weird new property that, you know, it's like before it became like the big thing. Yeah. But I think you have to establish a trust between the publisher and you, right? Like, so the first few drawings were a lot more like here's the figure, and I'm gonna draw it as exact as possible, and then as you and the publisher gain each other's trust, now you can start playing with things a little bit more, right? Okay. So then like now the eyes can maybe be more expressive, and it doesn't break the toy in a sense, right? So then the more you draw it, the more you start to see what you can play with. And my at the time I was working through Wildstorm, and Jim Lee, who was the head honcho there, right, of X-Men fame. I remember him saying that when he drew X-Men, he would always try to make the characters a little bit his, meaning that you start to feel like you can inject a little bit of your personality into them, right? Because then that also makes it more fun to play with that. And it was very similar in this sense, right? Where initially you do want to be very respectful to the way it looks, but then the more you draw it, you start kind of like almost becoming friends with it, right? And it's like, oh, I can move a little bit with this, and so that was really part of how I did have a few sketches of me just seeing like, well, how how do the feet work? How can the torso rotate, etc. Like those kinds of things, just to give myself an internal Bible of how I could draw them. Yeah.
Okay. Very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think
I can talk to you about that a lot, but I'm gonna restrain myself.
That really works very well, actually. And too, another question we had. This was sent in from the letter U, and in a lot of numbers. But this is
that guy.
This was directed toward Mr. Anderson, and I think this is kind of a good question to lead into the product side of things as well, because obviously we got a lot of ground to cover, so we kind of want to touch on all different facets because it's all very fascinating. So this question, it starts off, I got to handle a prototype Liwa in the collection of Andre Hurley earlier this year, and I noted the CNC marks left behind the Miru from the rough prototype mold in it that it was cast from, and thought it was a fascinating look into the behind-the-scenes development of the toy. What else can you tell us about the process of taking the concepts of Bionicle toys from rough prototypes to consumer products? What constraints did the team have? What changed over the years? The question asker mentions that the Cow was the only mask designed with the CAD software, and the rest were hand sculpted from clay, and they were kind of curious more about that process. Could you kind of elaborate on that? Because I think it leads very well into what Mr. Donda was saying, and Christian, I feel like you might also be able to kind of discuss on this point as well.
Sure. Yeah, of course, it's a massive question, which I could do a full series of lectures on how we intended to do it and what happened in real life. But maybe just to keep it really short and high level, I think it was extremely important, Lego being a toy company, to make a toy that worked as a toy. So before I joined the BIONICLE team, or the team that became responsible for running BIONICLE, I joined the team around the launch of Robo Riders, and then was in from day one from very early days on BIONICLE. And I'd done Star Wars prior to that, working with being sort of the first product guy, liaising with Lucasfilm on the Star Wars products, and to some degree felt that in those early days it was about getting to know Lucasfilm and how do we do it. And we made a shitload of compromises on the products because it had to look exactly what it looked like in the movie. So we were bending and twisting Lego to the maximum to make it look like Star Wars, X-Wing fighters, whatever. With BIONICLE, we had that opportunity of creating it ourselves and really starting with the product and make sure we had a fantastic toy that delivered on the premise of what a good action construction toy should be. So just, it was nailing the core concept. There's a straight line from a lot of concept explorations, but a straight line from slicers over Robo Riders to BIONICLE. And then later on, because the whole idea with Slicer and Robo Riders was the idea of in and out fast. We make something, we make a small story around some great products. It's about action, it's about collecting, it's about engaging the kids, and then on to something new. And then we realized that, there's something with the launch of Slicer. There's something working here. There's something sort of lasting. Why sort of flush it all out and start from scratch all over again? And there started the conversations in a very small group between the very engaged and talented product developers in the team, plus the creative team at Advance, where Christian was, of course, one of the anchor persons. And we started to have these conversations. What if we made it bigger? But it never really compromised building an amazing toy, and the effort and the extent we sort of went to test it with kids, talk with kids, make sure that the price point was right, make sure that the kids could build it, the ball joints, just the engineering going into the ball joint and socket solution from an engineering perspective is a whole adventure on its own. So a lot of effort put into not compromise on a very, very good toy. And then the whole universe started building around that idea. In terms of creative process, very much, you could say, a typical design process. You work on paper, you sketch, you discuss, you dream, you visualize. Just specifically on the masks, back in those days, obviously later in the process, everything moves into CAD/CAM systems to be digitized. But in the early design phases, and 20 years ago, a lot was done in hand, and then in a collaboration with an engineer who was then digitizing the solutions. And then you had a dialogue: what is feasible, what's not feasible, how can we get to the design we want? So again, a lot of iterations to also, and that was one of the key elements. I'll stop it here and bring it on to more questions. But one of the key elements in the development was always speed. So we needed to be able to move fast. We needed to be able to, again, have flexibility. And nobody in those days had the luxury of sort of sitting, cornering, and just having all the time in the world to perfect something. Everything had to move extremely fast without jeopardizing the bigger storyline. So we tried a lot in the product design to keep it somewhat open-ended. And sometimes there was a play function that later got a reason for being, because somebody saw it and figured out, oh, that's interesting, and then build a story around it. And then that fed back to the product designers, and tons of these loops and iterations. But for you could say the detailed design, very classic design and engineering process, if we really sort of get to just the plastic part of BIONICLE.
So it's interesting to see how these all kind of interplay and interconnect. And I feel like at that point, because obviously BIONICLE, it attracted a lot of people because of its rich story. And it wasn't just cool robots, but it also had a rich mythology. And I know, Mr. Swinnerton, you brought a lot of influence in for that to kind of bring a lot of these elements to life. Can you kind of touch on that a little bit and how that got woven in as well?
Well, obviously it was, the story had originally been generated within Lego, alongside half a dozen others that landed on my company's desk. Boneheads, as it was originally called, was, I believe, Christian. It came out of your weird and twisted head, I believe, Christian, originally. And then it went into my weird and twisted head, but it didn't stand a chance, really. But I just saw this, the germ of the story. I didn't really change it. It was a world. Somehow that there was a robot underneath the island, and there was a bunch of characters that didn't know why they were there or where they were going. But my job really was to give this a level of complexity, the story a level of complexity that would last a lot longer, to turn those 3.5 pages, I think it was originally, into a big story Bible with characters who had histories and interactions, and to design the actual, not design artistically, but create literarily how the world worked. To give it those multiple layers of depth. That was basically my job. But and I drew on, as everybody knows, when I first saw the story, I went, "Oh, Easter Island." Which was a subject that always fascinated me. It just felt like Easter Island. Just the word bonehead just sparked the concept of Easter Island. So when I represented it, I didn't rewrite it completely. I just sort of repurposed it. I don't know what word you'd use, and sent it back to Bob. I brought the Polynesian aspect into it. I just felt it could be cool, to give it a level of sort of reality within our world, as well as being a fantasy world. So an anchor for the story to build on, but also my own a love of mythology generally, which comes from childhood onwards, really. So, what was the question?
No, that got it. That encapsulated everything. That was golden. Now, I guess so. BIONICLE 2. Are we gonna start getting some Wales influence?
We're on 3 now. You know that.
Hey, we don't talk about 2. All right. So, I think that's another interesting place to kind of move forward, Mr. Thompson. From there, what was your role there? But so, a lot of people know that you had a great deal of influence on the theme in total. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, you were the story head for the theme from 2001-2005. Is that correct?
Yeah, I was head of character and story at LEGO, so I was responsible for BIONICLE and other things at that time.
Oh, and other things. Yeah. Okay. Mental note for later.
But, anyway.
Yeah. So, from that point on, how did you kind of direct the flow of things and kind of help see things progress forward throughout the years?
Well, there were lots of aspects to it. So I guess just to pick up on where Alistair left it, that he sent across a reworking of Christian's original idea, adding in the kind of the Polynesian mythology aspect to it. That arrived on my desk, and this is kind of a weird coincidence, but my grandfather sailed ships around the South Sea Islands. So I picked up on this, and then there was the whole thing in my head that he'd collected lots of dolls that he called tikis. They weren't actually tikis, I've discovered since then, to be culturally correct, but he collected lots of these little wooden dolls, and as a kid I played with them. And so Alistair giving it that flavour, that came back round. And I seem to remember we all went to Copenhagen and landed up in Jazz Club, and the next morning weren't feeling so good. And that's really for me when Christian's smiling because he remembers that day. And we were we didn't make good progress on our first day. There was a struggle to find where this story was, and we went out and we had an evening out together. And I think the next morning we somehow bonded as a team. And I think my job really was to direct the multiple different media channels that we were going to have. Christian and Advance were very involved in the advertising side of that. Greg was very, at that time, very involved in the comic and the novelization. But we also had the Leia doing the MMOG games, and we had a computer game in-house team doing PlayStation and Game Boy platforms, and then later the films came along as well, which I went over and looked after because my background was television and film anyway. And so I was really trying to keep, it's a bit like the experience, the analogy I always use is herding cats. You've got a lot of creative people who want to go off in a lot of different interesting creative directions. And somehow the experience of all of those different media channels has to be one franchise, one voice, one consistency. And so managing all of those different, who's going to have which bits of the story, who's going to have all of those. That was really what I was doing. I was, if you like, making sure everyone was working together, but not working on top of each other and not clashing with each other, but working seamlessly in the same direction.
And seamlessly it was.
Well, for the most part.
Yeah.
I just want to thank you very quickly for that expression, herding cats. I will only ever refer to my friends trying to figure out where to eat as that.
Yeah, it's not originally mine.
I'm pretty sure that's an industry term, yeah.
You didn't have to say that.
It's too late. I'm putting it to you in my life, so
all right.
I just have to. So.
Good one, though.
But that's interesting. That's goodness. That is quite an endeavor. Nick, would you like to go ahead and kind of branch to our next question?
Absolutely. So, as far as, and this is sort of for anybody who's been keeping up with the fan works at all. I know Greg specifically he's sort of inexorably intertwined with us, whether he likes it or not. And for anybody else who might have, does anybody have a specific fan addition or common fan suggestion that you guys see as something you would have added or something that you enjoy, even if it's not something that would have originally come about?
That's beyond me, I'm afraid.
Understandable.
Well, I mean, I think for me, what really jumps out at me is the stuff that we did for Dark Hunters and the stuff that we did for Rahi, where we were able to, solicit fan creations and then work those characters into the story. Because I know for myself, when the stuff I was a fan of when I was a kid, if I had created something and it actually made it in the official story, I would have been over the moon about it. So, especially for Dark Hunters, we got such fascinating characters that these kids created, and it added so much depth to that organization.
Can
Actually,
I say something?
I do. Oh, sorry. No, please, Christian. Carry on.
No, it's just because I've tried to connect to all the mogging sort of community. I think that's fascinating that people who are really getting good at building with the building system and actually taking it further into the most amazing creations. So I've tried to actually friend all I can see on Instagram and try to sort of comment on their work and so on. And I think this is an amazing heritage coming out of BIONICLE, because stuff has been built now that I would have it as art in a museum, or I would display it in my home if I could get hold of it. It's amazing creation coming out, and it's a building system it's not produced anymore, so it in some way it becomes more and more valuable, the stuff that's been built. And I think that's an amazing development of the fan community, that they are creating stuff themselves, they're printing stuff in 3D printers and so on. That's so positive and amazing, I think.
I take that one as a personal compliment, actually, but I agree with the sentiment overall. Alistair, you had a comment?
Oh, no, it was actually a silly thing. In the early days, there used to be a fans' own builds, own mocks on the back page of the Lego magazine. I was sitting in the office in Slough waiting for Bob, just looking at this one. I saw this one on the back and went, and it was basically a sort of a bovine type of character, and they'd called it, the name they'd given it was spelled Mucau. Bob, that says moo cow.
I remember moo cow.
And it slipped through the editorial net. Obviously, nobody had spotted it. I think it was one of my favorites. Did moo cow ever make it into BIONICLE?
I think briefly at one point. It's still known in the community to this day, even regardless of whatever the name got changed to. I think it was Maranui cow. It's something that we still call moo cow.
Excellent.
Some of us still have a beef with it. For another time. So, real quick, we did actually have a question here, and Ms. Thompson, I understand you're on a little more of a timetable here, so I wanted to go ahead and get this question asked because you had an interesting note on it. So this is from Rory Mann and Zarkan of the Cyclones. Do not send the Cyclones our way. They ask, if you can remember, what was the thought process behind Makuta's motivations in Mask of Light? There's some dialogue from him that doesn't quite add up to his later motivations, such as sleep spares him pain, awake he suffers. It's a quote I relate to. And my duty is to the Mask of Shadows. And you said that's a great question, because as a serious answer, a funny anecdote.
Yeah, and so the reason I said that is at the end of the day, it expresses Makuta's motivation absolutely perfectly. And Henry and I had a big discussion about me dropping that into the first film, because it doesn't. There's no payoff to that in the first film. In fact, there's no payoff to that for about 4 years afterwards, when it's revealed that Makuta was keeping Matanui asleep in order that he could be built and healed, as we all know at the end of the story. But I left it there in the first film. Sorry, I hope that's not a plot spoiler, but after 30 years, I think we're okay. 20 years, I think we're okay. Okay with plot spoilers, right? But it was, I dropped it into the first film for exactly, so it would be a question mark in your head as a viewer. That was exactly why it was there. And it was really setting up the long payoff for when Matanui would rise and we'd realize that actually Makuta wasn't really a bad person. He just had a tough job and a tough way of going about doing it. You know, that was always the one of the things I tried to keep in mind is that there was a thinking in Lego that there should be no good or bad Lego. Yeah. So the idea that, I mean, it's kind of, that's moved on a bit, I think, in terms of the current thinking. But at the time, there was a reticence to have good and bad Lego. And my logic to deal with that was the fact that Makuta actually had an important and tough job, and he was going to do it properly. And that was his motivation as a villain. So it was always that there. But the trouble with that line, and we had a lot of use of the word duty in the first movie. And the reason that was funny is that we had, and I'm trying to remember the name of the actor, couldn't actually say duty without it sounding like duty. So you can imagine how that line reads. Yeah, I'm going to do my duty. and of course, Terry and David and I were giggling like schoolboys in the sound booth, trying to get this actor to pronounce the T a little bit more. Can you do? And he was slowed down. He was having to do this really deep voice, so he couldn't hit the T at all. And poor Sue Shakespeare had to deal with it because we were in such hysterics we couldn't finish his recording. So anyway, that's the funny story behind that. So just, you don't want to know about Makuta's duty.
No.
You know, I love that for a variety of reasons. Lee Takar, we still appreciate you.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, Lee was a great actor, by the way.
Oh, he's incredible. His range, holy Toledo, it's incredible.
Yeah, because he was Makuta, and I forget, he was a Matoran as well, wasn't he?
He was Kongu in the second movie.
Yeah.
Little guy being dangled upside down. Like, no.
Yeah, I've got a tiny little for you. I'm down here.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah. Anyway, Lee was a great actor, but yeah, getting him to say duty needed a lot of takes.
This has added some context for a project I worked on, which made it just way better. Thank you for that.
A lot of this has been vindicating to, I think, a lot of the creative processes for any collaborative Bionicle fan work, but creative work overall. As veterans of the industry, I do have one sort of thing to sort of dovetail off from Makuta with, though. You made mention at the beginning where Lego was a little bit reluctant to have evil Lego versus good Lego, like morality injected into everything. That obviously became more of a theme after Bionicle. I mean, I think it was Exo Force or something along those lines was the one that comes to mind immediately, where there's a deliberate antagonist sort of thing going on. But as far as Bionicle specifically was concerned, how did you guys, and this question is aimed a little bit more at Martin and Greg specifically, dealing with making Toa look both menacing and fearsome and heroic? How did you guys deal with that? What was how did you strike that balance?
I think just quickly on the product design. Now I have my two favorites here. We're in the process of moving house. So I was in the attic the other day, and hence I rediscovered all the stuff. It's been sitting there for too long.
Yeah, these are up here actually.
But exactly the axe here. I remember a discussion when it was sort of being materialized, and we were going into gate meetings, and the vice president responsible for the whole area sort of challenged us on the axe here, and we deliberately always called it tools. Consistently, everything they carry is a tool.
Yeah,
that much we have. It's very deliberate coding that always resonated with me for some reason.
But anything in it was about triggering imagination, triggering fantasy. Don't tell kids what they can figure out themselves. Give them the space to figure out whether it is a tool or it's a piece of battle gear, whatever you want to make it. Because it was about, it sounds a bit lame, but it was about empowering these kids, giving them a toy that could spark their imagination, could open up the play scenarios, that could take them in interesting directions. But of course, take it to a level where we could make some very compelling, interesting graphics and visualizations, leading to you, Christian, because I think that's what drove a lot of the look and feel for BIONICLE was the first time Lego really sort of co-created, or the Slicer, Robo Rider, BIONICLE was sort of co-creating campaign development, visual assets with product development, and letting that influence product development to a much larger degree than before. So I think it was constantly sort of feeling, where do we need to sort of put it? Where do we need to put the line? Christian, you again, you have a slightly longer history than me on the early days on a lot of these conversations.
Yeah, but I think also taking it into 3D for the first time and actually trying to believe that these characters are actually alive inside a story universe. That was the first time we did that. I remember when we did the Star Wars stuff, we were taking pictures of all the models and trying to integrate them into the different Star Wars scenes, but it was the real models being photographed. So when we moved into, we did that with Slicer as well and Robo Riders. That was actual photographs of the models put into a scenery. But with BIONICLE, we did the first 3D renderings to come on to package and so on, but also for the commercials. And actually stepping into the 3D scene like that was, that was the first, and it was, I think, we haven't looked back since, but it was nice to be part of that revolution, I think.
I appreciate that insight very much. It's I do think that the time where you hit the dichotomy, probably best in my personal view, was during the beginning of Ignition, where you had the Paraka on one end and the Toa and Nika on the other, and like you hit the Paraka's menacing tone really, really well, and the new armor style, the sword, and big ball blaster thing. I think that was just where it was struck the best in my personal opinion, but I could go on.
So real quick, since I understand, again, we know you're on timetable. We had a couple of quick things before you leave us for the morning, Mr. Thompson. First of all, to all of you, again, there were a lot of people that asked a lot of questions, and obviously we won't have the time to ask all of them, but a lot of users wanted to thank all of you for creating and curating the lore and the overall theme of BIONICLE over the course of your careers. It has obviously been influential in massive ways to a great many deal of people over the decades. So thank you to all of you.
You're very welcome.
It's been a pleasure.
Yeah.
It remains a pleasure.
Yeah, you forget how much fun we had doing it.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
It's very apparent.
To still get fans now getting hold of you on Twitter or wherever, asking these incredibly detailed questions about something that you wrote 20 years ago, which you have no hope of answering at all. But the fact that there is still this devotion 20 years later is quite humbling. It really is.
I actually had a parent write me last week asking if I would do a birthday video for his 6-year-old who reads BIONICLE books.
That's amazing.
I've done that.
Wow.
Greg. I did send a happy birthday to somebody once. Yeah,
that's astounding.
Yeah.
The I don't remember what the service is called. I'll make sure that it gets to you. But the gentleman who voices Master Chief from the Halo series has a little thing where you can pay him to thank you, Cameo, where he does that just kind of consistently. I don't know how long y'all will be on there, but I guarantee you get some.
So real quick, 2 questions that obviously I want to ask before we have any departures. These are group questions, of course. First of all, Mr. Thompson, if you could go ahead and answer first before you leave us, unless you want to stick around.
Actually, I can stick around because I had tickets, but COVID cancelled the tickets, so my evening out has been written off by.
You lost your excuse to get out early.
Okay, in that case, perfect. In that case, we'll have a fun group question for everyone. So this comes from Kyle Dawson. He asks, if you have any celebrity voice act a BIONICLE character, who would they be and who would they play?
I'd love to hear Bill Nye do the Makuta.
So In the event that this recording gets corrupted for some unfortunate reason, I'm writing that down.
I've got his voice in my head as a bad guy for a thing I'm doing at the moment. I can't get that out of my head. But him as a Makuta would be hysterical, and you'd probably be very good.
Might I suggest Biddle or Krika?
I'm sorry?
Might I suggest Biddle or Krika? Two of the 2008 Makuta.
Okay. I'm guilty of not following every strand.
No, that's...
I'm afraid.
Are you even a real Bionicle fan?
I had always had the greatest respect for what Greg did with it after I left, because the universe expanded so vastly after I went. The inside of your head, Greg, must be a very strange place indeed.
It is, yes.
I think there's 2 Glatorian hanging around in there. Maybe that's unchristian.
Yeah. Well, who else? Anyone else? Any celebrity? Unless I will accept the role of Lewa if it's asked, and I will fight Dale Wilson in a firm handshake contest. Just saying.
Well,
it's on the table.
I tried to get Rutger Hauer to play Kapaka.
Oh wow, that would have been cool.
It would have been cool, but yeah, it didn't work out. But yeah, he was in town, and we were trying to get him for a day, just to do
excellent
the lines for that. But unfortunately, Rutger Hauer wasn't there, and I met him sometime later and berated him for not doing that. But
Anyone else? Head out.
I'm so bad with names, I can't remember.
Maybe here I'm like,
guy from the thing.
I haven't had coffee yet. My brain's not quite awake. Yes, that's my excuse.
I've been sipping some tea to try and wake up. So it's all right.
I should message somebody to bring me some.
Ooh, that's a good idea.
I could get into a tangent about tea, but I'm going to restrain.
No,
all right. In that case,
I think we all could actually, but
yeah.
So this is a question from RC Reeves 219, who asks. Actually, Nick, this is marked red. If you could go ahead.
Oh, yes, I see. When you're all working on Bionicle in the early days, did you imagine that this would blow up the way that it did? I mean, I realized that there was a large amount of advertisement, especially in the early days, like it was the biggest thing. Save Lego and all of that, the memes go on. But did you realize that it would be this big?
No, not with the first one. After the second, yeah, it kind of, you started to realize that. I think it was when Bob said, I think you were in New York for Christmas, Bob. He sent me a picture of a massive Bionicle electronic billboard.
Oh, that was the Toy Fair launch billboard. Yeah.
Yes.
That was a great moment.
This is getting big.
I think the moment for me was beginning of 2002. Carlos and Randy and Marty Pasco and I did a signing at Toys R Us Times Square, and we had 1,200 kids show up for that.
Wow.
Yeah, I clearly remember that because it was so funny. There were so many kids there that we actually needed to have a security person from the toy store walk us through and partying, the oceans of kids. And
I just remember Marty turning to you guys and going, "Enjoy this, because you're never going to have this many kids show up for something you do ever again."
No, but just like the visual of this huge guy that worked for the toy company, like moving through, partying like this, like ocean of kids who were like tiny at the time, was just like this super funny, like just the sight of that was so weird and abstract. But I remember in my case, when I jumped on, I had some of the earlier, like the plastic even was like all swirly and everything, right? And I remember showing the figures to one of my nephews, and right away he loved it. So it's like, I think it's impossible to know when something's gonna hit this big, right? Because you hope it does, but you just never know. And then something like magical happens, and then it takes off, right? So it's been a great pleasure to be part of something like this, because to be honest, as most of you know, you start working on something else, and then you jump on something else, and then you lose track of the thing that you were working on, and you just kind of go from project to project. It wasn't until maybe a couple of years ago that somebody had asked me to draw a character, and next thing I knew, it had made the rounds on the community, and people thought that maybe we were doing something new, and I was like, I had no idea that the community was still so alive, and it was so great to see that, because to be honest, I again, you just kind of go to a new project and the new concern and the new deadlines. I had no idea all this was still going on, so it was such a rewarding experience to know that what was created was still making the waves now. Yeah. Very fortunate to be a small part of that. Yeah.
I can still close my eyes and see Kopaka stepping out of his canister. Mr. Donda, you are not a small part of this.
Thank you. From a visual standpoint, I mean, just seeing the acts behind you, my credit goes to all the design work and everything that happened on the toy line, right? Because as a kid from the 80s, and I love like Voltron and like G.I. Joe and all these properties that had some kind of like a mech, right? But I also so I've always been a huge fan of drawing that stuff, and I think that was actually why I was hired, because right before BIONICLE, I was doing another project called Brass, which was all about like robots and all that, right? But I remember getting the initial figures, which were still like super rough, and just kind of like seeing how much thought went into all the pieces, right? Like just seeing the acts, it can go on and like, oh, but you have the shocks that, and the swivels, and like how much thought went into how these things actually move, which made it a pleasure to then in my own head be able to act with them before I drew them, right? Because there was just like the possibilities of movement there were so fun. And I think as speaking to my inner kid, that just engaged your imagination so much, So my kudos to all of you. Yes.
I think there was, for me, it was not like sort of one moment where I realized that this is gonna. There was a lot of indication that it would go big, because you follow it along and you pass certain milestones and you get a feeling for, okay, this is scaling, this is going up. Now the production team is asking whether we want to invest in yet another packaging line because the demand is there. And so, of course, you get a lot of these signals that it's going to get big. But I think creatively, when we started to see the first animations, when we started to have the first I don't know how wide they're shared in the community, but some of the very first visualization that nailed the tone of voice were these beat scenes with the solid canister sitting there and the opening and misty, very sepia toned beat scenes. Sort of starting to see that coming in and starting to see the products materializing, and there was a feeling in the wider team that we're onto something here. And then just seeing the sheer numbers, the millions of kids that this franchise touched in those few years, it's just amazing. And then sitting here today with dedicated fans 20 years later, it's a massive honor, and I'm blown away that it's still alive. I think none of us had seen that happen to that extent.
No, it's.
Can I mention one thing? Because doing the poster where there's just one single BIONICLE brick lying in the sand, and there's a mask in the background.
Yeah.
And we did this in 3D, and it was like, can we do this? It felt really sort of, because it was at the same time as Jurassic Park came out, where you had these bones. They discover. There's a lot about discovering bones of ancient creatures and so on. So we just felt, what if we did this rusty BIONICLE bone lying in the sand? I remember also what's he called, who did this project about being on the island and actually discovering BIONICLE. What's this guy's?
Kelly McKernan.
Kelly. He was a super fan, and he did this project. and seeing a fan do this, where you sort of discovered as if Bionicle had been on Earth and you have uncovered this, that you saw fans actually interacting in this fantastic way. It made it sort of chills run down the spine. And I remember also seeing some of these images and actually putting music to it. We were really we used all those different sound. We used Jurassic Park themes and put it on, which means that we can never show this to anybody because of the rights and so on. But we used it in the meetings, and people were just like, "What? Is this possible at all?" And I just remember having those reactions where people were sort of actually seeing this as something that would make something totally new that I've never seen before, actually taking storytelling by Lego really seriously. And that feeling of being able to do that, I think, was a massive step internally. I had been working with Lego since '86, and suddenly getting to the point where storytelling became something that you actually felt could move stuff. I think that was an amazing experience. And of course, seeing Toys R Us in Times Square having Bionicle all the way around the corner. I only have a really, really bad recording from a phone. I think it was one of the earliest phones that could take pictures. And I had this. It was one of my friends that was in New York. Have you seen this? And I had this video, and it's like, I think it's the worst quality ever.
144p.
That's the
or
only
something.
place I have it. Yeah. But I have it as a video, really, really sort of flaky. But seeing that was also amazing. Yeah.
Guys, can I be allowed to screen share? I'm not allowed to, so I don't know who hosts.
Give me 1 second. I'll see if I can't figure that out for you. But while I'm
share the image Christian and I are talking about, of one of them, of course. There are a lot of them,
yeah.
But I have one of them handy. Yeah.
Also, apologies, Mr. Swinnerton. I think you were about to say something.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, understood.
No.
Well, you are now. No, I'm kidding.
Actually, there's one thing I'd like to just, just thinking about that particular time that I remember walking down the stairs inside the Lego's office in Slough in the UK, and it was about the week or the week after we launched, and there were two boys down there looking at the display of Bionicle cans that were all laid out, and they were discussing which one they were going to get next. There was like, oh, I want the red one, and oh, I want the blue one because he's the coolest. And the other boys turned around and said, "Ha! The blue one's Garly. She's a girl. You don't know nothing." And we've been out a week or maybe 2 weeks, and it's just like, okay, we've actually delivered on making Lego something that kids can talk about with their friends.
I was very proud of one of the.
That was. I think I phoned Alistair.
Definitely, yeah. Remember when Vogue put Garly in a spread?
Oh, I've still got that. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
There's a Vogue spread where they accessorized Garly.
Yeah, along with Barbie and all manner of other. They draped jewelry. It was a jewelry thing, but they used all these girl toys, and they used Garly, which was on the same double spread as Barbie. I thought, okay, I think we made it here.
That's great.
Liam, don't like that. For our safety.
I just want to let you all know, if you haven't been keeping tabs on the Bionicle community, that interaction sums it up to this day.
Yeah.
Pretty much
persistent. So we're good.
The ongoing meme, I think, is that you throw a stick here in the US and you can probably find at least one kid out of 10 that said, "Oh yeah, I had the red one."
Green one was better. Anyway, we're gonna
I like them all.
Just real quick, it's more of a story technical question since we have so many different people here that obviously had a part in that. So Dave asks, sources differ, and again, it's a very story question. Sources differ on whether the Toa were supposed to gather the 6 Traga masks in addition to the 6 Great Ones, and different media showed them getting them and not. And of course, the Noble masks, the Traga masks, were part of Lego Collectibles in 2001. So the question is, what characters were meant to collect these? What role did they play in the collect the masks?
Oh, I can't remember. It was 20 years ago.
It was something that the original idea was to have a legend behind every mask. But if you've got 12 characters wearing 12 masks each, you've suddenly got 144 legends. and a 6-month window in which to tell them. So
I remember drawing that chart on a whiteboard.
So we had to simplify things a bit. And in the computer games, there was a slightly different way of handling it because the masks allowed each different powers depending on who would wear them, in order to make the PlayStation game. And so some of the mask powers, some of the more obscure ones, were written with the intention of being usable for the PlayStation game, particularly. So there are some that don't really appear in canon at all, but had a purpose. They may be open to cheat codes or gave you special powers in the game, or did other things.
I'm going to take that to the bank, by the way. There are masks that were written for a game. I promise that makes sense if you do stuff in the community. But, thank you. As far as the broader context of LJ, please bail me out. This would be a wonderful time for you to do that.
Like I said, I did bring on a professional.
Yeah, no.
So, there's another good question. It's kind of a group question. And there's always talk of, will BIONICLE come back? Will it be back? Will we have a third? Or a second, if you forget the second. And this question kind of pertains to that. This is from Docky1. I didn't say that right. Do you think BIONICLE is still viable as a LEGO theme today, or is it just a product of its time, as many other adult fans of LEGO like to claim?
No, it could still work today. There's a depth of story that's still out there. We could give it a few more layers, couldn't we, Greg?
Oh yeah, we could have been doing stories for the last, all the years since it ended. But I think that the trick is we have to do what the original story team decided from the beginning, which was that it was going to be aspirational. That the story was going to be aimed at like a 10 or 11-year-old to get an 8-year-old and a 9-year-old interested in it. And I remember at one point, years into it, they were suddenly going, oh, well, let's do this for the younger kids. And Eric Wolf, who was the marketing director in the US, told me, he said, if you aim at every audience, you're not going to reach any audience. He said, we have to stick with what we started with because that's what works. And I don't think BIONICLE, it could work, but I don't think it works best aimed at a younger audience. I think it works best if you're aspirational with it, because you can go into more depth in the story.
We, from an audience perspective, agree.
Yeah, 100%, 200%. We cloned ourselves and agree twice.
Yeah. Mr. Swinton, you had a remark?
No. I think I made my remark.
Okay, cool.
I can say when I see the fans, what they're building out there, it's like this is already moving into the next stage, I think, because they're using these building bricks to create stuff that is beyond the legend, but it's also continuing this whole creative process of BIONICLE, where you have the yin yang. It's like you break pieces apart to build new stuff. It's the whole biology idea about it, and I can't help but saying, we're moving into a robotic age where thinking machines will come about, and what are the contents of these machines? Are that part of us, or where does that come from? I think there's a lot of questions in the BIONICLE mythology that we are standing in front of, actually. So it's really present, I think.
To continue that thought, right? I think in some ways, first of all, I think like any good story never loses its its strength, basically, right? And I think this one was such a classic story, and kind of about like the elemental powers and all these things that they're pretty timeless in that sense, right? But something that you said, I think is very true. We are moving closer to these realities, and the questions of like nature and global warming and all these things. So I think if anything, in some ways, it's more relevant today, right? The coexistence of something that looks so high tech in nature, which for me was also so much fun to draw at the time, right? Because you had like these very thought out robots, and then you had to juxtapose them with jungle, with water, with earth, fire, wind. And I think in many ways right now that question is even more present, right? So I think a good idea like that's so primal never loses its power,
Yeah.
When I see that Boston Dynamic robot running around in the woods, I don't know if you've seen those videos.
The dog
and the dog and so on. It's like, whoa, okay, this is actually they're gonna walk outside the window very soon. And will they be friendly, or what will they think? How will they see humanity? Are we the problem actually, or whatever? So I think we are heading into this kind of morale that we need to tackle, and I think that's why BIONICLE will probably continue in some way.
Well, I think you said, Christian, that the fans have taken it on and they're moving it forwards now, which is great, wonderful.
Not that we would be opposed to any help.
It's coming. Sorry.
Has anybody built a full-size tower out of
I'm working on it. It's taking me a little while.
There is a gentleman that I'm aware of.
I got this small one here.
What the heck is that?
Damn.
That's
Tower of Light?
That was made for me, but yes, Tower of Light, and it was made for me by an artist in Santa Monica back in the day. And
that looks heavy.
Yeah, it's made out of stuff that was salvaged from junkyards, so you can imagine.
Wow,
that's awesome.
It's a cool thing.
Yeah, talking to Uwe at Exotoa right now, and that's I was going to show it. Now I'm not, because it's way smaller than that.
I was actually thinking, what if there was a virtual BIONICLE museum where stuff like this could be put in? It's just to say that there's stuff happening right now in the digital, how to do galleries and so on. And I was thinking, if you could host something where you could actually walk in with virtual equipment and see all these things, it would be possible to do a BIONICLE sort of installation where you could actually witness a lot of the stuff that's been done earlier, but also pointing into the future. And just to say, I'm all into trying to get attention around these things, because I think what started back in 20 years ago, there's so much energy in that, and all those stories we're telling here, it's only a fragment of what we could talk about. And I think the most important thing is the interaction between us, and what we started out talking about, the unity, the united feeling, which also became part of the wording, unity, duty, destiny. And in some way we're living it, as I see it, and if I look at the planet now, we are these small beings on this island where nature has gone crazy, and we need somebody to step in, some elemental heroes to come in and show the way and find the reality behind this. So there's so many things that could be put into whatever you call it, third G or 3G or whatever, and it could be done without any sort of big monetary setup, because things are virtual right now, things are happening online, and talking like this, I think, is actually realizing that this could come in the future. But that's just me looking with my happy-go-lucky.
I would like to let you know that the fan base has definitely been looking into similar ideas that you just said, for both overall trying to help the world, because we all have to live in it, but Also for archiving both digitally and physically as much of Bionicle that we can get our hands on.
Yes. But just the stuff that Bob showed there, you know, finding those things that are really amazing and unique and spreading it out. I think I have a lot of stuff in my you know, stowed away that I would love to sort of just give to the community and make accessible. But I haven't found the exact right way to do it yet. But yeah.
We'll see about working on something.
Yes.
Maybe just a thought, and I know that was not what was in that question, but combining that with also you hinted to the fact that in the AFOL community there are some debates on whether the longevity of Bionicle. I think it's a universal. The story in its core is a very great universal story. The colors, the heroes, so at the core, I think it's very universal. But maybe also just to share some perspectives on that. I think what we started doing with Bionicle set the precedence. I'm not saying that we are the grandfathers of this all future Lego success. I'm not saying that, but the way of working created a precedence for how to work with IPs. So without these experiments, Ninjago would have been difficult. A lot of Lego Friends would have been difficult. A lot of everything else going on sort of in the last 20 years would have been difficult without these early experiments into combining campaign development, product development, story development, and sort of getting everything intervened, doing it very fast and agile. So I think that's maybe one of the biggest legacies internally at Lego, that it was pioneering new ways of working, creating a new way of basically bringing stories to kids and doing it in not in contrast, but really in a collaboration between all these different medias. So I think that's, for me at least, the biggest legacy.
It's a new way of thinking.
Yeah.
That's true. If you want a title, I think use a phrase that Bob came up with a long time ago. Just call it smart heroic thinking.
Writing that one down too.
We could use some of that in general.
Yeah,
I think
in life
these days.
Yeah. But I think there's another thing that is unique in the Bionicle universe, because I don't think I've never come across another story universe where you've had to have this idea of 6 heroes. You know, the idea of having, there's the Magnificent Seven and all those kind of concepts, but they've all got a central character that underpins the whole story. And I think one of the things that I think really resonated was the fact that, yes, and Greg and Alistair will nod knowingly with me on this, it is a huge pain to try and write stories with so many characters and no defined central hero. But I think that the flip side is for the audience, it means that there's always somebody like you that you can bring to the heart of the story, whichever. Because we were very consciously making the 6 Toa or the 6 Matoran or the Turaga that we would have in each season. We would consciously make them like very, very different people. And that difference, someone might be a Liwa and someone might be a Kapaka. Totally poles apart. But it meant that there was always someone like you, whatever kind of kid you are, to latch onto in the story. And I think a lot of films and a lot of franchise IP, it tends to be there's one hero and you have to identify with that one hero, or it doesn't matter. So while it's incredibly difficult to tell stories with so many characters, so many heroes, and servicing all of that, actually it does give an entry point for everybody.
But Bob, can I just say on that, because I think in some way it was an invention of the new kind of hero that we actually, when we look at reality, we need that kind of hero that is more we than he.
Yeah.
And that's why, and actually Vero, W-E-R-O, that is a word from the Maui dictionary, which means it's used as a welcoming, where you are saying, "I come in peace." And in some way, it's a beautiful thing, because if you move from hero to Vero. And it's not to say that you should like this expression, but I'm thinking in that way that we need the heroes that are more thinking we than he. And for some nice reason, it also relates to being a weak hero, you know. So if you combine weak with hero, you get a Vero. And I think it's realizing your weaknesses and actually getting other people to fill out instead of trying to be everything. And when I look around the world at the people who makes a difference these years, people inventing vaccines, you know, people speaking about global warming and so on, those are the weakest people, but they actually they stand by their weakness, which makes us other, you know, the other people actually join in, and then it becomes powerful. So together we are strong. I think that is the most essential thing coming out of BIONICLE. And I love that we are sitting here 20 years later, actually maybe being able to agree on that, because that gives a lot of hope for the future, I think.
How crazy is that, right? Like, we're talking about this 20 years later, during a global pandemic. And
exactly.
We're talking about, like how you were saying, it's like the people at the grocery stores, the essential workers, right? It's like all the unsung heroes, the ones that have proven to have carried us through this, right? So it's like, and that goes back to the concept, right, of what BIONICLE was so. I mean, just the fact that the fans still love it so much from a lore standpoint just goes to show how timeless the idea was. And yeah, it's like, it's crazy. It's like, it's been 20 years and we're surviving a global pandemic. It's like, it's, you know, somebody told me that 20 years ago and I've been like, no, you're crazy. You know, it's crazy. Yeah.
Just 2 years ago, this would have been a crazy situation, I think. So it's like, but I'm thinking if we can unify around these things, you know, imagine what we can do further on. And I think that is why BIONICLE is so cool. It's that thought of being a unique group that actually can make a difference. I think both for the inside the Lego organization in the old days, where we actually felt, you know, we had some new power that we had to find out how to use. And then it goes out to the fans who has this new power as well. And then it continues to 20 years later. And when you look around now, it's like, you know, that's what people are surviving. They're surviving by unifying or by standing together. And I think it's, sorry for being a bit of a crybaby, but I think that is beautiful.
Absolutely.
So I don't know about you others.
Wouldn't be you, Christian, if you weren't.
You know, I have 2 teenage daughters. I get reality checks all the time. They're like, "Daddy, get away from those toys, you know, get real," and so on. So I get checked all the time.
my kids were, well, my son was 10, I think, when BIONICLE first came out. All I got all the time was all his friends going, "Can you get us the toys? Can you get us the toys?" And the parents going, "It's your fault I'm broke."
But, you know, now you can find it from the basement or from the attic. And then I bet you in a little while, those BIONICLE bricks will be worth.
I'm afraid most of mine were donated.
Oh dear.
I have a few things. I still have my BIONICLE duvet, however. So
wow. You've got the. That's amazing.
BIONICLE. It's a single.
Right. I don't know that they made those in Queen.
I still have that, and the T-shirt. Of course, I should be wearing.
That's amazing.
Yeah. And that prototype Lewa that Martin and Christian were playing with in the background while I was trying to repitch the story and Bella all those years ago.
Oh, I need to ask one about that, because all those prototypes, Martin, do you know if they are hit anywhere? Because the ones that you did as prototype that had they had one color, they were like gray or sprayed with the chrome.
I think of course it's horrible to sit now with dedicated fans this many years ago and then think about in a development process how much that just get junked. Because it's on a process, and who cares?
I can't remember who gave it to me. One of you gave me that one from that meeting. I still have it somewhere. I can't find it. I know I've got it somewhere. Still with the little production side.
There's a lot of prototypes and Lego's having a very strong archive. And I went to see the idea Lego house when it opened, and the archives in the basement. And they have kept stuff, but what they have, no idea. What is kept? I think is what people sort of sneaked out to keep as a small token to remember the days.
Yeah.
Everything else has gone.
One thing my son remembers the most, I think, was the day that Martin arrived with Bob at our house, bearing this enormous box full of toys.
Wow.
He was very happy. He came, I think Martin got there first, but my son came home from school with some of his friends and to be presented with this vast box full of new BIONICLE.
I remember the back of my car was full. I think it was the whole 20, was it? It would have been 2002 series.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah.
Woo! It was a fairly large year, if I remember right.
You have to make up. You have early on working for Lego. You have to make up your mind whether you're going to collect and store, or whether you're not going to do it. Because of course you come across a lot of opportunities, and I'm one of the guys that no, I simply cannot. I don't have the space to store all this, and it doesn't really make sense. But I did keep one of my all-time favorites, mint, unboxed with stickers on, and that is the Toa Nuva.
Very nice.
So, it still sits here together with, I don't know what happened with these guys. There it is. How about these guys?
Oh yeah, you got this one too?
Oh yeah.
Snap.
I don't have a single canister. I'm being shown up in grand fashion here, guys.
I would need to run to a walk-in closet on the opposite side of this building to grab mine. So I'm.
Yeah, no,
I need to show you something else.
Oh, what is that?
Oh.
What? Yeah, what is that?
Why is he mooning us?
What's that?
Okay.
I'm not gonna say anything more.
Okay.
I'm just gonna say one thing. I'm working with mocap right now. Motion capture.
Yeah.
And I'm working. Yeah. No. Motion capture suits where you become the character.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying anything. I hope that I can share something with you. But I can say that that's definitely an amazing experience to see our old friends in a new way.
Okay.
Very nice.
A few things. First of all, in regards to the whole collecting or storing or discussion, I just want to say, anyone who made the decision not to store made a fairly reasonable one. I will tell you right now. It's literally everything, guys. That is all of it. It's over 50 feet in length.
Wow.
Wow.
So just to add to that conversation. Otherwise, we did have a couple more questions. Obviously enough, we could talk to you guys for literal hours. There is plenty to discuss. But of course, we value your time and we know it is not infinite. So we do have a few more questions and it will kind of lead to some discussion. This is a group question from Hirora Nui, who asks, and this is kind of as a lead-in, a lot of people discuss and debate what the core of BIONICLE is. Some people will say it's the product. Some people will say it's the story. Some people will say it's the atmosphere. So this question asks, broadly and philosophically, what do you believe BIONICLE was truly about as a story?
Maybe together we are strong.
I have to bail out. I have to bail out now, guys. So unfortunately, I have to leave. But you have my contact info. Reach out if there's anything. To answer that question before I bail out, I think it's a combination of those elements. But that's my personal opinion, and I'm not saying there's no truth or anything, but that's at least where I'm coming from. But guys, it was great seeing you all. I unfortunately have to run.
Martin,
good to see you, Martin.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, thank you very much for coming by. It's very much appreciated.
As Bob just said, together we are strong. I think that's the core of BIONICLE.
It's not any single piece. It's all of the pieces all of the magic, all of the team. It's the assembled universal world. Yeah, because it's
I also think that
people.
Yeah, it's like a building system of story where the more, if you have a single piece, it's really cool. It's like a single scene. But if you have more, you can put new pieces together with your own imagination in between. I think that way of thinking story and world building is I think the best ever, because it's open ended.
Okay, no, that's more than reasonable. It makes plenty of sense. Okay, in that case, we're gonna kind of start to wrap up. This again has been fantastic, and again, a lot of people really wanted to express their appreciation for all of your time and all of your efforts curating this, because it's 20 years later and there are still so many things being made and done, and so many endeavors that are being pursued. So it's truly spectacular. All right, I think we'll go ahead with maybe two more. Nick, if you want to go ahead and just toward the top of the screen here, I'll go ahead and highlight this.
The one from Andrew Kirk? Or is that not? Or are you not the anonymous penguin?
Nah, don't do that one. Let's go ahead with. I think this one's a good one.
I kind of agree. So I know we kind of said that the biggest strength of Bionicle is it all works best together, be it a team, be it the multimedia, be it everything. But if you had to boil it down to a single element of Bionicle, what would you say your favorite part of the storyline actually was? I love the contemplative. No, I love the contemplative faces. That means that you're thinking super hard about it, which I love.
I'll go with Moo Cow. I have no idea. You can't narrow it down to one single piece. It was a whole.
I think one of the parts that was most enjoyable for me to write was the evolution of Makuta, and him turning into a character who basically lets you win, so you're not paying attention to what he's actually doing.
Mm-hmm.
The master schemer. Yeah, very fun.
Yeah.
So we have the cow.
The whole idea of I always have 15 plans going on at the same time, so if one doesn't work out, I've got the other 14.
Banking on failure. Always a lot of fun. So we have schemer that can literally kill a universe. Cow.
Yeah.
We run the gamut here.
I'm going to go with Tahu surfing on lava. As a keen surfer, that's beyond my extremes.
Don't let your dreams be dreams. I believe in you if you get the right suits, the right suit of.
Yeah. One day the suits will be right, and the lava will be just curling perfectly out the volcano. But I'm going to leave that to younger, more stupid people.
All right, guys, they will. I'll be right back.
Who don't mind wearing lava-proof suits?
You wouldn't sink. That's
I know.
fact of lava.
I've been in some heavy waves and heavy lava. I don't need that.
Fair enough.
I've seen what bacon does on a skillet. It'd be about that.
Yeah.
Fine. I really, when Martin was here, he was talking a little bit earlier. This reminded me somehow of these being tools, and how kind of they could be whatever a kid would want them to be, kind of inspire them. And I really wish I had a quick thinking to just say I love my spatula. Fantastic. I don't know how cooking got me on that, but regardless.
Make a heck of a carpet beater as well.
Do you own any rugs, LJ? That's actually a good question.
Yes.
Like one that you can pick up and
No.
Okay.
So, all right.
But I think we still needed to hear from Mr. Faber and Mr. Danda.
You guys got it?
It's hard to pick one, right? But I would imagine it's those first 3-4 pages, right? It's like that was my own introduction to the characters, and just drawing those like small doing like crabs, I think, right? Going through the sand and then the canister, and again, it's just crazy to think that something that in the day you're just worried about the deadline and making sure that is this drawn correctly, does it look cool? So I was just having a conversation with a friend about this, right? It's like drawing is so insular because it's just you on your desk or whatever, that you never really know how it's going to be affecting somebody else. And then when you do realize that, it's a very humbling experience, right? So for me at the time, I was just like, does this look correct? Is this how they should move? And then you realize that this was something that was connecting to a young kid at the time, right? And now that kid is probably 30, right? And that's such a cool, humbling experience of being a small part of that story.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Understandable. Mr. Faber, I realized that you had a bit of a cameo back there. I don't know whether or not you're pressed for time.
No.
Just checking.
It's just but I will. For me, it's like the mystery. I think it's the mystery of discovery of new worlds and so on. And I think the combination of the technology of the robot and then this nature thing of the island. That combination is so amazing, I think, because in some way you can recognize all the mechanical stuff you have in your everyday life and all the inventions that humans have been doing to survive. And then you have this nature up against that's this, unbreakable force that is just constantly trying to break you down. And I think that's we're getting older. That's what you experience. You understand that you are sort of a weak robot trying to compensate all the time and trying to still be optimistic and look into new mysteries, new stories. But I think these facts of life is in some ways they are inside the story. I think, which makes it fun to explore continuously.
Thank you very much, and that's inspiring on a very large level.
I do hear the point about weak robot, but I'm a weak robot with an axe.
You have a tool, yeah.
a little bit ahead. Okay.
Not an axe. It's not an axe. It's a spatula. Remember?
Yeah. But when you go into the hardware store, when that's how you feel. You get older and older, and you see all these tools that can help you in the garden and so on, which is like it's sort of the same feeling. Technology, yes.
I know his claws, for example, always good at getting those little weed roots out.
Yeah.
You could do that. That thing could do anything.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I loved. One of the great joys of it for me was as somebody said earlier, the design of every little piece. I mean, you look at that. I mean, obviously that's that big, but in reality, it was that big, and that the attention to detail in the toys was just astonishing. It really was.
It's remarkably impressive, and especially all the different ways that it was brought to life, obviously.
Yeah.
In the films, in the comics, even in the novels, where the visualizations could be so solid in your mind. It definitely had a life of its own. And yeah, of course, stuff like this, they're just upscale pieces, just straight up upscale pieces. And it's a testament to how involved and how in depth everything was. And that's why a lot of us in the BIONICLE community, we get a little bit dismayed when some other groups of adult fans of Legos, they kind of dismiss it. Well, it doesn't look like Lego, which of course we feel is a little short-sighted, but everyone has their own perspective and opinion. So it's still cool.
A prevailing opinion is that most hater AFOL groups can kind of bite us. So
it didn't look like Lego. That was the joy of it. It was brand new. I mean, obviously, Robo Riders and Slicers they sort of set started the path, but it was like nothing Lego had ever done. Just charting new territory.
It needed that provocation. I think the whole product development needed to be provoked from internally almost.
Sure.
to see things in a new way. I think that you're totally right, Alistair.
Mm. And they were very scared at the beginning, I remember. We've got characters hitting other characters. No, we can't do that.
I recall the discussions around tools and replicable violence. Of course, you're not allowed to do that. So that's great. We've got a thing that looks like a sword, but we can't use it as a sword. What can we do with it? And actually, that forced some new kinds of creativity to come. To come forward.
Again, I go back to your phrase, smart heroic thinking. I mean, that's how we got around it.
So, one kind of specific question, just for the sake of it. So, calling anything that might have looked like a weapon tools, fine to try to get around that. But everybody was, and speaking on behalf of my arachnophobe friends, but the spiders for an entire year, that was fine.
Spiders are lovely. What's the problem with
like spiders?
I don't personally have a problem with spiders, but I've got a lot of friends that have a very severe sort of reaction. So
yeah, I on the other hand am deathly arachnophobic. So we're gonna skip past the spiders. I'm good.
Didn't know that.
So
okay, guys, I'm gonna have to dip out, I'm afraid. So if you have one final question for me or not, I don't know.
We do. So this is going to be kind of our last question for the evening, and if you answer this one, Sigma asked, "What are you all working on these days?" And Mr. Swinnerton, if you would.
Well, I'm actually world building again for a new project that I can't actually talk about, but I think I'm allowed to say it's from a Anglo-Indian Singaporean consortium. It's basically creating a universe out of a bunch of classic Indian superhero comics and melding them into one universe. That's about as much as I can say, I think. We're building a whole new world for these characters to inhabit, and then there's movies being made.
The individual who asked that question specifically, I know is going to be thrilled beyond words that for whatever project that is in particular.
It's pretty exciting. It's in the pipeline now. It's a long pipeline. Hopefully, so that's what I'm doing. And there are 3 movies currently in development. I'm writing the second one. And consulting on developing the whole thing, and then consulting just general megalomaniac stuff.
That is awesome. That's fantastic. Well,
it's fun.
You.
But
thank you.
I have to say I'm very much using what we learned, what we created, whatever on BIONICLE. That was very much a benchmark of how to do it. So that's cool. It's not that the Indians went, "Wait, hey, you made BIONICLE, come and do that with this." If I had $1 for every time somebody said that, I'd have $5.
Hey, that's a sandwich. That's a free sandwich.
Anyway, so that's what
Thank you. Thank you so much for your time. It's always a pleasure talking to you, and hopefully we can do so again in the future.
Yeah, absolutely, anytime, LJ. Yeah.
Pleasure to meet you.
And Liam, of course. Yeah, guys. Yeah, great to see you all. Christian, it has been a long time. Yeah.
Okay. Oh yes. Oh yes.
Yeah. We must keep in touch. Definitely.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
And good luck with the projects.
Thank you, and you for your museum. Cheers.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
And of course, for everyone else, please, what are you all up to? Because obviously, BIONICLE is where it is now. So, what are your current endeavors? If you could talk about them.
So, shall I follow on from Alistair? Because that's easy. Because I'm working on a development of a movie with some Indian, Singaporean, British finance that I can't talk about. But also, I'm working. I've got another film that I wrote the script for a couple of years ago that's gone into production. Which again, I can't tell you what it is, but it'll be out in 2022. And I'm working for a completion guarantor, and I'm also developing with a company called Hexology a new form of social digital media, which is just about finished. The app is going to be available later this year, hopefully for beta use, and it'll allow you to post content into places that you haven't been able to place content before.
Interesting.
Look out for Hexology come the fall.
Cool.
Yeah, there's my shameless plug. And I'm also a trustee of a charity, and I've been teaching. So that's kind of some cool.
Very nice.
So.
What do you teach? Just out of my own curiosity.
It's been there's a Pearson University has a animation and visual effects school in London called Escape Studios, and I've been recently the course mentor for the Masters in Arts, so animation visual effects. In this case, modelers mainly.
Very nice.
So.
Okay. All right. Anyone else? What have your endeavors been?
I'll go next. I've been working a lot on a pretty cool new project, but it's also NDA City, right? So can't talk much about it. But besides that, I've continued to do covers for Dark Horse and DC, doing a little bit of teaching as well. But yeah, like the bulk of it has been on this pretty cool new project that hopefully we'll have something soon. But yeah, it's a ton of work that nobody can see, kind of thing. Yeah, the usual, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Fair. That's fair.
Gotcha.
All right. Any other NDAs? Anyone else?
Should I go then? I'm working on a world building project called Rebel Nature, and there's no NDA because this is a new way of trying to approach by showing everything and giving everything away instead of trying to sort of put it into NDAs and so on. So we've been sort of posting a lot of things, and we are actually connecting with a lot of artists around the world to contribute. We're talking about giving them NFTs out of what they do and using that as sort of payment for creative work. Looking into this new blockchain economy, creator economy, I think that's really interesting. So I'm not saying that I'm into Bitcoins or anything. I'm just saying something new is going to happen with the way creativity is bought and sold. I think it's definitely going to happen, and it's going to be big. And I would really love to know about that. So right now it's the early days, but I think it looks really interesting if you can actually be part of projects and get paid in a new way. So that's one of the things we're trying to do with Rebel Nature, but we also try to tell stories around the 17 global goals for UN. We try to use that as a story engine. So those are actually the big robot underneath the island of the new story. All these challenges we are facing as humans, and we want to use that as creative inspiration. And so that's what I can talk about. And then I have actually worked with Lego on virtual productions. We recently did a vlog with the mocap for Ninjago.
You were involved in that?
Yeah, that's our project.
Very interesting.
This is what Whiplash feels like.
So get ready for new stuff coming in that direction. That is going to open a totally new door in many ways. And also to just, we're working together with a gaming company doing live, using live engines from gaming to do film productions actually, because the quality is getting so high. And also experimenting with the digital humans, trying to create our main characters from Rebel Nature, Res Wayborn, as a digital human, so we can put her into amazing new scenes.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And then, Mr. Firestein? there anything that?
Well, I'm still doing my day job, which is basically running the Lego magazine, and I haven't had any Lego related freelance in about 5 years. So I'm working on writing for grown-ups again because I miss killing characters. Because in my pre-Lego books, the bodies were stacked like cordwood, so it was very hard for me to adjust to. You can't hit anybody.
I remember you talking about that whenever we were having that conversation about like Godzilla and your time with West End, and that brings joy to my heart.
Well, that is fantastic, and I know I don't just speak for myself when I say that so many people are interested to see what you will all do next. Obviously, you've all had a huge impact on why we're all here and what we're all passionate about, and whatever you guys get into next is immensely exciting. I will just say, when you guys are ready to make that feature film Liwa movie and you need a stunning new voice, let me know. I'm prepared. In any case, I think that'll do it. Is there anything any of you guys would like to say to the greater community to kind of camp off today's Bionicle Day?
This is just the beginning.
for me, very quickly after all this time, to meet some of you on the team that I hadn't had the pleasure to know you, and to all the fans that have been following this so faithfully this whole time. Thank you very much. You're awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What he said.
Great words. Yeah.
All right. In that case, I think that'll do it. Again, thank you all so very much for all of your time today, and of course, everything that you've contributed to something that so many have contributed to. It's phenomenal. It's obviously something immensely special to so many people, which is obviously why we are here. Thankfully, getting the chance to talk to you all today. Been a pleasure. We hope that we can talk to you all individually again in the future. We could talk to you all for hours. Just hours. So, all right, that'll do it. Thank you all so very much for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed this fantastic 2-hour block of unbelievably awesome information and fun. So, thank you once again to everyone. I have been LJ Johnson.
And I've been Lahari.
And we hope you're enjoying Bionicle Day 2021. We'll see you soon.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
Have a great one, everybody.
Thanks
Thank you. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
It was in those days I discovered our destinies are not written in stone. We have to find them for ourselves. I found mine. Now it's time for you to make new legends. For that is the way of the Bionicle.
Hello everyone, happy Bionicle Day. I'm Chip with Mask of Destiny, and I am thrilled to be bringing you this Bionicle Direct, highlighting some of the best gaming experiences your fellow fans are developing. Let's begin with the latest from Lightstone Studios, the talented team of developers behind Bionicle, The Legend of Matanui, Rebuilt. We hope you enjoyed that demo reel for The Legend of Matanui Rebuilt, courtesy of Lightstone Studios. Keep an eye on maskofdestiny.com for news about when the next update, Rebuilt 1.2, will be released. The Legend of Matanui isn't Lightstone Studios' only project. With help from the Bionicle Sector 01 team, they've created a digitally enhanced version of the classic 2001 Bionicle card game, Quest for the Masks. Let's give it a look.
On the island of Matanui, 6 mighty heroes rise against evil.
If you're interested in giving this classic card game another try, you can do so right now by visiting the Steam Workshop page for Tabletop Simulator and searching Quest for the Masks. Next up, we've got another game focusing on the legend of the Toa Mater. Everyone at Team Konoe has been hard at work on this since releasing Masks of Power Legacy back in May. Without further ado, let's check out the very first look at the future for BIONICLE Masks of Power.
New from Team Konoe. BIONICLE Masks of Power. Find the power, relive the legend at masksofpower.com.
You can keep up with the latest on Masks of Power by following @BMOPG on Twitter. Now then, let's continue. With support from Team Konoe, a new team of developers, Champions AU have been crafting an exciting new multiplayer experience for BIONICLE fans. Months after the Toa Mater's quest for the masks, the Matoran have returned to the City of Legends and begun its reconstruction. But when the Toa leave for their next grand adventure, what schemes will the Makuta get up to? What will the Matoran do without their fearless heroes to save them? All one can do as this grand story unfolds is play well. Give it up for the Coley Champions.
3, 2, 1, let's go!
Next up, let's see what mods developers in the community have been cooking up for you. If you'd like to play BTGM, you can find all the relevant files and installation instructions in the mod's official Discord server, accessible using this link on your screen. BIONICLE the game isn't the only classic BIONICLE game getting the mod treatment. Thanks to the Kralik pack over at ModDB and BZPower, BIONICLE Heroes has also received a slew of enhancements. Let's see what's in store for players of BIONICLE Heroes Myths of Voyanui.
Hey all, my name is Kralik, and I'm the lead developer of BIONICLE Heroes Myths of Voyanui. I'm honoured to be taking part in BIONICLE Day alongside the other talented creators here, and you'll get to hear from some of the people that helped make Myths of Voyanui possible. For a little bit of background, last year and early this year, I created the first released BIONICLE Heroes mod, alongside a few friends who also had a passion for BIONICLE and wanted to see what could be done with this old game. Over the course of 3 releases, we overhauled the gameplay, revitalized a lot of visuals, and brought in extra details from the canon and quality of life changes to help make BIONICLE Heroes a much more enjoyable experience. For BIONICLE Day, we decided to create an exclusive add-on for Myths of Voyanui that restores a lot of cut graphical content and also some cut SFX. It's not a full-on release, and we'd recommend the 1.2 release for actual play, but if you want a little novelty experience to try out, this release might scratch that itch. Now, what did we change? As you can see in this gameplay footage showing Vezok's coastline, many HUD graphics have been replaced, from the radar to the Technic piece bar to the character selection graphics. Except for Paraka, these are all adapted from cut content within the game's files. The Paraka logos were styled after the box art to try and carry a similar motif to the new Toa icons. You might have also seen the blue crater in the beginning. That is a texture change present in the latest release of Myths of Voyanui, where all crater except Kuraks were given their canon correct colorations. We'll let the footage play for a minute for the next change. We've changed the combat track in Vezok's coastline to match the combat track from the PC demo. The Unlock archives have also seen a few changes. The revised and much improved masks were created by Clitronics, and feature as part of the latest Myths of Voyanui update as well. Consistency as well as better accuracy to the set variants was taken into account when designing these. The Vaki also receive a retexture in Myths of Voyanui to have their headpiece be the correct colour, and our Unlock images reflect that. A small addition in the BIONICLE Day patch is cut renders for Galok and Tanok being implemented into the enemy archive section. Within Fox boss fight, we tweaked his attacks to be correct as the base game accidentally swaps his melee and bullet attack. We also revamped his playable form in Myths of Voyanui's base versions, featuring a dual icicle beam attack instead of his relatively standard and boring beam attack. Lastly, Matoro's sniper scope was also changed to match a cut graphic in the files, though this graphic was cleaned up too so that it would fit better. As you watch some gameplay of Zaktan, whose attack was replaced with a short-range homing blast, here's some words from Iridium, who helped work out texture manipulation.
Hey, I'm Iridium. Working on Myths of Voyanui was pretty tough because of the amount of R&D required. Without any documentation, we had to work out a lot of the stuff ourselves. Hexadecimal Mantis' scripts really helped us though when it came to modifying assets. I managed to get texture manipulation working with hex editing, and helped work out how some values in the level.cfg react when changed. I then helped set up documentation for the work we did so other people could create mods in the future.
With some gameplay of Vezon kicking about now, here's some words from Sloth, who was our sound engineer.
Hi guys, I'm Sloth, and I'm a sound designer. I've worked out how to convert to and from Heroes sound format, as well as a very simple workflow on how to change the music around. It was really important to us that other people were also able to do what we did in their own mods. So I pioneered the documentation with descriptions of how to get the custom sounds working. We With all of the documentation we created, it's now possible for people to make their own mods at the same scale as Myths of Voyanui.
Thanks for listening, guys. Myths of Voyanui is complete with the 1.2 release, and this add-on gives you a little bit extra novelty value to play around with. We hope you've enjoyed this little content dump, and make sure to check out our ModDB page for more info and feature lists, as well as an article version of this video and the changelog within, including a few things we haven't mentioned here. Enjoy the rest of the Bionicle Day stream from the Myths of Voyanui team.
We hope you enjoyed that demo reel. If you'd like to experience Myths of Voyanui for yourself, I'm happy to announce that a brand new patch has just been released on ModDB. For our final presentation of this direct, we'll be showcasing an amazingly ambitious Minecraft mod project, years in development. Do you ever wonder what would happen if, instead of 6 legendary Toa, the island of Matanui got all of them? You can find out now in Empire of Toa, a multiplayer journey to defeat Makuta and his hordes of infected Rahi. Let's give this project a closer look. We hope you enjoyed that demo reel for Empire of Toa. Be sure to keep an eye out on their official Twitter account at empire_of_Toa for more information about when the project will be launching. Finally, while not quite a video game itself, we do have one last thing to show you today which we think you're gonna love. This last item comes from Justin Lukter, composer for Matanui, the online game. Let's take a look.
And the new one begins.
It's the final countdown. The final countdown.
In Metro Nui, the Vaki are spreading throughout the city, claiming to enforce the law. But instead, Matoran are disappearing. These new Vaki are highly advanced, equipped with powerful tools, and the awesome ability to transform. Their actions are suspicious, but their aim is clear. Bionicle, you must surrender or run. Each set sold separately.
À Mitronoi, la bataille des titans a commencé. Le légendaire Kitongu affronte le roi Sidorak et la reine Rodaka. Leurs armes, leurs pinces rotatives et leurs hélicodisques venimeux sont une vraie menace. Kitongu pourra-t-il les vaincre? BIONICLE, la légende continue.
The city of Metro Nui is in peril.
It's the end of the line, Toa.
The last Toa is in grave danger.
No!
Can these 6 young heroes prove they are worthy of the name Toa and save Metro Nui from destruction? Bionicle 2, Legends of Metro Nui, Saturday night at 7. Believe in yourself. Only Toonami.
Kali, Toa of Water.
Hello everyone, welcome to our first demo of Bionicle Quest for the Masks Recharged. Very different from last year, and now available on the Steam Workshop for Tabletop Sim. I am, of course, Liam, also known as Vakiti, and we shall now go around the table and introduce everyone else.
Oh boy. I'm Reese. I'm a writer and kind of creative dude at Lightstone Studios working on Legend of Matanui. I also play tested this.
Hi, I am Labuka or Labo, as I'm known in the server, Mr. Labo. I'm a friend of the server and have been following the projects that Pakiri and
Apparently there's some echo. I will plug in my headset. I thought the noise cancellation would fix that. My mistake.
Oh.
Oh, was it my echo?
No, I think it's everybody.
Oh, sorry.
Not your fault.
But anyway, happy to be here,
Should be
guys.
a little better now.
Mhm.
Okay.
Happy
Hi,
to be
everyone.
here.
Yeah.
Now
Sorry, Miss Lava. Hi, everyone. I am Swirt. I'm just some guy that happens to be on every single server
I can't hear.
on
Well,
Discord.
you guys go on and introduce yourselves. I'll figure out my audio.
Okay.
To answer the question, yes, this one is live. We are live. As you may or may not know, I own the Bionicle Sector 01 website. That is, of course, the largest, most accurate wiki for Bionicle.
Indeed.
Yeah.
And that's all you really need to know about me, other than I also helped code design everything you see here as far as the game goes. Obviously, there's a lot of people behind all this, and I cannot take any credit for them. But I had to write the rules all the same. All right.
I'm Owen, also known as Nyara Ghost. I'm a proud member of the Beaverhouse, Bionicle Memer, and proud Bionicle Collector.
I am Joker131. I am the founder of Team Kanohi, and I'm here to play this game for the second time in my life.
Would be my first. Would be mine. Mine would be the first. So hey, you've got a head start over me.
Absolutely. I will say, real fast, since we just watched the direct, I'm really impressed by that trailer. I'm looking forward to seeing it, and I'm really shocked that you managed to get on Steam.
Yeah, it kind of was a freaking amazing realization when we managed that. And here's to hoping that Lego won't care.
Right. Rhinosaurus, we are absolutely live.
Yeah.
We are not recorded.
Howdy.
Though.
This is going to be a train wreck.
Oh, it is absolutely going to be a train wreck. But
It's
this is
gonna be
our train
fun.
wreck all the same.
Yeah. To everyone watching, you can be very sure that this is live recorded because, by God, you cannot fake the anxiety coming out of most of our mouths right now. Or at
Yeah,
least of
so
mine.
sorry about this, guys. This is live. I still can't hear anything. I don't know what is going on with my headphones, and even when I unplug them, there's no audio coming from my speakers now. I have no idea what's going on.
Well,
Wow, it's
okay.
like we
Are
switched
we still
places.
broadcasting out, though?
Yeah, do we need to redo intros? Or,
Well, he
we
can't hear us.
Oh, well.
I don't think he. Well.
I guess. Oh yeah, okay. Apparently, a lot of people are pointing out that audio is good on their end. So Liam sounds good. Can you hear us? Is the question. I'm assuming you can.
I'd hope.
Let's find out.
So because I'm here.
Yes. Okay. We have a confirmation we can be heard, so that's a good sign.
Good. So because I'm here on our Team Kanohi streams, we have a saying that it's not a Team Kanohi stream unless there's technical difficulties.
Oh, that's pretty much every stream, but you are valid.
Yeah.
Also, I want to give a shout out to Ivan Prof, whose work is also being featured here in all these cards. Obviously, I had to do a minor bit of editing on some of them because, of course, we introduced the brand new Mass the Might deck, but otherwise, they're almost identical to everything, and again, would not be possible without all of Ivan's work. So,
Figuratively
thank you
raises
very much.
Thank you very much.
Figuratively raises hand. Just a question for Joe Cool. Because I had the game open, I wasn't aware that the start of the stream news coming on. What trailer were you guys talking about, and what was announced that is on Steam? Because should I hold my excitement and yields of excitement?
Alright, well, I got audio back on my speakers. I know there's echo. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about it right now. I don't know what's happening.
Darn.
Hopefully
it
it's
might
not
be-
too terrible, but I don't know what the hell's going on.
Okay.
Right. It might be an OBS issue. Hopefully not.
Well, normally when I plug in a headset, my PC detects that and tells me, do you want to switch to headphones or whatever? It's not doing that, and every time I
Have you
change the
tried
option
doing it-
to the headset, it just doesn't do anything.
Huh. Well, a lot of people are pointing out they cannot hear echo, so if that's the case, we're good to go. You'll just have to deal with
I
it.
turned the volume down, so hopefully that does fix it. So,
Okay.
let's just
All
go
right,
ahead
well,
and
let's go
jump
ahead and
right
get
into
into
it
it
then.
then.
I apologize, everyone.
Everybody go ahead and roll to see
this
who
is
starts.
this is pretty par for the course for Beaverhouse. Let's be honest. This is the kind of stuff that I was expecting.
I have a 7.
I got a 10. I got an 8.
All
right, so it looks like it's gonna be
first of all, let's not
Owen
forget to
and-
draw our 3 Rocky Challenge cards.
That's
right.
Everybody draws 3?
Oh.
Yep, just hit 3 on the keyboard.
Okay,
Oh,
all
God.
right.
I drew.
Oh,
three
oh,
by
you hit 3 twice. Okay, go ahead and throw them in the discard. It's fine. We'll go
Well,
and throw
just
them in
put them
discard.
back on the top of the deck and shuffle it.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
hang on. I got it. Don't put it on that because that's not going to help us.
Okay.
If you're an OBS,
Here,
try messing
go
with the
ahead.
monitoring settings in the audio. No, that's it's something to do with my audio, with my sound card or something. Because again, it normally Windows would pop. Wait a minute. I disabled notifications on Windows, didn't I?
I
Because
think
I
you
didn't
did.
want them coming up on the stream.
Oh, cool.
So real quick, back a minute ago, we had a question about Beamop.
Yeah.
And someone was asking what is on Steam. They didn't get to see the trailer.
Me. That would be me.
No, that was someone in the chat, right?
I also, it might have been, but I also asked while we were on the call, Joe Cole.
Oh, right, yeah.
The trailer.
Bionicle Max Power will be
There
on
we go.
Steam.
Now I have sound on my headphones. Sorry, go on.
There you go. Bionicle Mask Power will be on Steam when it fully releases, and sometime in the near future. We don't want to set a hard date because we don't want to rush the product, but sometime in the near future we will have a demo out on Steam.
Ooh, I'm excited for this. Yes. Okay.
I'm not gonna lie, because I saw that it definitely launched a little early. I've already added Master Power to my wish list.
Yeah, we accidentally published the Steam
it's
page
already-
like 12 hours early.
It's already on the Steam listings. I'm gonna have to add it to my wish list as well. Hell yeah!
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
But now we're doing something that has officially launched today.
Indeed.
Yes, this is available right now.
If you have Tabletop Simulator, we can go over the rules a little bit. I cannot emphasize enough, though. We don't have a whole lot of time to play this,
Right.
and it
I
will
think
take
I
us-
think as long as we all know how to play, we don't need to go over things too much.
Oh boy.
Right. Well, it was asked in chat. That's why I mentioned it. And yes, I have chat
Right,
pulled
right.
up on the other window to watch.
Well,
who's
if you want to download the mod and read the rules, the rule book is actually available in the game.
Yeah,
It's all
and it
right here.
lags the game when you turn the page because it's high resolution.
Yeah.
All right,
it-
so-
Nearly forgot something too. Let's do this.
all right. So I guess we're gonna go ahead and start with let's start with you, Liam, just because it'll make life easier. It'll give everybody an example how to play.
Oh, did I roll the highest?
Well, you
You
rolled a
tied-
10. You
you
tied
tied
with
with Owen.
Owen.
Oh, well, I mean, let's roll again then. I mean,
All right.
unless you'll want me to go first, I don't really care.
I think it'd be easier if you go first, just for sake of it.
All right.
So let's go
all right.
ahead and push the button.
As
Liam,
usual,
go ahead and push the button.
Takes Liwa or Onua to start the story.
There we go. All right. Onua shall now begin his quest. And
Yes.
I will begin my quest by taking a game action card.
Wow.
Okay, we're started.
And I end my turn.
How amazing. You know what? I'm gonna do that too.
Ooh.
Oh boy,
Okay,
it do
I
begin.
know it's so good. It do be.
You can move up to 3 spaces, by the way.
Okay, for me,
So-
I am just going to be big surprise. I'm just going to be taking an action.
Good first turn.
Remember, when you land on a game action space, you can choose to either pull a game action card or a Rahi challenge card.
Right. Go ahead and click end turn when you're done, of course.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, guess what?
Oh boy.
Quality first turn.
God, some stellar play. We need like a
I think everybody has an opportunity to get a game
Again,
action
very
card on the
controversial
first try,
here.
right?
Oh.
All right. Go ahead and draw either a Rahi or game action card from the deck. Just hit one.
We should have had a 7.
Oh, gosh. Hold on. I fat fingered and pressed the 2 button.
That's fine. Go ahead and pull the second one here. We'll just flip
Yeah.
it in.
Sorry
There
about
we
that.
go. No worries.
So what would you compare this to give me a sense of what I'm watching? This looks like Magic mixed with Risk. I'm not really sure how to answer that, to be honest.
Honestly, it's not necessarily Magic the Gathering, because we're not necessarily pulling like mana or whatnot. This is actually a lot closer to honestly, after a while it's gonna act just like Monopoly, let's be honest.
Okay. I was close.
Yeah, where is the end turn button?
It's just your big name.
Do what now?
Your big name button. Your big name button.
Big name button.
Under the top bar.
Top of the screen.
Unless you had the
Oh, I
UI
see.
turned off.
Gotcha.
Okay.
There
we go.
Give me a break. I usually play in VR.
Guess what? I'm gonna get a game action card.
Adventure Kid says, I now play Pot of Greed. It's here. It's in here.
Guys,
we have a lot of Greed card. We really do.
Since I only moved 2, can I move one more as well?
Yes, because you are on the game action, you can move further.
Oh, I forgot you could do that.
Yeah. Game action, you pass through on missions and whatnot. You stop missions and challenges.
All right, I am going to take a risk, and I'm going to go to this double Great Mass Challenge, but I got to take a mission first, so let's see what we got. Roll, please. Draw 2 game action cards. Ooh, baby. I will accept that. Baby, oh baby. I guess that's my turn.
You have to put one back.
Oh, okay. I'll just put that one back. Do you put it back on the top or just in the discard?
Put it back in the discard.
Keep one in your hand and discard the other, so it just goes away. Oh, poor Rahi defend. Well, that mission.
That poor man.
There we go.
All right. Well, it's my turn, so I'm gonna do this. See.
I like this one.
Okay. Let's see. Who's my challenge first turn? Oh, second turn.
Dang.
Well, you can challenge anybody.
I know. That's yeah.
Hey. Instead of Pot of Greed, we've got Pot of Greed. We also have enemy controller, technically.
Yeah, we do have a lot of those too.
And you can counter enemy controller with another enemy controller.
I challenge Owen.
Oh boy! So Aliwa versus Galley fight.
What do we got?
Galley challenge. Ready?
Swimming in vision.
Oh,
well, you lose.
Yeah, I think I win that one. I think anyway.
That's 1500 versus 1300. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I win that one.
Yeah.
Yay.
Well, congratulations. You are the winner of the first. What a shock. Reese wins the first mask of the game. What an actual shock.
I have won one game. Calm down.
Look, that's just payback for the last time we played together.
Yeah, a little bit.
Swear, can I just say, I am all for you being the commentator of every single action that is happening, because you know what we really need is literally a golf-like commentator for every single action that's happening. And
well, I do follow football because of my Sounders team, so I do have some knowledge in announcing all of those goals.
Nice.
Also, yes, we have the ocean sunfish on a tablet. That is all.
Yeah, I'm right next to it. Yeah, it is indeed.
Go
All
for it.
right. So that is your turn. Now go ahead and move
I
on
did.
to Solabo.
You know what? I am gonna be daring for for what it's worth, and I'm going to go to this challenge square.
That's a mission.
Oh,
That's
boy.
fine.
So
There we go.
Got
Thank you.
you and your opponent.
You and your opponents.
Okay,
fuck
so
yeah,
we got to
okay.
roll for this. Whoever
so
rolls
we do have to
lowest,
roll.
right?
Yes,
Okay.
lowest.
Come on. All right, I'm good
Nope.
with that.
Yeah,
So,
6.
Hey! 12.
Look who it
I
is.
just rolled a 1.
Yeah, no one did worse than that. So
Crit fail.
Who is my
F in the chat.
you're switching with
Yep.
okay.
Go ahead and, I'll take that one. You take that one. Enjoy that one.
This arena is
Okay.
so beautifully made. Massive kudos to the artist behind it. That, along with the character models for the Toa, were done by Grandpa Walker from Lightstone Studios, and I
Oh
believe
my
he's currently
God.
working on the follow-up to the Biopack as well.
Grandpa made those?
Yes.
cool.
Yes.
Oh my
person.
God, the mad
Very
lad.
talented.
Indeed.
What's funny is if you ever saw the previous years where we were playing this game, we actually had a poker table.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it still exists, just we're not using it ever again.
Absolutely covered in graffiti.
I
Oh,
missed it.
Maybe we can
Oh,
show
if
this
you
right
would
at
like
the
to
end of
graffiti
this.
this one as well, we cannot necessarily stop you, but try not to very much. Well, it won't matter because it's already saved for the world to see.
Right.
So go ahead and do what you do. All right.
Oh.
So you've completed your mission. I guess it's my turn now.
Let's see. Yeah, completed the mission. Yeah, I guess it's your turn. Yep. There you go.
All right.
Get the light stones.
1, 2, and I'll just stop right here in front of the challenge.
Oh boy. So, Owen, it is your turn now.
Okay, well, I'm going to be controversial here and move on to a double game action card space.
Wow.
Am I allowed to
You
divvy
can
this
double
up?
you can double dip if you want and pick a game action and a Rahi.
Yeah, you can do one of both.
First, I'm going to get a Rahi card and see what I get. And yeah, I'm going to get me a game action as well.
Yeah.
Daring, aren't we?
And with that, I will pass.
Uh-huh.
All right, I'm gonna do something funky here.
Oh.
Get a game action.
Controversial.
I forgot
But-
that was a thing that we allowed them to do.
Fail.
Oh, a portal usage.
And so now I'm gonna head over to where should I go?
How many spaces did you just move?
Let's go here.
He
Can
just went.
I just say
Oh,
I
sorry.
like how ridiculous that is with like
Bryn, no
him
work.
flying
you know.
around.
If
Can
you
I just-
started
No,
here,
he was-
you already moved your 3
No,
spaces.
he started here.
Yeah, I started
Oh,
there.
right,
I moved
right.
to-
My brain just doesn't work. Ignore
1,
me.
2, 3. Yeah, we're good.
Mhm.
We're good.
I'm just dumb.
So that's
Ignore
me.
me.
All right, so
I'm spent.
now I'm going here.
Wow.
Look through my cards here. Okay. I am challenging Reese because it's tradition that I gang up on Reese.
Nah, it's. Yeah.
All right.
Vision.
I think
Your
you win on
vision
that.
is
Yeah, you win on
600,
that.
Mine is 800. All right.
Yeah, you win that.
So that
You're good.
is one from that. So
But
we
in
pick
reality,
one,
I
we
play.
Hold on. We pick
all
one from.
see Owen.
Please, we pick one from both decks, right?
Yes.
One from
Okay.
each deck. Yes.
All right. So that one's done. Next, I
Two.
challenge you, Owen, to
Oh,
shielding.
nice.
Oh.
I've got
400.
400.
600. Oh, I enjoy. I very
you-
much enjoy.
This is
I
definitely
guess I
not
passed my
Yu-Gi-Oh!
turn.
I would love to try to make it so that it was more like Yu-Gi-Oh! Having
Oh
an
my
actual
God.
personalized deck that you could build, but that's a whole different set of circumstances I can't even begin to.
Can you imagine if I
Like
Can you
play
imagine
zero.
named
Yeah.
archetype of Yu-Gi-Oh? Can you imagine the designs on the cards? Oh boy.
Oh, okay, Reese just went through a game action and then went straight to this mission. Here we go. Set it down.
Can I
You
use a
cannot
prerogative?
use the Taraka card. Okay, so
Oh,
we'll put that there.
There should probably be a period on this card.
Very
Yeah,
good point.
Cool.
add it to the
Well,
list.
Mm.
Yeah.
There are still
Look.
some minor inconsistencies.
Yeah.
Right. This
my
one is
turn's
also
over. So
not one of the ones that was edited.
Yeah, so yeah, that's not even on us.
That's
Okay,
that's not
let's
even.
see now.
Maybe I'm the one that added periods. Maybe none of them do.
Okay.
Where nobody understands anything and everybody asks for the rules. That's the chat.
Okay. So against my better judgment, because I don't think I've grasped the way that the challenges work, I am going to challenge.
All right.
Boy, who
Here
are you
we go.
challenging?
Who do you
Okay,
want?
so
Before
you know
flip?
what? You know what? Just like all good buddy cop dynamics, I gotta establish the friendship with my best bud Kopaka, so I'm going to challenge Joku.
All right, here we go.
Wow.
Swimming.
Swimming.
Oh, you
no.
lose.
That was a horse.
That's the one.
Like
you
the
could not-
worst possible thing you could have pulled.
All right, so since you have officially lost, and you did, unfortunately, that does mean you do not get to draw mass this turn.
Okay.
And you stop on this square because you have stopped on
move
a
on.
challenge.
Wait, what was the last part?
Because you are on the challenge and you landed on it, you have to stop where you are, so you're done with this turn.
Yeah. You should
Unless
move
you have
on.
like game actions that'll allow you to move further or whatnot.
Let me check actually if I do have.
Probably use the quick comma.
Is it too late to use it?
It's a little too late to use it, yeah.
Fuck. Okay, sorry. I'm a new man.
That's one.
There.
Cast, is this the pinnacle of Binnacle? Oh, this is absolutely the pinnacle of Binnacle.
Absolutely. All right.
No, Bionicle's one of my favorite Pokemon.
Hey,
Wow.
I'm going to be like them cool kids. I'm going to challenge somebody now.
Oh, yeah! Boy, who are you challenging, buddy?
All right. Who am I challenging? You know what, Liam? We have worked so well to get with each other the last 3 weeks.
Yeah?
To get with each other?
That's why I'm challenging
Is it
Reese.
is it time to throw hands?
No, this is why I'm now challenging Reese.
Ah.
Oof.
Flight and shielding.
Flight and shielding. Well, my shielding's 900, my flight's 700. I think I win.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that 1400
Throw
versus
the
what?
hams. Thank you, Naha.
All right, I guess that's it. I win.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, that'll be useful.
Boy, we're getting the mass real quick this time, huh?
We're actually trying instead of trying to get to Kinney Nui. That's the other thing.
Okay,
By
well,
the way, and Reese, since now you have officially, it says during the next Great Mass Challenge, you have completed your mission.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
I think that's how that works, yeah?
Yeah. My dumb decision to move on to this space was fine after all.
I'm gonna
Wait till
take
you
a
get to the
mission.
next one, you have to take 2 missions.
Well, yeah.
Boy,
but,
what do
you
we
know.
got?
Oh,
You must skip a turn?
Oh.
Oof, I have to skip the next turn.
Yep, you skip the next turn.
That's lovely.
All right,
Nice.
where am I going here? More to the point, what can I do? Can I do anything anymore? No, I can't use my Picari in the way we had it in the previous version.
Not
because-
anymore.
Not
Right,
anymore.
That specifically.
So I guess I'm stuck going through. What? Who grabbed Onua from me?
Yeah.
That was weird. Right.
All right.
Hooray.
Here we go.
Going clockwise around the table. So of
Oh,
course
no!
it's the most obtuse
Oh,
card.
no.
Okay.
It's the most obtuse card in the deck.
We have got to change it then. But I don't want to at the same time. Okay.
All right, walk us through
I
this
will
one,
go where
Sword.
Leeward is. What?
We made this card, apparently. Because
Yes.
symbols
We
on
did
this
this
one
card.
card.
Look,
This
the
is
original
my
card.
fault.
Let me explain. The original card was in the original game because the board was split into 2 halves, and you only played on one or the other at a time. You had to flip the board. There was only one way to replicate that and still keep the original spirit, and that was this nonsense, or at least we thought.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Wait. So does this mean I have to give my Kaku to Onua?
No, you're
not.
you switch your player pieces.
We are switching positions. So everybody, I am on this one. So I need to go where Liwa is. Pahatu needs to go where I am. So
I need
everybody
to go
pick up
where
your
Onua
space.
is?
We'll do this one at a time.
Okay,
I will move over here, Liwa. Liwa, move over to where Kopaka is.
Liwa.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. And then I move over to Onua.
Kopaka moves over to where Onua is. Onua moves to where Gali is.
Where was
And I
Gali?
will- I'm
Gali was on
right
that
here.
mission just in front of the Kininui.
And I'm
Valley
right
moves
here.
where Pahatu was, and Pahatu moves back to that challenge space
So-
and now drop.
Does this mean I trigger this
Wow,
mission
that
or
puts
not?
me very nice and close to the
You
Kinninui.
do not
I am
trigger
happy
the
with
mission.
this.
You did not trigger any of the spaces you land on.
Got it.
Swear,
We are just there now.
Is this correct where I am? Is it where
You
I'm
are correct,
supposed to be?
right where I left you. Yes.
Okay, perfect.
You know what?
All right, I guess
Everybody's
that's my
saying this
turn.
is utter nonsense. I'm going to remind you, this is also the greatest card ever for the same exact reason.
I agree.
Oh, it is actually. I'm right next to a double challenge.
I love it.
Oh, that's
Give me wacky physics and the rules in card games. I live for this kind of things.
Okay.
Yeah. This is sleepery at its finest.
Cool.
You
Roll.
must give an opponent all the game action cards in your hand.
Highest
All right, we
win.
roll.
This isn't that bad. I don't have.
I have an 11.
I also have an 11.
All right. Guess we're going to roll off unless we have other people.
Should I roll? Should I roll as well?
Yeah, I'm the only
Reese
one who
does not roll. Everybody else does. Yes.
All right, I re-rolled to a 5. What about you, Swart?
1 sec. A 1.
Oh yeah, give me all those cards. Give me those cards, baby.
Just run over and hit 1 on each of them. Liam,
Hell yeah!
I just gave them to him. It's much easier.
Let's see what you got, fam.
It's not fantastic. One of them's okay, but the other one's
it is.
Don't forget, you also still have a 5 card limit on your hand.
That is very true.
Let's
I've
see.
only got 4.
I am going to go and take. I'm gonna go right into the middle of the volcano. And I'm going.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That is
boy.
indeed a good challenge. Oh yeah. Go ahead and sit on the table.
Sorry.
You must give up one game action card. Okay, give up the card that I gave you.
Yeah, just
You have
put
to
it in the
just
discard
discard it
pile.
over here.
Oh god, and I didn't even get to use it.
What is it?
Can I get an F in the chat, fellas?
Go ahead, let's drag it out.
I can keep going, right?
No, you stop on a mission. So yeah, you repair an infected mask with this card.
Okay.
That would have been so useful if anybody had played an infected mask.
Well, it doesn't look like we're gonna be just there yet, so I guess it might have been breaking in my hand. Maybe.
What is this game being played on? This is Tabletop Simulator.
Yes. Apologies if you do not understand the rules. Honestly, yes, we know all of us have learned it, and we will be more than happy to tell you more about it at some other point. But in the meantime, it's just better to learn by doing. All right. So where am I now? Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and pick up a game action here, and then I'm just going to land on the double mission.
Oh boy.
And then play this.
But that only works for 1, doesn't it?
I know it does. It says
But
you move into a mission. But here's the thing: we never had a double mission before, so does it?
I mean, I'm
willing to
yes.
say one mission is taken care of. One mission is now done.
Yeah, 1.
So
It's like
I'll
that's
go ahead
how
and
the
take on the
Picari
second
originally
mission.
worked. You cannot play a
Oh.
Rahi challenge you next turn. Oh no. Whatever.
Oh no!
do.
How
Dear.
All right, before I finish my turn, I'm going to go ahead and also. Well, no, I'll hold off.
Okay.
Oh darn! I should have played that card when I had the chance, but that's fine.
That's a
fine.
shame.
It's a shame. All right.
All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and move on to a Great Math Challenge space.
Oh,
Wow.
I'm going to
challenge him, buddy.
I will challenge Reese another
Always
time.
me.
Let's go for Labo.
All right.
Oh
What?
boy.
Oh,
Wait,
okay.
what? Going for Labo?
Okay.
All right.
Flight
Flight
vision.
Light and Vision.
Well, you
Wow.
got him on flight, probably.
Well, I've got
If it's got him on
1600.
flight.
Yeah, that's an easy one.
Yeah,
11.
that's an easy one.
Yeah, oh my
I
god.
did post a cheat sheet for everybody the other day. I don't know if it's still there or not.
I would like that cheat sheet actually.
You take
Here,
1
I'm
from
gonna
both.
go ahead and I'll repost
Yeah.
it in the Quest for the Mass private channel for everybody to see.
I also
Oh,
have a
thank you.
calculator open if
I
you need it.
will- Ping
Which
everybody.
of these decks should I draw my prize
One
from?
from each of these.
One from
One
each of
each.
these two.
One from
Uh,
each.
The
Yes.
one
Yep,
from
of
the
the
last
ones that are
two.
listed as masks.
Not that
Okay.
one. That one and that one. Why are
Yeah.
my pings?
Okay, there's
not-
arrows everywhere. Hold on.
Okay, stand by. Let's clear them. You need one of the center, and you need one of the right.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Very cool.
And of course,
Yes,
it is
we-
my
we
turn
decided-
because Joe Cool misses a turn. And
Yeah.
that
Hey,
mission
but the mission's
is
done.
completed.
Huzzah!
that for me. Wasn't paying
All right.
attention. Just couldn't do
What
that.
do I want to do here? What do I have available? Not really much that I can do, so I'm just gonna go ahead, take the double mission. All right.
Yep.
Wow.
What's the first one?
Riveting.
Combine the mission draw. Oh no.
Oh, that's fine.
Whatever
no,
are
not
we gonna
that,
do?
Not that, whatever.
Okay.
I normally don't like to put that one back and I just leave it out, but okay.
And second one, take the top 2 cards from your game action draw pile and place them in your game action discard pile. Okay.
So we'll just drop them all. So that was a
That was
board and
easy.
Oh man.
Yeah, that would have been
Rip.
useful for everybody to have.
That's how I won the last game.
Yeah, there's your pot of greed for win.
Anyway, I'm just gonna move back over here.
That's wise cars.
Yeah,
Wait,
cars.
hold on. Did you already do that?
This is the
challenge?
one. This
Okay.
I got moved
Yep,
here
that's
after the
fine.
mission.
That's fine. That's fine. Here we go.
I got moved here for the mission. Anyway,
Ooh,
I
we're
don't
challenging.
know. I'm challenging as you, Swirt.
All right, let's do it.
Speed.
Speed.
Minus 500.
700.
Yeah.
By the way, can
all
I
do
just say, it is amazing that we have lost like 150 viewers for this.
I wonder why.
We're having fun.
Yeah.
All right. Phantom Caveman has a question.
What's your question? Also, hi, friend. I know him.
Wow.
All right. Well, you won that challenge, so I guess moving on to Mr. Labo.
Yep.
Okay. Let's see what my next plummeting is gonna be. You know what? I'm gonna be a daring soul, and I'm also gonna go for a double mission.
Oh,
yeah, absolutely. Here we go. There's first.
You must move
6
6 spaces to the south.
Oh, that's an instant move.
Wow.
So you just go all the way down here.
6.
Yeah.
And you still have to do the second mission.
Okay, perfect.
You must give up.
Must give up.
Right. Ouch.
They are really, really shitting on you in this
Okay,
game.
Judge, can I just select them? Can I just select them?
Yeah, you get to choose.
Did you
Okay.
make the map original art, or did you rip it? A little bit of both.
A little bit of both.
Okay. Just
discard.
Yeah, nice to see you, guy.
All right,
Great.
that's fair.
Well, if we're playing by reverse golf points, I am winning.
Absolutely. All right.
Are you
Take
sure?
a
I
while.
only
Guess
have
what my
one
next
mask.
move's gonna be. That's right.
Oh boy.
First things first. I'm gonna play a noble card.
Oh.
It's getting spicy.
Oh.
So I'm gonna take a peek at the 3 cards here.
Oh god.
Stand by.
All right.
I don't even. I still only have my base mask.
I know what this is doing for you.
I'm just gonna take a cursory check around the board.
Yeah.
Howdy.
How you doing there, buddy?
No, I'm doing great. I'm loving these. That's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt.
Alive, and they've never felt this way before. Okay.
Okay, I think I've got enough. I've gleaned enough. I'm actually, since I'm going to enter that space anyway, I'm just going to put this as the 3rd card. I'm going to put this one as the 2nd card. I forgot to flip that. And this card. So I'm now challenging 3. And the first challenge, I can't peek, of course.
Who are you challenging, buddy?
Let's see. If I remember this one correctly, I am challenging... Hang on. I'm going to pull it again because I've already seen it, but...
What?
Because... Okay.
What are you doing?
He's cheating.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Why are you running?
Running, is this a hint on who's gonna be your target?
So, come on, who are you challenging?
Don't have
I
all day.
guess I am officially challenging. Ooh. God.
My
Come on.
guy,
like
just
5
pick
minutes to figure
one.
this
Okay,
out.
I'm challenging you. I am challenging you, Liam. Ready?
All right, let's go. Let's throw hands. Speed and strength. You lose.
No, I do not.
No, what do you got?
I've got a 6 and a 5. What do you have?
Liam, that's your worst stat.
Speed?
That's a 1300 versus me, which is also. Well, no, I'm 1100, aren't I?
Oh yeah, you lose.
Yeah, you are.
Well,
okay.
I can
I
get
couldn't
11.
remember-
I can also get 1100, but
Well,
then what? Six
You
and
have-
400.
you have
You're at
13.
1300 already
Get back.
for speed and strength.
You're at 13 without
Okay.
the mask.
9 and
So you
4
win.
is 13.
Oh, okay.
So
Math.
that was
Well,
not
whatever.
my best choice. But the
All right,
next
all
one
right.
is absolutely my best one.
All
Oh
right.
boy.
I'm double checking because I know what it definitely is. Oh, okay. I remember what the stat is now. I'm challenging you, Joe Cool.
Oh boy.
Ready?
Something's happening.
Yeah.
Flight?
You lose.
Wow.
Oh, flight.
Oh.
Yeah.
I've got a 700. You've got a 400.
Yeah,
Unless you have
there's
something that
nothing.
boosts it up
There's
another
nothing I
3.
could do against that. You win.
Yeah, I win that
Oh,
one.
this mod looks amazing. I'm summing on Steam right now. Well, thank you.
Oh, hey, by the way, since I'm not actually going to do a ride challenge, that's gone. And look who I just got.
Great.
Yeah, I already got mine. You're not special.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh, if you already got, yeah, you already put her out. Good.
Yeah.
All right, who are you
All right,
challenging
now
last,
third
buddy?
challenge.
The
The last one,
Grumpy Simp is
I
here.
am challenging Pahatu.
Oh boy.
I believe this is the
It's
right
swimming.
course. I could be
Is it
wrong.
swimming?
I'm seriously
Strength
behind
and
in this
swimming.
whole game.
Oh man.
Yes,
Yeah, I'd say
mine
that's the right
is
course.
1400. Pahatu is a measly.
Well,
Rip.
12.
That was a really good move.
Will the
Oh,
Founders
boy.
panel from
To
this
look
morning
at
be
them
uploaded
first.
to the Beaverhouse's YouTube channel? Yes, it will. Yes, it will. Everything
dear.
from Bionicle Day on
Oh,
both
and
days
I can
will
pull
be
back up
uploaded
my
later.
river because I already was challenged, so I could have put that down at some point.
Hmm.
All right, and with that, I end my turn.
wow.
All right.
All
And
right.
I know exactly what Liam's going to do in his turn.
Let's all gang up and swear.
You think you know what I'm gonna do, but you have no idea what I'm gonna do.
Strange, isn't it? That got a
You may
wheeze
know
for me.
everything I'm going to do, but that's not going to help you because
What?
I know everything you're going to do. Strange, isn't it?
This sounds
Oh,
like
wow,
it was
okay.
out of the Yu-Gi-Oh anime.
What do we got?
Opponent draws 3 cards, and I just
All
rolled.
right, we're
An
rolling.
opponent gets to draw 3 Rahi. Here we go.
I just rolled a 12.
Wait,
Oh,
everyone
you already
I
rolled
also
a
got a
12.
12.
I got a
also
10.
got a 12.
I got 6.
Oh, okay.
give me one moment, I need to roll.
Okay.
Nah,
six.
6. I got
Yeah,
6.
Liam, kind of reroll.
All right, reroll you two.
I think
Who,
I'm
me?
Very,
5.
very unlucky.
1.
God! Fuck.
Yay! How many do I draw? 3? Oh man,
3.
I'm gonna have to discard one.
Perhaps.
Maybe. You don't know that.
You're
Well,
allowed
now
3
I
of
have
each
6
type.
in my hand, so. Oh wait,
Well,
3
yeah,
of
but
each.
each type.
Never mind. I thought it was just 5 total.
Take some pure
No,
cards.
no, it's 5 game action.
Right,
And then
right.
3 of each.
Yeah, we made
You
it so
made
you
this
can
game,
have
come on.
3 whole sets of. Yeah, no, I
Look,
made
man,
this
it's hard to keep track of. Okay.
game. I wrote the damn thing.
Okay.
If it's too much, you can always donate to the foundation of the missing rights.
I think I'll pass there, buddy.
Okay.
Oh,
All right.
how long has my mic been off? Gosh.
I don't know.
Apparently long enough.
Gosh. I get to keep moving after that, right?
That was your mission, was it not?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
you stop on mission.
Oh, that stops me in my tracks.
Stop showing your tracks.
Okay, doke. In that case, I'm gonna pass. I kept asking, can I keep moving after that? And I was like, why is no one answering me?
Yeah, sorry about
I'm gonna put
That's
this
why.
down.
No, I mean, it was my fault.
Uh-oh.
It was good.
Ooh.
that. Draw. Discard the card and draw. Pot of Greed!
Pot of
Pot of
Greed. What does it
Pot of
do?
Greed.
What did it do?
What does it do?
Doesn't say this joke much.
Oh,
All right,
damn.
that's your first mission, or your first action, so you can go ahead and move on to your next mission.
Can I-
action.
Can I do a Rahi challenge and then also move, or is that
No,
stopping?
Rahi challenge is your turn.
Your movement.
All right. I'm gonna move then.
All right.
Oh,
Here we go. Here, let me get you.
Did you get challenge?
All right, who are you challenging first?
I will challenge. Let's see. I'm gonna
Keep in mind,
challenge.
I have no idea what's going to be this time because I only used my Ruru to see in the darkness for 3 cards.
I'm gonna challenge Pohatu for this.
All right, here we go.
Everyone just wants a piece of me today.
Speed, you lose. You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
Finally, I get to have a card. Finally.
No, you don't draw if you're challenged.
Oh,
yeah, you just stop me from doing it.
Yeah.
All right. Who's your second?
I'm gonna challenge Liwa here. I'm just basically picking it random.
Oh man, you might actually win that one.
Yeah.
You
win. Woo.
Very nicely done.
Finally, some masks.
Unless Owen, if you have some masks.
Remember, you draw one from both.
Yeah, I did.
Some good fucking masks.
Oh, that's 3.
What?
Unless Owen has something to block me from winning that, I would just assume
Nobody can block it.
I don't think so.
No.
I got something.
Oh no.
Oh no.
That's
the game will continue.
Hold on. No, it's still a tie. Therefore,
yeah, that's
you still win. The
I thought
challenger
I
still wins.
lost.
Well, you just wasted that card.
Oh well.
It was worth a try.
All right.
Yep.
All right, is it my turn?
Yeah.
All right then. Let's see
I want
here.
something bad.
Reese. Yeah, what's up, man?
Oh boy.
Really?
Strength 800.
Why me? Why do you do this to me?
Oh.
I have done I didn't even do anything to you this game. Come on.
Stop.
All right.
So that's a loss,
I'm not
right?
even at first.
That's a loss?
Yeah.
All right.
Say goodbye to Nokama.
Oh no!
You lose a Taraga card of your choice. Place the Taraga at the top of your opponent's Great Mass Taraga draw pile. That goes back actually.
What?
No.
Hold on. Why'd you do that to me?
No.
Oh no.
Nokama, it actually goes
Mark
back.
literally just drew 3 cards.
Look, you two are tied for masks, okay? Like, almost.
We are tied for masks.
Well...
You don't know how many I have. Wink, wink.
Yes, we do.
Well,
You do not have an understanding of
that's
how
my
many
turn.
I have.
Yeah, actually we do, because you already drew your turn.
You don't know how many Great Masks I have in here.
Yeah.
Unless you can do
says the
basic
door to
arithmetic.
darkness has
I was gonna
opened.
do basic math. Yeah, wow.
Unless you do basic arithmetic.
I have
Alright.
planned out my
Well,
next move.
1, 2.
I know what I'm gonna do next turn.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Oh.
Nice,
Clap,
good
clap.
play. Go clap.
All right, just to emphasize, what Reese just did is played the Rao, which allows him to now skip a mission space.
Okay.
I love
Let's
how
see.
Chad is just going nuts about Faber still, by the way.
Yeah. Oh, and basic arithmetic now.
Of course. Okay. So for me, I am just going to grab myself an action first.
Cool.
Okay.
Very
Give me
cool.
one moment to peruse. All right. And then I am gonna be a mad lad because apparently I have a penchant for being hurt, and I'm going to go and get myself a mission.
You're glutton
Hey,
for
why
punishment,
not?
eh?
Go ahead and drag it off the deck and
Okay.
flip it.
You must show the table your hand. Oh boy, all
Oh,
3
boy.
cards?
Oh,
Wow.
Harry.
All of my free cards.
Well, feel free
Wow.
to set them right here. All right.
Wait, you have a Kakama? What?
You had that
No
all along?
way.
I'm shocked. You could have been going fast. I thought you were speed.
I mean, I am, but I'm also not very smart.
All right, second card. Ooh.
Oh, great mask. Oh no.
Oh.
Gosh.
Whoa.
Oh.
Lord.
Maim this man. Bonus.
Oh,
man.
Oh, my.
That's a good one.
Here. That is a chunky one.
Yeah.
Memo to self: don't challenge Mr. Lava.
Yeah.
Unless you 100% know you're gonna win.
Right.
Oh my
All
God.
right. Go ahead and end your turn.
Okay.
Look, if you're
All right, it is now my turn, and all I see around me are 3 double mission spaces. So I'm just going to go ahead and skip my turn.
Wow.
So and you played a Rahi on me. Yeah, okay. Just keep that in your head.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go ahead and grab.
I will be back in just a moment.
Let's change it up. Let me get a Rahi card.
All right.
And does that stop me in my tracks, or do I get to keep moving?
No, you can keep moving.
Then I'm gonna go into a portal space.
Oh boy.
Let's see, where am I gonna go? Decisions. We'll go right here.
Wow.
Oh, come on.
And that'll be it.
yes. Finally, okay. I am going to. Who said they would? Who said they were going to be back? Was it Swart?
Swart, yeah.
Okay, because I was going to challenge him. So.
Rip.
Should I wait or just toss my cards down?
I mean, I would just say challenge somebody else. I don't know how long he's going to be.
But it needs to be him because of the cards he has.
Oof.
I can't move after a challenge either, so.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you there, buddy. You can't skip a turn or anything, so.
Oh, my perfect plan has been ruined.
Your perfect plan has been ruined by absence.
All right, I'll take a mission then. Cannot use any game action cards to next great fast challenge. That doesn't count for Rahi challenges.
Nothing.
Oh,
no.
yeah, that's just great.
No.
Got it. So I just keep this in. That kind of sucks.
Okay, so what do I want to do? Let me see. You know what? Since Swart is immovable at the moment, let's see what I'm going to do. I'm going to do something a little different than what he's expecting. He expects me to use my Pakari. I'm going to use my Miru instead.
Impossible.
And now we're both here. Yeah, he can just go on the corner.
Can't really.
Now there's 2 of them.
So, let's do 3 of these. What the hell was that?
What if we kissed on the triple mask challenge space? Unless.
Alright, who am I challenging? Well, I can't challenge Swart. You know what? Labo, let's go.
Oh boy, this is gonna be fun.
Right. Oh, well, I can't use my mirror right now, unfortunately. My flight is 500. Your flight is 600. I guess I lose that one. But I can retract my Miru now. So, that one's done. Let's see. Joe, let's challenge you. I haven't challenged you yet. Flight and shielding.
Flight and shielding.
You have not tasted Liam's fury.
800.
All right, I am back, and you are right. I was not expecting that.
Swart, you ruined my perfect plan. I was gonna challenge you on my turn, and then you were gone.
You could have still challenged me.
Yeah, but then we had to wait for your response.
I had the phone up, and I was watching the stream, but I did not see any of Liam's cards.
Okay,
right,
so I think we're tied for this, but Light and shielding, I play my Miru, and then in a tie, your opponent loses.
Wait a second. Can I just do that?
Yeah, you can.
Well, there you go.
So do I retract that, or do I just like?
I mean,
is that gone?
You didn't. You weren't gonna lose anyway if you tied.
The no you card.
Yeah, that's right too, isn't it? Well, whatever. Yeah. Okay. All right, so that's done. That's great.
I mean, you could have also played a double yourself if you'd wanted to.
You successfully wasted everyone's
Since you're back, let's go. Swimming. 800, swimming 700. Do I have anything? You know what? I'm playing my trump card.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Roll the D12, multiply by 100. Let's go. Because I'm going to lose anyways.
I'll allow it.
Yes! 1900! I win!
Wait, 1900? How?
I got a 9,
only
or
a
it's
9.
900, sorry. Either way, I win.
Well, my swimming is 800. I play cow.
Well, then we tie, and I just play this.
And then I go ahead and play one more.
What? You can't do that.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, it's a noble.
You know what?
No,
No, let's
because
do this.
No,
Let's get crazy.
no.
Let's
we
get crazy.
No, we tied, so I win. What am I doing?
Liam.
Yeah.
Let's get crazy.
Oh, okay. Go. Do it then. Let's see what you got.
I got a 5.
500.
And you fail.
I've gotten worse. All right.
GG.
You know what? I wanted to showcase that card so hard, though. I'm glad that was
Yay.
Okay. So where can I put this there?
So this chat's just like, oh, so this is Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah.
Spells and counter spells and counter spells. You triggered my mask card. Your sex life is now named after the title of the last TV show or movie you watched. What is it?
Oh no.
Oh god, who's
Anyway,
being challenged now?
I challenge you, Liam.
Oh, okay, what are we doing?
Wait, what were the
Strength
options?
and
What were
swimming?
the options for the last TV show I watched and?
Strength and swimming? Oh boy. Well,
700 plus
your lowest.
900.
Yeah, about.
Oh man.
Yeah, that strength is really killing you there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really does. Gotta say. Anyway.
Gee, if only you had a Mahiki that you could change your own stat with.
Yeah, that worked out so great for you, right?
Hey, no, I built that card for a reason. That is my favorite card.
That was honestly the perfect example of how much of a double-edged sword that card can be. It's like, it worked out great for me, terrible for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I'm just gonna go and get myself another action card because apparently.
That's 2, of course. On that space,
What?
you can draw 2.
Yeah, you could also move further than that because you have to kind of.
I know. After this one, I do plan to go one more space to get the emission.
Okay.
Well, what he's saying is at any point you could have played your Kakama and doubled your movement.
Yeah.
Who is opening something on the tablet?
Why?
Not me.
What is this? I'm going to tentatively look at this.
It's good. It's good. That was me. It's
God
good.
damn it.
What happened?
Look at the tablet.
What tablet? Oh my god. You know what? This is perfect. This is perfect. What
Jesus.
Well, we found a video.
I love it. I love it. Perfect. Okay. And okay, so just to clarify, okay, because it's been a while, I'm a lot of things happening at once. Can I use game action cards at any point that I want if they're specific, or just
During your turn, but unless otherwise it says it. Like, for example, if it's a bonus or a penalty, you could play it during challenges that you're a participant of, or in other cases. So the only one that you absolutely have to play on your turn and only your turn would be an infected mask.
Okay, I see. Well, in that case, before I move into my mission space, I am just going to activate this little old fuck you card.
Oh, it must discard all game action cards.
Oh, no.
So that's a targeted penalty, by the way. That's not a roll.
Yeah.
That's targeted.
Oh, okay.
That's
Okay,
why I
so-
didn't. That's why I didn't say opponents.
Okay, so clarification for me, because every time we've already had so many cards saying opponent. So what does clarify the opponent? Do I get to choose, or is it done by the dice roll?
This one you target. This one you target.
Okay. Okay, I see. Then in that case, considering the amount, I'm sorry, Liam. I'm sorry, little one.
Discard all game action cards.
Yes.
Aw. You know I'm coming. You know I'm.
That's not even a rare card.
You know I'm coming for you next turn, right? You're on my shit list now.
I know. To be fair, this what happened right now is the equivalent of a mouse with a deadly disease biting you. So I'm willing to crush.
He's got the Black Death, everyone.
Yeah. And now I'm going to move into a mission.
Watch it just
Wait,
be like the worse than what you did to me.
Is this my pink? Nice.
All right, what do you got?
Karma's gonna kick in.
Combine the Great Mass. Oh, okay.
Okay, that's not the worst.
Oh, okay. Whew. Finally, a mission that doesn't throw me literally into the Mungay volcano.
Pedro K-Man's just like, man, you don't want to be on Liam's shit list. You got that right.
Yeah. It's not a fun place to be, trust me.
All right, go ahead and end your turn.
Yeah, Reese has been on my shit list for the last 3 years. He knows.
Yeah, because the first game I played, I just ruined you.
All right.
My God.
I guess I have no choice but to go here and take on the 2 missions.
Oh, and I can just go back here now.
I didn't know this was a card.
You must subtract 100 points during the next Great Mass Challenge. Oof.
But from what? Just you
must
pick
go
a
6
skill?
spaces
And
to
6
keys.
spaces.
Oh.
Well,
that's a good one.
2, 3,
No more
4,
kissing on
5.
Kininui.
Well, it's not what I was.
Saves me having to punt him out of the way.
Fair.
You got blasted from the Kini Nui right to the Takoro Beach, just like Takua.
Man, that kiss really blew him away. That kiss really blew him away.
I know exactly what I'm doing next turn. Y'all have no idea what's coming next turn.
I mean, in theory,
I
I could just look at the stream and find out, but I'm not going to cheat her.
Well,
let's not flip the board yet.
I'm going to move here and take me a Rahi card.
Nice.
Neat.
What do
I
I
need to
got?
remember to get Rahi cards.
I've got
By the way,
4 challenge cards.
If you do find your Taraga,
you have 4 that are just called challenge. Yeah, you discard one.
Yeah, I'm finding ones that I want to mill.
nice.
What have you ever done for me? And I'm gonna continue my journey this way and pass. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get me some water.
Okay, buddy.
All right. Now that Swart is here, let's go.
Ooh.
And
what's this?
Oh, whoa.
Oh.
Do I put down the effect
Notices your
afterward?
chest ball. What is this?
You put down the effect. You put down the effect if it's successful.
All right, right.
Swimming or vision. So is it one or the other that you choose?
Do I get to choose?
You choose, yes. You do
All right,
It's
vision.
like how much for a
Vision, then.
donate? How much to donate for board
okay.
flip mid game?
I'm gonna go ahead and play my Mahiki and we'll roll my
Oh
vision.
boy, here we go.
7.
Okay.
Tie. I think that's.
I'm still
no,
900.
Wait, it's still no. I win on the
What
tie.
vision?
Hello, I am back.
Hi.
On the tie, if it's a tie,
Mhm.
the Toa wins, not the challenge. All right. So
What?
I rolled a
yeah.
7 for my Mahiki, giving me a vision of 700.
Yeah, but I have 900. Oh, because the challenge has a different.
The challenge is for the
stat
Rahi,
ratio.
not you.
I see.
Well,
so I win. I've survived the challenge.
Had a really good effect too.
And until my next Great Mass Challenge, my vision is now 700.
Nice.
Choose wisely. Actually, it'll technically be 600 if I have to use this.
And
All right,
I
so
still
I
don't
guess-
get to take back my Huna yet, right? Because I have to do a challenge first. All right. That's me then, I think.
Yep. All right.
Okay, I am ready to get sent to both of my
Levo,
Magna.
Levo, my friend, buddy, old pal of mine. You know that really good single game action card you have right now? Give it to me.
Is it time for me to get set to Bota Magna? Yes, it's time for me
Give
to
it
get set
to
to
me.
Hand them over.
Your toes, hand them over.
No.
All right, so where do I want to go from here? I guess I can only choose to go through the mission. So,
yeah.
What's the first one? You and your opponent swap mask positions. You and opponent So do I choose with this one, Sort?
Nope. Lowest a roller, I think.
All right.
I got a 5.
I have a 10.
I got a 9.
I have a 6.
I have a 12.
I guess technically the highest might go because it's really putting it in a good position.
Oh, what are you doing with my Mahiki? Give me that.
Try to put it on the actual
my
table.
tattoo.
Guys, I got 12.
I got a 5.
We're doing highest or lowest?
I guess we're swapping then.
Who?
Owen.
Yeah. Wait, does that mean I move into a double challenge space?
It doesn't activate.
It does not activate.
Yes.
Well, he
Alright,
moves. He moves.
Last mission for me. You must give up one Rahi card. I mean,
Oh,
sure.
joy.
Yeah, this effect is kind of shit.
We have disarmed it. Yeah. Just to emphasize again, it says lingering effect. It only lasts for 3 turns. We rebalanced that.
All right, that's me.
Timers on them on the card.
Cool.
Right.
Let me check something. Yeah, I guess I'll just.
God damn it! Now the chat's going on about toes.
Oh no!
Why? Gee, I wonder who prompted that.
Oh, Liam, you may have taken me
you
down.
started it.
A far bigger evil.
By the way, I'm disappointed nobody got my joke earlier because everyone was talking.
No one got it, or no one got it, or no one laughed.
Oh, whoa! Notices your chest ball.
Oh
no! No one laughed.
What's this?
Amazing.
You know
Okay.
what? I'm actually going to take the opportunity. I'm going to do something practical with the tablet.
Oh yeah?
That's a lie.
Oh,
I guess
yeah,
that
that works.
Temporarily, anyway.
That's very
Okay,
nice.
that's actually very practical. Yeah, I'll say. Okay, let's see now. Where do I go? How do I return from Bodamag?
How do I
You know, I'm
return
still
from
gonna
gay baby
hijack
jail?
my iPad to make any more memes.
Wait,
What?
Hey, can you bring the robot dinos with you?
How do I get out of gay baby jail?
You don't.
Oh, you could take the portal.
For anyone who doesn't get it, me and Liam, babe, agreed yesterday that Bodamagna is the bionicle equivalent of Brazil. So.
Come to Brazil.
Okay.
Come to Brazil.
I might just go and portal away from here. I'm gonna make GLaDOS proud.
You gotta do some great math challenges, my guy.
Oh.
Like, seriously.
Okay.
You could go up to the Hawaii district and go get that challenge.
Yeah, that's a good region for it because there's a challenge right there.
Yeah.
Just
Okay.
gotta
You
go
know
through
what?
that mission.
You're right.
It used to be right next to it, by the way. We changed that.
Okay, so I still have 2 more movements left, so I guess I can do a mission and then hopefully next round I can make it to the mask challenge.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what mission?
What
on
fresh
the
hell
deck?
is this?
What fresh hell do you have in store for me?
Your opponent gets to draw 3 game action cards. I wonder if
Yes!
I'll get my cards back.
Hell indeed.
11, baby.
Also 11.
I got a 10.
12.
Ooh. I got a
I got
10.
12.
All right, re-roll the 11s. Let's go.
I got a 12.
11.
Oh.
You got a 12, you win.
What part of I got 12 was hard to understand?
Well, nobody heard you.
I didn't hear.
Cool, that's 3 game actions.
Okay, I guess I'm still on Liam's hit list because basically I inadvertently helped Reese, and apparently Reese is like number 1 on Liam's hit list.
Yeah.
I'm still not out. Darn. Okay, I guess I can end my turn, or I can move on to the math
No,
challenge.
you can't move on with the mission. You gotta end your turn.
Okay, got him.
Alrighty.
Alright.
What a shocker. I'm gonna go for a great mass challenge.
Wow.
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 Who could have guessed it?
Wow.
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 Ciao.
Ka-chow.
All right.
I fucking heard
Who do
that.
I want to challenge? Who
Just
do I
that
want to
whisper ka-chow.
You know what?
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and challenge you, Liam. Finally.
Hold on. One thing. Brownie points to whoever manages to first bring up that image of Mobius driving, Lightning McQueen on the tablet.
Ciao.
Ciao.
All right,
All
let's
we're
go.
ready?
Let's throw hands, buddy. Shielding and speed.
Right here. Shielding and speed.
600 and 400, so I'm
You
10,000.
win that by a landslide, I think.
Or 1,000. What am I saying?
Yeah, that's
I
1,000 versus 14. So.
I mean, oh wait, I can't because I got
yes!
my because I got my Huna out.
Oh,
Damn it! Or not my Huna, my Batatu, so I can't use that
Well,
anymore.
it's popped up, so it's there, but I'm gonna have to go backwards.
Wait, no, I can use this. Add 300 points to any skill. Discard after use.
Why are we opening? What are we opening? Stop it.
Ka-chow! Oh god, here we go.
I did it once.
Anyway, Swart, you lose.
How? What? You had
can add
300.
300 points
He
to
had
any
14.
Well,
You
how
had-
did you? No. You only had 1,000. What did you
He
change?
just my gun on
Wait,
you.
really?
He would have to add like 500 for that to be a success.
I didn't realize mine was that low. Damn.
Maybe you should. Well, maybe you should listen.
Wait,
Look.
is it 1,000? Hold on.
Yes,
600,
he has 1,000. You had 14.
Yeah,
You had
shielding
14.
speed.
Shielding, yeah, the shielding just destroyed me. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's not like I revealed a card that nobody knew existed. Labo showed it to everyone, and I just
Besides,
pulled it out of his hand.
if it's shielding, I still could put another 100 on top of.
Yeah.
Actually, oh, I just realized. No, I still had this negative 100 anyway, but I still would have tied you and won.
Yeah.
So there you go. Oh, and I get to pick this one back up.
Well, balls.
Because I still would have been able to put a how down, and I still would have gotten it. So either way. All right, I'm officially at, just for quality check, I'm at 4.
Who?
Okay, so I'm gonna do some maneuvers here. First, I'm gonna go ahead and slap down my Ruru. How do I peek? So how do I peek the top
Draw
3?
three of these. Just press
Draw
3
3?
on it.
Oh, I see. I gotcha. Okay, let me just take a look at this for a sec. I'm going to add a point to speed. And
Speed.
so hold on. Let me just take a second to get all my ducks in a row here.
Ka-chow.
So first challenge I'm gonna do is speed, and I'm gonna challenge Liam.
Oh boy. Speed?
So I've got a total of 900 going on.
Speed, I only have 400 for that, so I am going to roll the dice.
Oh, hold on. Are we doing the challenge now? You moved?
Yes.
Oh yeah, sorry, I meant to move there. I forgot.
It's fine.
Liam used to roll the dice.
And it's 200.
Nice job. Way to go.
You're good at it.
Nice.
I like how you can lower your skill with that as well.
So next one I'm gonna do is flip, please. Flip. Flip. Food and strength. And then I'm gonna
And I love it.
slap down my Hal.
Oh,
Wait,
boy.
that's
Why?
shielding. I'm stupid.
Yeah.
Okay.
You need a
So
Kakamo
are
or
you,
you need
who are you
a...
challenging? Who are you challenging?
Let me think for a sec. Let's
You already.
see.
You would have had
You're supposed to declare it before you flip the card.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Sorry.
Well, I guess you're still challenging Liam.
Yeah.
Okay.
But speed
you,
and
Liam.
strength. Well, you probably beat me in speed, but strength. Ooh.
I got 1300, so that would be a tie.
So you
not
win.
with a Picari.
Oh yeah, I guess it wouldn't be. Okay then. Then for the last challenge we're gonna do we'll challenge Swert to strength.
Strength.
Strength 2.
Mine is only higher by 1.
That is my weakest stat, so I just can't do anything.
No, your weakest stat is
second
shielding,
weakest.
believe it or not.
Oh.
So if you've got a Bakari, you can slap it down.
I do not have a Bakari. So.
If you had a Noble, you could slap it down and add 100.
Yeah, no, I already played my Noble.
The only Noble you had? Okay.
Yeah. So
well, you're supposed to pull it back up after the first challenge. Still.
Oh, I am? Well, then hell, I'm gonna slap that back down.
All right, then I'll slap this down.
Cool.
So we've resolved.
Cool.
And I'm gonna draw my prize for that first challenge that I won.
Yes.
Yep, that's these two over here, of course. Yep.
And
so you're supposed to
Chad
draw
has
it
noticed
right
the
when you
loss
won
in
that challenge.
viewership too.
Believe it or not, you were supposed to draw that as you were playing, so that you may have had a chance to use it then.
Oh, right, gotcha. I didn't know if I got to draw while I'm doing my bout of challenges.
Mm-hmm.
So, does going on that triple mask challenge in my turn, by the way?
It does.
Okay, then in that case, I will pass.
All right, I am
1
gonna
out of 3 is
be.
better than none out of 3.
I'm going to get a glass of water while I'm waiting for my turn, unless someone challenges me, so I'll be right back.
All right, so I can. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna be a simple man. I'm gonna slap down a cow and move to this game action spot,
Nice. So you draw 3 at that point,
and then
And
put
then you
put back 2.
yeah, put back to in any order at that point.
Hold on.
And obviously, just flip it over before you take it out of your hand, so nobody can see what it is.
I can't use one of these this turn, can I?
Oh, you could use it right after you put it back. Yes,
Ah.
unless it's an effective mask, in which point you cannot.
Hmm. All right, so I'll put these back. Oh, that's flipped. Sorry.
The draw file. That. Oh, right. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, is it discard pile?
No,
just draw file.
Just there. Okay.
And you're good.
And then I can use the one I draw, right?
Yeah.
If it's allowed.
All right, so I can put this down.
Oh.
Move your opponent's total mass to any portal space. So you choose, I guess. I think that's a choose. One.
Yeah. Yeah.
Choose.
I'm back.
So I'm gonna take Pohatu.
Wait,
Put him over here.
Dang.
All right.
Oh, that hurts.
was right there.
That was a thing.
He's not even back yet, is he?
I'm back.
Oh, he's back.
Oh,
you just came back to see that.
Oh, if only you had a go out to block that.
That was rude.
That was for the one time that I was standing there and I was about to.
You know what? I wouldn't be that mean, and he's on my shit list.
You know what? No, I'm gonna go ahead and play my Komau.
Oh,
I'm negating that game action. Unless you have another Komau to block that with.
Sit down now.
He goes right back where he belongs.
Thank you.
I'm not being that mean. He's losing already.
Small aside, this also doesn't have a period on it.
God damn it.
Wait, Dan, could I move mine?
The next Great Mass Challenge.
Could I move myself from that?
I mean, the card's already been negated.
Well, yeah, but like if I had used it, could I use it on myself?
That game action, it says during the next Great Smash Challenge. That's not the same thing. Unless you got that mission. Did you just get that mission after you did your challenge?
What? No, that was like a while back. I was talking about the game action card, this one. I was wondering if I could maybe use it to move myself to a portal.
You are not your opponent.
Right. Oh, right. Opponent. Yeah, I got it.
I am my own enemy.
Well,
though.
if this mission's done, then we're gonna get rid of that mission.
Is it?
Is it?
Well, I haven't done the next. I haven't done a great mass
because he
challenge
still got
yet.
his Huna. I don't remember that mission being completed.
I haven't done any great mass challenges yet.
I mean, it also counts with ones that have been challenged on you.
Since I only moved one, I can move 2 more, right?
Yeah.
Since you did game action, yes, you can still move.
So I would just move to there.
By the way, start spaces also count for resetting if you need to.
Right.
All right, so I'm going to go here. I'm going to tap Wanua and draw this and a Rahi card. And then I'm going to go here. And who am I going to challenge?
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear.
Joe, I challenge you. Shielding. Shielding is 800. Mine is 600. But
you want to use that card?
I still have this. So
Got a
I
cow
win. Unless you have a... No, you can't use your how even if you do, because you got your cow out. And you can't use a card anyways because of the mission.
Yeah, I don't have anything.
So that mission is cleared, and now you can retract your masks.
Oh, very nice.
Wow.
And I guess that's my turn.
Wow, very cool.
Wait, is that what we decided, that you couldn't use any other masks? I
I
thought
thought
you
you
slap
could still
them
use
down.
masks. I thought you can only use one mask effect at a time. Not you can only use one type of mask.
because he had both of his masks. He had a noble and a great mask already.
Well, he was
from
those were being used as their masks of might effect, not as point.
Yes,
addition.
but that doesn't reset until after the challenge.
And your point?
You can't put out more than one mask.
You could in mine.
We thought we did that earlier.
Rules state you could just put them out.
Never mind. I'm just taking my turn. All right.
We'll review the rule.
Do that.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna draw one. I don't really care what it is because I'm gonna do this.
Swart, remind me, if you get the badge of office, does that just go on the board at all times?
I count it as another noble.
Okay.
So it's like a very light Kakama at that point, but
Alright.
it also could be broken with the Kakama at that point.
Right.
You and your opponent swap game action hands, but you
I
already
just noticed something. Is the reason the Cachao is right next to Liam's board?
Yeah. Did I see that before?
Ooh, I like that. I like that a lot.
Good for you.
What?
I have
very
to
good
zoom
for
in
me.
to do it, right? How do you make it bigger? Does it just like have a effect?
You just resize it the same way you resize anything. Just with the plus and minus keys.
Apparently I cannot.
Cannot select
before you place it.
Oh.
God. We just
So,
move on.
Lavo, it's your turn.
Okay. Well, finally. It's
How do you
been
delete
80,
it, though?
it's been 84 years. It's been 84 years. Can go lighter than that.
Cool.
Okay, finally.
What are you challenging?
Well, considering that,
It doesn't really matter.
You know what? I have already been on Liam's hit list, so have mercy on me, Sweat. I'm just going to challenge you. At this point, what's the worst that can happen?
That's not wrong. All right.
Strength and swimming.
Oh, that's
strength and
Well-
swimming.
Nope, that's bad.
Nope. I lose.
Wait,
No, you.
what?
Lose. Sorry, you.
What?
lose.
I was
1400
gonna say.
Nah, boy. Well, I guess this is just not my day. Either that or because I'm a complete noob on the game and I'm not daring. So
I
guess I'm gonna do like Joyce. Apparently, since we are going Yu-Gi-Oh rules, I'm just gonna be the Joy of this match, and it's gonna end my turn. It's
That's
your
probably
turn, you.
All right. I'm gonna. Darn, I don't have one. I was gonna say I'll slap down my Kakama. I don't have a Kakama. I'm like, I just want to get to a game action and grab two. Fine. 1, 2.
It's kind of insane. I've been seeing so many articles about being our game being on Steam.
Only one place I can really go, so we're gonna go.
Very exciting.
Right here to a double mission space. What do we got?
Wow.
What do we got?
You must
You
give
must
up
give
two
up
game action
2
card.
game action cards.
You must give up 2 game action card.
Well, I only
Again,
have
another
one,
one that we didn't have any part in.
so I only have one. So I'm just gonna kind of put this down for now.
Oh yeah.
And what else do we got?
Game
An
action
opponent
card.
gets to draw 1 Rahi card.
All right,
Ooh,
we roll.
all right, highest roller.
Oh
I've
boy.
been really unlucky with the rolls recently.
11.
I got a 5.
I feel you.
I got a 3.
I guess I win.
Mhm.
So that is, what was that one? Draw a game, or draw a Rahi card. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that'll be my turn.
By the way, the Mask of Power trailer is already at 406 retweets.
Nice.
Wow. Very good.
And 902 likes.
Alright, so I'm gonna move here. That's 2. I'm gonna grab
What are we doing? Why are we opening a video?
I'm changing the music, don't worry.
Wait, we have music?
I just had music for a while.
Alright, let's see.
Yeah,
Why
there's
do
been
I-
music playing mine.
Why do I keep getting a prompt for opening a URL?
Here.
Oh, damn it.
I'm gonna move over here, and I'm gonna move to this portal, and then I'm gonna move. Let's see.
I do not have permission to interact with the music player.
Why are we?
I'm not
stop
touching
listening?
it right now.
Stop messing with stuff, please.
Who is changing everything?
I'm not touching it.
Me neither.
All right, I'm done with my turn. I just moved.
All right.
Yes.
So what? Oh my God!
Down
Stop.
there.
Sorry.
Okay. Labo, why?
What? No,
it
I'm
said
not
you
doing
were
that.
the one trying to do that.
Wait, what was I doing?
The prompt said that you were the one interacting with the tablet. I don't know if it was just automatic or what.
Just take your turn, please.
I have no idea how the tablet even works. This is the lone.
I just have it on a separate tab. I just have it on a Firefox tab.
Ciao.
Kerchow. Hey, where did my Kerchow? Where did my Kerchow go?
I accidentally deleted the decal, so you have to re-upload it.
Liam, just take your turn.
I'm trying to figure out what to do. Keep your fucking mask on.
5.
I don't know what I want to do. Fine, I play my fucking badge of office.
You became a little bit of Torbjorn there
Where
for
do
a
I
second.
want to go?
I need you.
2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going over here.
So is that
What a
permanent,
magical
or do
experience.
you have to retract it like every time you use it?
Yeah.
Like the
Wow.
masks. Alright, I see.
Okay. Now, I'm gonna do this, I guess. Hooray. Alright, my first one will be against Kopaka, because why not? Flip.
Oh my
Swimming.
God, why?
I think I win that one. Right? Hello? Is anybody
Hi.
still here? Hi.
Sorry,
Yeah, no
the
one's saying.
tablet
Nobody's
was going
saying
nuts
anything.
again.
What? I'm trying to do other things.
Nobody-
What's up now?
Nobody's saying anything. So
I'm right here.
okay, I challenged Kopaka and it's swimming.
Oh.
All right.
okay.
Well, that wins.
Sorry.
Pretty sure I win that.
Yep,
Hold on.
Right?
Hold on, though. What did you have for ability?
My for swimming, 900, and I can make it 1,000 if need be.
I was about to say.
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
Yeah, you're not
Okay.
winning.
I'm not gonna
Cool.
win that. Go
I'm gonna
ahead.
draw these real quick. Very cool. All right,
All
second
right.
one. I will
Second
challenge. Sword. Why not?
All right.
Flight. 800.
700.
Got anything for that?
That Tahu ready.
Also, I should retract this before.
Oh yeah, and I'll retract that, and I'll put down a Ruru. So I've just tied it, which is you still win
Which
anyway.
I still win. So okay. Thank you.
Is that good guy?
Yes.
Kurt Chow.
Oh my God! It keeps getting better.
Petition to have good guy as a Mobius variant.
Oh my God!
All right, third challenge.
Hold on a second. I'm trying to arrange my. How the?
No, play now.
Hold on,
Stop stalling.
I just won 2 challenges and I only drew 1. What? Never mind. It doesn't matter. And okay, Liam. Hello.
Hello. Oh, you're approaching me.
Swimming and vision.
Yeah, swimming and vision.
All right. Swimming and vision.
7 and 8.
You tie.
I tie, so I win.
Hi.
Nope. No.
1,500 each.
I have a cow. Or not a cow, a kaku.
Yeah. Hold on. Swimming and vision. Yeah, I have a cow.
So you tie.
So we tie.
Well, wait, no, because we can both play noble. We can play noble mass at the same time.
So
as
we
the
both
great mass,
tie.
right?
So you tie.
Not if I roll.
Oh, for God's sake!
Oh no! What are you re-rolling?
5.
500.
Congratulations, it's worse.
Hey man, it was worth a try.
It was it?
Yes.
I mean,
I have no
statistically,
regretties.
All right.
statistically, it's a
Mass count,
worse
Reese, where you
idea.
at?
I think something got fucked up because I only have 1 noble left, but I have 3 greats left.
That's 2 greats.
Rahisaurus says the table doodles are peak art. Thank you, Rahisaurus.
I have no idea. I don't know if my cards got combined at some point.
Here, I'm going to pull this one and double check. No. Did you? You must
like logically, I should have like 2 great masks left, right?
Either you drew 1 too many or 1 too few.
Apparently, how did this happen?
Well, okay. We put Nokama back on your great, which is where Nokama goes.
That's the first one. That's the first one I drew.
Mm-hmm. And then you would have had to draw a noble to go with it.
Yeah.
That makes no sense. How many noble do you have in your hand right now? You have 5?
1, 2, 3, 4. I have 6.
Jesus. I have 1.
And how many great?
3.
Yeah, you messed up somewhere.
Well, I don't know if I messed up.
Look, you're the one pulling the cards.
I just pressed 1 on both of them.
Maybe.
All right.
I'll put this one back and I'll draw one of these. There.
That works.
Good. Turn.
That evens it out.
Phase-on Brutaka? What?
What?
I heard something in chat about Phase-on Brutaka, and I'm immediately interested.
Wait. What?
What
Okay.
now?
Okay, so I guess there's no escaping a mission from where I am. So in for a widget, in for whatever other currency they have in BIONICLE.
Okay.
Couldn't even use my mask if I wanted to, considering the position.
An opponent gets to draw 2 cards.
2 right cards.
Hooray!
Today
Nice
just
roller.
not my day. Today is just not my day.
I have a 9.
I have a 12.
All right, we lose.
All right, so what is that? 2 Rahi cards? Yeah, okay.
I guess the unit getting back to you the action cards I stole from you, but it's making it up to you with Rahi cards. You may not take any actions, but you're getting all the pay.
All right, do you have to discard any?
No.
All right. Go ahead, move on.
Okay. I guess that should end my turn unless there's something else that I can do. I don't think I can.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and move 1 here.
Okay.
I'm going to actually pick up 1 Rahi. And then 1 game action.
Very cool.
And then I'm going to move 2, 3.
I was saying earlier about the Mahiki that statistically, if you have a higher, skill level, then it's a worse idea to use it because there's less of a chance that you'll get a higher skill from that.
Right.
I have a rules question. So, being that I have this discard game action cards mission, does the next game action card I draw immediately get popped to discard?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Then in that case, I'm going to draw something, and it doesn't matter what it is. And discard that, discard this mission, discard this mask, and I am free from mission hell. And I'm also going to move a couple other spaces. And that'll be my turn.
Zora says, I confused myself here because of my username. People call me Rahi for short in other chats. So when they're talking about picking up Rahi, I'm like, excuse you.
Dang.
These are start spaces, by the way, right?
How did you know?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, good. I have a kind of a useless card, but yeah.
Well, again, star bases are not totally useless. You could reset your entire mask thing without doing a challenge that way, which is especially useful if somebody just doesn't want to target you.
Right.
So.
Okay,
Wait, is
so
that
I'm just
new?
gonna move up here.
Hooray.
Grab a game action. Okay.
Oh.
That's gonna be very useful. So is that all I can do? That's 3 spaces. Let's see. Yeah, I don't have anything else, really. Alright, moving on.
Okay. I'm going here. And
Good for you.
I am going to challenge... You know what? I hate to do this to you, Labo, but you have the least amount of masks, so it's statistically more likely that I'm going to win against you.
Of course.
Flight and shielding.
My flight and shielding together they make 1,300.
I'm at 9... Really? 1,300?
What do you... Hold on. It's flight and shielding? You're not... Do you know how to add?
Wait, which one was it again? Flight and shielding. Yeah, 600 and 700 for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1,300.
Hold
That's what I said. I said 1,300.
Yeah, you win, but Liam doesn't know how to add his own...
What are you talking about, Reese?
You said you had 900.
No. No, I didn't say I didn't say
Bahati has 1,300. Onua has 1,100.
I'm talking to Liam!
Okay! Well, I mean, I can always just play the Mahickey and roll the dice.
Do it!
So, let's see what happens. I'm going to add it on. What's the worst of the two? I
For
guess
flight
it's
shielding,
flight.
your flight. Reroll your flight.
I win.
Yep, that's a win. It do be
Womp,
the win.
Oh man, I was looking at the schedule to see how much time we have left for the game.
Yeah,
and
we're
I thought it
30
was
minutes
in
or so.
Eastern time, and I was like, "Oh no, we ran into reviving Bionicle."
Well, that's why the Bionicle Day schedule on the website has it in your localized time zone.
Yeah, I didn't know that until I scrolled back up, and I was like, "Oh god, oh god."
Yeah, no, I did that deliberately because I am West Coast. I cannot think of an East Coast time.
Yeah, same.
That's understandable.
It doesn't compute.
West Coast, Best Coast.
I can't do time zones.
Me
Thanks
neither.
for the raid, Toa Legend.
Oh, nice.
God,
Welcome.
the other day, Socket was putting some new masks up on his little mask mart, and I was gonna snipe. I really wanted that silver Vahi, but I got my time zones mixed up, and I showed up on his website 2 hours late.
Ooh.
All that was left was a black Uniter Onua mask.
Oh, pour one out for Owen, everyone.
Oh
It's
boy.
good, we'll get him next time.
Alright, so what are you doing, Labo?
Okay, considering my predicament, finally, after so long, I will use my Kakama.
Yeah.
Oh boy. We're like an hour and a half in. We're like an hour and a half in.
What?
What?
It's like Rock Lee taking off his weights finally.
Finally,
It's Shadow taking off his power inhibitors.
Yeah, I'm basically becoming Goku right now.
He's about to plow through all the Mephiles clones.
Reese number one. Reese number one.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
All right,
let's see.
do this.
So that means I can move. I can move up
Spaces, but you
to.
still stop emissions.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So that would
You
make
like
it.
there.
Okay, I can go there, or I can go here on the portal and just go somewhere where I'm not.
You can go around.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he can go up. He can go
Grab the
up
game action,
this way,
yeah.
this way, and this way. So that's only 4 moves, and then he has 2 moves after that space.
Yeah, you know what? If I'm
Well,
not gonna
is he
win
gonna
by
get game
map,
action?
Yeah, you get
Which
1 game
means
action doing that because you
I
went
can
up.
at least I can at least win by being the most zoomy in the entire game. I'm just going all over the place.
Movement spaces in Mario Party. Let's go.
Yes. Okay. Then in that case, I guess I can go. I guess I can go and visit my buddy Kopaka's Arctic locations and.
Make sure you grab a game action because you passed over.
Game action or Rahi?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, because you went up through that one to get to your spot.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm going. You know what? This time I'm going to pick a Rahi.
Okay. Oh. That's fair.
Okay.
What are you doing?
And just so that I don't feel that poor on my hands, I'm just also gonna go here, and I am going to pick an action card.
Nice.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, and I think I don't think I have one more move left. So
You do have one more move. So
What was that?
Sword.
What's up?
He's asking you a question.
Go ahead.
Gotta trail off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so
no, you can move one more. You're good.
Okay, and I'm end my turn. That was my best Dan Green impression.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and cheat.
Oh, boy.
I'm going to go here and then here because I have this card.
Oh, God.
Nice.
And because I have a Taraga, I can actually pick up one more of these, and I'll just pick up two of these.
That's a really cool card.
And then I'll move here to just get away from it. So that means I didn't even have to touch either of those missions to get these.
So you can move diagonally, applies for your entire turn.
Just applied for the whole turn, yeah.
Okay, that
Hang on. You can move like 3 diagonal spaces like that.
Okay. And I'm more. Never mind.
I'm just checking what I have here and make sure I'm not having to discard anything. Make sense?
No, I'm just saying that.
I mean, you can pass the turn while you're doing that.
The way I've read that card previously is that it's a one-use thing, but.
Sword?
What?
If it's a...
You can pass the turn while you're checking that.
Yeah, I know. I wanted to make sure that there was something I could do now.
Yeah.
And no, that is definitely the way that card is worded. It does say you can move diagonally on your turn.
I'm gonna bust out an attack you, and who here has a lot of Rahi challenge cards? We're gonna go with Joe. So, how do I go about taking a random Rahi challenge card?
Pull it from
All right, so here's
okay.
Yeah, just hit one on one of the cards.
Make sure you actually take
that one.
Yeah.
And
good, you didn't take one of my good ones.
And I'm also gonna go ahead and navigate to this double action card space, and I'm gonna take another Rahi card.
Ooh.
Wow.
There.
And you also get to pick another one because it's double.
In
Yeah,
fact,
it's a double.
let's go for 2 of them. Why not?
Double dipping.
And that, well, let's see. I still have one more movement, so I will move back here. Or can I double back? Is that kosher?
I mean, you can. You just can't activate the space.
Okay, then.
Very much kosher.
Good chow.
Okay.
Shall indeed.
I'm gonna do this, but it's kind of gonna suck. So it'll take a long time. All right, so 2 missions. That's not that card.
Not that good.
2
Unless
missions.
let's do it.
All right.
You must
Show all the cards.
cards in your hand.
God. I don't even have space to
All the
put
Rahi
them.
cards.
All
Just
the
set them
Rahi
like right
cards?
here.
All right.
Just do one at a
this
time
one.
for now. Oh, a new Irama. Cute.
Yorama, and then I have this one.
Oh, yeah.
You got that one.
Yeah.
Oh.
Cool.
And that is all my.
I got
Rahi
that
cards.
joke.
Yeah, that's all my Rahi cards. So.
Who said that's bull? 'Cause that was a good one.
Stop kidding, Raw. And then this one. Okay. Combine the mission draw.
Okay.
And discard piles. Oh, it's just shuffle them. All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Vader came in, looks at Mater, whispers, "You're my favorite."
All right.
Ciao.
All right. That is.
Why was
That's
that
my
so
turn.
seductive? What the hell?
All right. So,
What?
Liam, what's your next move?
Well, what's the matter?
I'm just asking. You're next.
What are you about to do to me?
I'm not doing anything. My hand is off the mouse.
He's about to end this man's whole career.
All right, well.
But now that you mention it.
4. And then I'm pulling one of these and one of these. And then I'm going... Where am I going to go? I don't know where I really want to go here. Direction. You know what? I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna take this mission and go back this way. You must move 6 spaces. You know what? That works for me. I was heading that way anyways. I will accept that graciously.
You know what? I willingly go to Bora Magna.
Yes, I will willingly go this way with Blackjack and Matoran.
Yes. Embrace the saviors.
Oh, had to get rid of the effect? Okay.
Yeah, I had one too many.
Yep. That is how it works.
Yes. Them's the rules, as it were.
Yes.
Them's the rules.
I love that at least 3 of us have a Taraga on our side.
So Labo, what are you doing, buddy?
My best.
Best you can do.
What are you doing?
My best.
My best.
Okay, so let's see here now. What is that message? You have a lazy reaver with me. Okay. You know what? I am just gonna be daring. I'm just first gonna go for an action card.
Mm-hmm.
That is very daring.
Yeah, very daring indeed. And then I am actually going to be daring, and I'm gonna for the math challenge.
And you get to reclaim your mask, right?
After the challenge.
After the challenge, you got it.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. I'm just going to take this one, and I am going to challenge. You know what? I have challenged almost everyone so far, aside from Ricci and Owen. So I'm just going to challenge Owen for this one.
All right, what you got?
Something good, I hope.
Light and Vision.
Light and Vision.
All right.
Mm.
Hold on. Light and Vision.
I got 1600.
Yeah,
you're winning that one, buddy.
You're not winning.
1100. Not winning. Wait, even with my
No.
Not
Nothing.
winning that.
Oh, you can pull up your Kakama now.
Okay,
Yeah.
and I just added back to my hand, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. And then you can reuse it on your next turn.
Okay, and I guess this is going to end my turn.
Yes.
Indeed. And now I'm about to end somebody's career.
I know you are, but
I know you are, but what am I?
But what about second ruining career?
Oh,
are you gonna do it
yeah,
yet?
that would have been
Or-
so much nicer.
You had to do it to him?
I'm waiting for my career to be.
Come on, come on, Swirt, end me, daddy.
God, that's.
I really
say
wish
that
you
again.
would not say
Oh,
that.
sorry, not that one. Hang on, I'm pulling that one
You're
back.
too late. You're too late.
No, I'm not.
Lay it where it lies.
By the way, that is absolutely taking on your shielding.
What? Who
Who's
are you?
shielding?
Who?
Liam.
No.
That's a great mass
That's
challenge.
a great mass
Oh,
challenge.
right,
you, have
right.
you have a how. You have a
Yeah,
how. Throw
I
that at
do.
it.
So, fuck off.
No.
All right.
I like how in the picture of the challenge here, it shows a Kane Raw, but it says 800 have played with Muaka.
Yeah, because
Wait,
that's
so Swerve,
Makes sense.
remind me,
Makes
do I just retract that immediately like a Great Mass Challenge, or is that just tapped?
No, it's tapped until your next turn.
Okay.
Until you're challenged again. But it
Yes.
still lasts for the whole turn.
Okay.
Until it goes around. All right.
Oh, I could have just used that. Oh.
Cool.
What's that?
Nothing. I just remembered another card I had that would have been less wasteful.
Right.
All right. The one you took from me.
Go ahead, Owen.
Okay, let's see. What am I gonna do this turn?
Well, whatever it is, you have approximately 20 minutes of doing it.
I'm gonna go right here.
Oh, are we ending the stream in 20 minutes?
Well, our portion of the stream, yes.
Yeah, the Quest of the Mask will be over in 20 minutes.
All right, moving
So,
to the triple
speed
challenge.
round this.
Okay, triple challenge. Let's go.
Boy.
Oh boy.
There's only one left. There we go, and fill out two more. Not drop it on anybody.
Yeah. Start this one, then go here, then go here.
All right, here we go. Vision. I will challenge.
You have to declare before, which means you got to put that one back.
Yeah, okay.
You shuffle it back in, and then you pick another one.
All right, challenging. Let's see. Pohatu.
All right.
Strength and swimming.
Strength
of
and
course.
swimming.
Man, Lavo, you are just getting the shaft today.
I guess if you're.
Yeah, that's tied, so Kapaka wins.
Unless he plays something. Maybe? Nope.
Shoot fast.
Yeah, you can't. You don't have anything to play. Pohatu.
Do either of your
Do you have a
cards?
game action that'll help you?
Let's see. I think I do.
Oh.
Well, what do you got?
I'm not sure if I can. Oh.
Here.
Oh God, I should have used that one. There. Okay. Can I show what I could have used?
Here, tell you what. Liam, set us up in the same team somehow.
We can just blindfold.
I have
just
never
blindfold.
used teams in this game before, and also
Just
I don't
everyone
think-
blindfold.
Most people don't know how to blindfold.
Hit B
Press B.
on the keyboard.
B.
B is in boy. Okay. Go ahead and pull out the one card you're to show.
Okay. Maybe B.
Yeah, unfortunately you're a little too late for that one. You would have had to play it at the beginning.
Yeah.
It's a shame. All right, everybody hit B is in boy again.
All right, so I can take my.
He
cards
is
now?
in Bionicle.
Yes, you can take
And
your
I
card.
come out of this and I just see Nadiki on the table.
Ooh.
Nidiki.
Yeah,
That's good guy 08, my friend.
All right. This
Oh.
Good guy away.
Okay,
Alright,
let's challenge. Let's challenge Liwa here.
All right.
Strength.
What is that?
Ooh.
Strength. All right.
Strength.
700, 500. So I'm winning so far.
Liwa, can you counter?
Yeah, does Liwa have a counter for that?
Liwa would have to counter with a Bakari and a Noble to even tie. So
But he already has a noble down, right? So,
Well, that
You there, Owen?
Yes, what's up?
you're being
You're
challenged.
being challenged.
You've been challenged.
Oh, I'm being challenged? Jeez,
Yeah.
sorry.
yes.
Strength. So you're currently losing by 200 unless you have a card that'll. It looks like you don't have any game action cards.
I don't have anything for strength, so yeah, de facto,
All right.
I lose that one.
Go ahead and pull it up, Joe. You win.
There you go. Finally, I can get stuff done. All right. Let's see. For this one, I will challenge Gali.
Hooray.
Shielding.
Shielding. 800.
Yeah,
500. All right.
You made the right choices today. That is potentially another win unless Reese has a game action.
That's how I like to
I
get
don't.
things done. Just like right at the end. All right. So that's it then. I got two more.
Mm-hmm. Hey, you remember when Bahatu was like the most dominant character?
No.
What?
I'm not lying. That is
So
a fact.
Pohatu's a dom, eh?
Not anymore.
No.
No, you heard him. He got nerfed. He's not anymore.
What was the word? What is Pohatu?
One might say he switched.
Okay.
All right, you're done. Your turn, right?
Yes. Sorry. There you go.
Okay, so what can I do here? The one card I don't have to get me where I want to go here. Fine, I'll just take on the mission.
Real quick, can you use a Picari on anyone in the map, like no matter where you are?
You have to be in.
No, you have to be
Right.
going into their space.
Got it.
Your opponent gets to draw a Great Mask card. Oh no.
Highest roller.
Okay.
9.
I have a 1.
11.
I have 8.
Got it.
Is anybody okay with just letting Labo pull this anyway?
I have no objections.
I mean, you can pull it anyway, yeah.
Thank you.
Fine.
Labo wins. Go ahead and pull a great and noble.
Well, I know. Wait, no, like wins in general, or like
no, he pulls a card.
Okay.
No, I know. That's not what I meant.
Game.
No, Labo
That's
wins.
not what I meant. I mean, never mind.
Labo number 1.
I'm just saying we did.
Labo number 1. Woohoo!
Labo nothing.
Okay.
So pull your mask, Labo.
Okay.
One from
Finally.
here, one from here. You get the
Okay.
idea. One from each of the fucking
Okay.
massive mic decks.
All right, add a widget to the swear jar.
Oh, that was the end of that was the end of my turn? Okay. I didn't even know we were still on my turn.
Yeah. Okay.
Why are we now trying to get into videos that I can't even open?
I don't even know what's going on.
Can we just get rid of this
can't
tab
play
for
this
now?
video. Why can't it play? It's Bionicle the game. What is the difference? Whatever.
There goes Pohatu.
What
Thank
just
you.
happened? Oh, that's what just happened.
That just happened. Yes.
What happened?
Thank you.
I punched him in the face.
You punched
And for that, I'll probably lose this. So.
Oh no.
There you go.
Thank you.
All right, who are you challenging?
I'm just gonna challenge Liam.
Oh, you're approaching me?
We've done this. We've done this.
Shielding and speed again.
Yeah, no, Golly wins.
I believe I win that.
Unless
hold on,
because yours is only
I
1,000.
might have something for this. What's the total for Galley?
Winning by 100.
1,200.
I have 12. You have
1,000.
1,000 if you will.
Not well.
And I can still put a noble down.
Yeah, screw it.
Oh my god.
Not again.
Nice.
Well.
3. Now.
All right, I concede.
I believe I win this one.
I concede.
I lost everyone's sound.
Oh, I get the
I'm just not talking.
Okay. Okay.
All right, so it is whose turn now?
It is now Galactic's turn.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Let's see. So, considering that I have been pushed, I am just going to. I'm just going to try to be a mad lad. Emphasis on try.
Okay.
And I am going to place a bit of this. Place some of this.
Oh dear.
And
Yes.
bypass the mission.
and I'm going to bypass this mission so that I can get to this action thing, and I'm going to grab one of those.
Okay.
And with my remaining movement, I am going to take a gander one more time at the challenge and see whom the red star favors.
Who are you challenging?
Okay, so for this one, I guess you know what? I'm running through like my my character development. I have challenged each one of you, and I have lost to everyone. So time to complete my character development, and I'm going to challenge Racy as well, so that I have one challenge on everyone.
Yes. Oh, maybe you might win this one.
Yeah, let's hope.
I have historically bad luck.
Shield and
I think you might win that one. Gotta say.
Right.
Hey.
Yeah.
Gotta say, I think you win that one.
What? Speed and strength, is that what it was?
Yeah,
So you know what
wins
your
it.
total is? 1,700.
Nice.
By
Character
Matanui, that's
development.
nice.
Character development is real.
All right, go ahead and pull your one of each.
All right, thank you. Oh boy. So I just have to ask because I'm not sure because it's still my turn. I'm going to reveal this, but I guess it might be okay.
If you have your Turaga, it goes out right away.
Okay, yeah, I have my Turaga.
Yeah.
Yep. So we'll put that over here for now, and then you put that there,
Yeah.
and we'll just put that right on top of it. So now every time you land on a game action, you absolutely get two cards.
Okay. Wow.
Unless it's a double, or which way you get 3.
And by the way, yes, Wolk, we are absolutely adding the Borok Swarm expansion at some point.
Ooh,
Yes.
Yeah.
And also, we'll tease it. We haven't really planned for it yet, but we also have a plan for a second expansion as well.
Mm.
Stay tuned.
That we do. Apparently.
So, are you done your turn, Labo?
Yes, I think I am. I don't think I have anything else to. Actually, wait a minute.
Oh, yeah, you gotta hurry it up because we've
Yeah,
got
sorry,
like
sorry.
5 minutes left.
Okay, no, I can't do this. I can't do this one right now. So okay, I'm
5
just,
minutes on the clock, buddy.
Yeah, just ending my turn.
Go,
All right.
go.
I'm going to go ahead and move.
Wow, you're gonna move?
Ah, funny.
Swear, you
Yeah,
gotta
I'm gonna
hurry it
move
up.
here.
Lightning
I'm a
round,
master
lightning
of-
round. Let's go.
Opponent gets to draw 1 Rahi card.
Rolling.
Mm.
Roll.
9.
8.
And 8.
I got a 9, so I think I win that.
Did Labo roll?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Roll your
I
dice.
just
roll the dice.
I used to roll the dice.
All right.
You got
Got a 2,
Okay.
then a 5, and I lost.
Yeah, I get a Rahi
Yep.
card.
All right, Reese,
Cool.
just get.
Yeah,
go
cool.
ahead,
Got
get
it.
your-
Next.
All right, we're almost out of time, so I'm gonna challenge Liam to a Pokemon battle.
Oh.
Let's see how you fly.
Oh,
You know what?
What?
You know what?
Wow.
I'll show you how I fly. It is strength now. I win.
Ooh,
Wow.
you fly pretty good.
It's a pretty good flight. Gotta say, you really launched yourself off the ground with your fists there.
And
You
you know
got
what?
so
I think
angry, you just used your anger to kill
Since we've only
yourself.
got 2 minutes left, we should probably just tally
I
everything.
thought we
up
had.
here.
I thought we had 12. It's 4:10, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah.
That's what it says
No,
on the
Quest for the
schedule.
Mass only goes till 5:10. Okay, yeah, we do have some more time then. Never mind.
Yeah, we
My
have a little bit
mistake.
of time.
Come on.
But I'm going to
Sorry.
make the decree. I'm going to make the decree. No longer stopping on missions. We're going to go ahead and disregard
Oh,
missions. Just go.
God.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
So I'm moving
Lightning
here then,
round.
and I'm gonna
Lightning
toss
round.
this down,
Oh.
and then I'm gonna move
Oh.
back.
Oh.
Oh my God.
Oh
Okay.
no.
And
The
so
Great
now
Mass Bargain Sale.
I get to use all these. Here
Yeah.
we go again.
All right.
Okay, who are you challenging? Go.
My great plan all along. Okay, Gali,
Challenge, go.
first one.
Okay,
Gali.
hi. Swimming and
Swimming
vision.
and vision.
Uh,
This is a big fight.
What's your
That's
swimming?
gonna be a tough one.
I think I win by 100.
Yeah,
I think
no,
I win by
Gali
100.
has you beat by 100.
All right, I'll put this down.
I'll put this
All right.
down. That's not the right one, but you know what I'm trying to do.
Yeah,
Uh,
cow. So you,
Cow.
so Gali
Point
still
is
wins.
Point is I
Unless you
still
put
win.
down a noble, it doesn't matter because you both have nobles.
We both
Oh
have
yeah,
nobles.
so then Won't
So
we tie?
you lose.
Because if I just put this down.
We still no.
Yeah, but
no, I also
but
put a
Reese
noble.
still has
down.
a noble too.
So I still
okay.
win. Cool. Next.
Okay. Okay.
Moving on.
Next.
Who do you challenge?
Pick
up your Kaku. It's used.
Got it. Thank you. Let's do Liwa. Light Vision. You gotta be
Oh my
kidding
god!
me.
You gotta be kidding me. Light and Vision. That is Liwa all the
by
way.
300. Liwa by 300.
Okay. And I kept and by 300. Okay, yeah, I don't have enough to.
Yep.
All right,
Next.
who's your third?
win that. I will do Liam.
All right, let's
right.
go.
Strength and vision. You win.
Nice. I win.
Yep.
Finally.
By 100. Exactly.
Well,
I mean, I could just do that.
Yeah, then he could just.
Oh, but you had to have done it before he
Oh,
officially.
okay,
declared-
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Like before he declared the vision. All right.
Yeah.
Moving on. That's
My
done.
turn.
Cool.
And like I said,
going
missions
here.
are no longer
I
valid.
pulled
Cool.
2.
Cool.
Pull
All right. Who you challenge?
Lavo! Speed! I lose!
Never mind. Cool.
Next!
Next one.
Lavo again! Flight!
Flight!
600.
You lose.
Unless
you have a Miru.
I do.
Well, you have
Which means I pull the cards and I win.
Wait, hold on.
I've got the last of my great masks.
Yeah, I think I have all the great masks as well.
Oh,
wait, what?
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
I counted
unless
it.
you
Wait.
have-
Oh, he doesn't have his Taraga. He won a while.
You did
But
win.
Joe won already.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So I can throw him down and.
So has Kopaka won every 810 stream?
No, I don't think so.
Present me evidence otherwise.
This is my hand. Oh, that didn't work. Okay. Make it rain!
You're putting on top.
Ah!
Can you turn table flip on? Or thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh no!
The pillars come from above.
The great spirit is awoken. God help us all.
All right. So
that was wonderful.
To kill the last 9 minutes. We could probably do some Q&A.
I had 3 masks, by the way, for the record.
9 minutes? That's enough time for a whole other game.
Why am I just hearing cards constantly flipping in the background? What
That's
is
because we
happening?
pulled them all out. Yeah. All right. So now that we've done that, 8 minutes, I think we'll do some quick Q&A. So if anybody has any questions about the game itself or any of the future plans, I'm more than happy to answer some. So is Liam, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm down for some Q&A.
All right. So go ahead and type something in.
Oh my god.
I'm referring specifically to this game, not in general.
The dance of our people.
Let's do that.
You can dance if you want to. You can leave your friends behind.
No friends of mine.
Okay. What do we got? Any questions in chat?
Any questions for the chat?
Are
Anybody
male
know?
Vortex femboys? That sure is a question.
That's my
In the world of imagination, they can be whatever you want them to be.
So to answer any questions, this expansion is absolutely already in the tabletop workshop.
Yeah.
It's already there to go. You just have to download it, assuming you have Tabletop Simulator.
Will this get expansions for other years? Maybe. Any of this original art are all ripped. Most of it is ripped and upscaled, but things like the textures for the table are entirely original.
Right. And there are a couple of things where I did do, for example, the Noble Kanoi are absolutely original recolors from the rips. So we created those ourselves.
How did Kopaka, Adventure Kid asks, how did Kopaka nerf go after what I did? That's the best part. We didn't do anything.
Yeah, I mean,
Kaku is exactly the same as it always was. It's just nobody knows how to use it properly.
Right. We just didn't bother to use it because there's no point.
Right.
Robin Torres says, can I join and just do the doodles on the board? I'll just sit there and distract everyone. You would make a good me.
Be interested in testing a Quest for the Master Cube?
Ka-chow!
Ka-chow! I like that he's eating a card. God bless him, he's eating a new Urama.
Ka-chow!
Ciao! Lightning McQueen looks like he's just running over all of those cards and Labo's avatar.
Any cheeky Easter eggs? Well, Thrakkerzod and the Ocean Sunfish on the tablet are definitely Easter eggs.
Yeah, we kept Thrakkerzod
They're
as
more
the Easter egg.
inside
Sunfish
jokes,
is still
really.
there. Yeah. We will eventually insert a few other Easter eggs, maybe.
Yeah.
But, we talked about that one later.
Yeah, because we worked on this for like days trying to get it ready for 810, and even then I'm not entirely happy with the background, but you know what?
Right.
You can flip the table without the ground falling away, I'm happy.
Right. Oh, as for the map on the table, or like if you're referring to the map as in the board game, the board itself, that is actually the original like map that we got.
What is that Ruru doing? Where is it? Why is this Ruru just going on an adventure? This Ruru is just going on an adventure. Whoa, and there it goes.
We do not have a Discord group dedicated to this, but you could just join, I think, the Lightstone Studios.
Yeah,
that's where we've got a small channel.
There's a whole channel for it.
So that's the best place to talk about it.
Yeah.
We did not want to add any 3D masks for the player pieces, mostly because it just didn't look as good, I think.
One thing I do want to add in the future is I would like to script it where if you equip a mask, the mask model on your game piece will switch according to the card you've put out.
Ooh,
That'd be cool. I will say, if we're going to keep using figures, I think the cards should probably be changed to reflect that, because their use of the word mask is a bit confusing.
Yeah, we kept that. I mean, that's something we can change, but...
Nyara Ghost asks, when are we going to get Lightning McQueen as a Rahi card? To which I will Photoshop one myself personally if I don't forget.
Absolutely.
So I hope that
the rules in-game that you need read. There is a PDF that we could also put an online PDF I'll link to. It's in our GitHub, but we do have it in-game as well. I'd show you where it is, except it's probably all the way half across the map now.
Yeah.
Right. No, while we're doing this, I'm just going to reload the map.
Okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
There we go.
All better.
Just maybe as a treat to the viewers, maybe reveal the poker table.
Yes.
You know what?
Oh, we absolutely we'll load up the poker table.
Here's how this looked last year, just for a refresher for anyone who might not have been here. Oh no, the tabletop sim is frozen. There we go.
Oh,
there we go.
Oh yeah.
Hey, Krika, you got any fours?
Wow, baby.
That was all just 1 year of work. I mean, like, for a year, like, obviously it's not a lot, but, like, considering we were working on it consistently. And, of course, you flip this, it just goes.
It just goes. I still wish we could use this background, but, man, is it... Oh, it's so blurry in my settings.
It is so stanky.
Wow,
it is so stanky.
Okay. Again, that's the Congo.
Yeah, we definitely made a lot of improvements, and I'm super proud of this new version.
Oh,
You should.
Absolutely.
It's amazing. I love every single thing of this.
It's very polished.
All right, so we got 2 more minutes, so I think we'll go ahead and... Is it okay to tease what I plan for the next expansion, or?
Yeah, absolutely.
Next year, our hope and plan is to create a brand new game mode for all of the players called the Makuta deck.
Ooh.
It will be an asynchronous multiplayer experience where 1 player controls Makuta and 6 players are the Toa. And it will be a completely new board.
Think
but we play
Mario
with the
Party
same
10.
Yeah. And the goal is Makuta would be controlling the Rahi, and we would all be controlling ourselves, and we may introduce other rules so that it makes it more fair for the Toa to win.
And of course, all the players would be able to work together, perhaps share masks, and that's where the wombo combos can come in. Like, someone could use the Ruru to look at the next challenge and then tell their friend, hey, this is going to be the next challenge. Roll for that stat on your Mahiki.
Yes.
I love that.
Yes.
love that.
And it might be where Makuta might have to roll a die to make the challenge number. That would make it a lot more interesting. Like what his number is. Maybe it's good, maybe it's bad. We don't know yet. We'll have to test it and see what we do.
Yep.
But that's the goal.
So we only have 1 minute to spare here before the break, but before we go, I guess I should quickly mention the surprise little thing that we have coming up after this, not related to Quest for the Masks, but we have a little greeting from Merlin Mann prepared. So
very good. Let's switch on over to it.
We'll switch right into that, and then after that, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and we will be back with Reviving Bionicle. So stay tuned for that, everyone. We'll see you shortly.
Bye,
guys.
All right.
Thank you very much for having me. Bye, everyone.
Same here.
Likewise.
Hey, everyone. It's Merlin Man here, and I just want to give a shout out on the 20th anniversary of Bionicle on Bionicle Day. Thank you very much.
Bionicle. The legend continues.
Новый герой BIONICLE Глотариане. У Грэша составной щит, у Малому коготь пламени и ледоколу Страка. Грэш решил проучить грозного скрала. Он стреляет, но как тот извернулся, Грэш тоже использует щит и ха! Берегись, скрал! Первый раунд за Грэшем. Новые Глотариане от BIONICLE.
Hidden in their cocoons, the Borak have slumbered for eons. Now, at last, they have awakened. 6 breeds, each with their own unique powers. Rolled into a sphere, they are virtually invulnerable to all threats. Unfolded, they display great strength and agility. When their fierce swarms appear all over the island of Matanui, they will crumble mountains to dust, level jungles, and unleash floodwaters. Alone, each Borak is a menace. Together, they pose a threat to the very existence of the island. The Borak's greatest secret lies behind their faceplates, the Krana, strange beings whose special powers fuel the Borak swarms. The Krana are living creatures housed inside the shells of the Borak. It's believed the Krana provide the guiding intelligence to the swarms. When a Borak's faceplate is open, the Krana can launch itself and attach leech-like to the face of its adversary. It can then assume control of its opponent's body, forcing its victim to serve the swarm. Only by unlocking the mystery of the Krana will the Toa be able to defeat the Borak. If you wake one, you wake them all.
They have heard it is the time of unity. You know so little of your powers.
Woohoo! There are things out there. A big fella with horns. That's bad.
They are minions of my brother, Makuta.
The golden mask of unity. Did you have the vision? Darkness is rising, Toa. You cannot stop it.
La 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 la.
Surf to cartoonnetwork.co.uk. Play the game and reveal the mystery of the Toa Code. Enter the Colgate Bionicle competitions for the chance to win heroic prizes. The new Bionicle-powered toothbrush by Colgate. Reveal the mystery.
It's wonderful, isn't it? Everything's just wonderful. After years and years, we have a new set to complete our tow team.
Hang on. I'm trying to understand. You haven't had a new set for 8 years?
No. Our owner never bought one. It's always been us.
It's funny, I've seen some other sets walk around here.
Better late than never. What exciting times! Not only are we getting a look at the next Bionicle line soon, but we can share this experience as a full 6-tow team.
Ahem.
Oh, right. We can't forget about you, too.
A little late. I'm already feeling forgotten.
Yeah, we're just unsure what to do. You see, we already have a golly set, so...
So you're saying I'm not needed? Huh? Is that it? I don't matter?
No, of course not. We just have to have an emergency motto meeting and...
An emergency motto meeting? Without a toa motto? Don't worry. I know you don't care about me. Say it to my face. You just better guard yours.
Emergency motto meeting.
You can come, Anua. Oh, you serious?
Don't worry, golly. We'll meet up later.
Promise?
Two of them. Two galleys. I was looking for one, when there were two all along. Maybe I asked for this. I was snooping, where I shouldn't have been. But how was I supposed to know? It doesn't matter. I need to get out of this nightmare. This is surprisingly easy to navigate. Alpha, the consciousness transport protocol. Yes, I can do this. If I'm stuck here in the hard drive, I need to go over to the RAN. Anua said that the RAN automatically transports people back to their body, right, before he... I really hurt him, didn't I? Okay, I can't focus on that right now. I gotta get out of here. Wait, what? A password? I don't know any password. Maybe I can guess it, if I enter every possible combination. Alright, that'll take too long. Crap, I really am stuck here. This thing allowed me to skip through some of these memories. Perhaps I can continue doing that, until I find a clue. And if I don't...
A penny for your thoughts?
A penny's too high. They aren't very riveting.
I'm still interested.
They're the same thoughts I've had for a while. You know what they are.
I don't dare fool you. All I have are educated guesses.
So guess.
Well, I assume that you're thinking about yourself, and now your life is dissatisfactory, right?
Mostly.
Come on, Sockets, you're being hard on yourself.
I'm not. Things haven't been going well for me and you know it. There's a piece to my puzzle missing, and so many events lately have been putting me down. I wish I could go back.
You can't go back. You should be looking at positives in your life instead of wishing it was something you already lived.
This is always the conclusion you reach, as if it's that easy. Do you know how tired I am? How the foreseeable future holds nothing. There's no escape but dreams of the past.
I'm not saying.
This is super boring. When does the fight happen?
I'm tired of life. I want something better.
It will get better.
That requires time. I don't have that.
Everyone has time. You can't believe.
Come on, fight.
It's never enough for you, huh? It's a good life here.
Stop telling me things will improve. They won't. I want to go back to a time where I felt like I had a future. There is no future here.
Things will work out.
Not for me. I won't work out.
Alright, I'm not going through this. I can't get past that thick mask shield in your brain.
No wait, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to make you leave.
Then we played video games. Then we played outside a little bit, and we all took turns flying the drone. Then we snuggled.
Wow, sounds like you're having lots of fun with your new best friends.
I mean, they aren't my best friends. You're my best friend.
You got that right.
What are you doing in there anyway?
Looking for this.
The box that we came in?
Yup. I brought my work with me.
Oh, well, I thought you'd have to start all over.
Nope. I grabbed what I could at the last second. All the building blocks are still here. The only issue is that I don't know a good secluded spot to continue.
Hey, there's an unfinished room upstairs. You could work on it there. Everyone stays out of it. They told me on the tour.
I wasn't invited on a tour. Actually, I wasn't invited to any of this.
Well, it was for Toamata only.
I am a Toamata.
Wait, no, I mean,
It's whatever. I'm going to the bonus room. Help me with this bag?
I can do that.
You can go on the tour with us, Golly.
No.
Hey guys, who's up for some fun today? Watch a movie together? Perhaps Mask of Light or something?
They can't do this. They can't. Not after all these years.
They can, and they very clearly just did.
Guys, what's up? Oh. Oh no.
This isn't fair. This isn't okay. We were doing well, right? I thought Bar Magna was the start of something new. This makes no sense.
We'll figure this out together.
No, we're being put in boxes. That's what this means. Boxes for all of us.
You don't know that. You need to calm down.
You're right. I need a plan. I need some way to save everyone. Or at least ourselves.
What a crybaby. Talk to me after you've gone through Bionicle's cancellation twice.
Yo, sockets.
Hey. What do you need?
Have you seen anything strange lately?
Strange? What constitutes as strange?
Well, I don't actually know, but I want to tell you that, if you do, I want you to come and talk to me.
So we're comfortable enough to talk to each other about these things?
I thought so.
Okay. Friends let each other in, you know? We're friends, right?
It's not like we weren't.
Well, that's good. I'm always up for new friends. I'm glad I can call you one.
Yup. So come to me, if there's anything suspicious.
Actually.
What is it?
Never mind. Talk to you later?
Sounds good to me. Anua, is that you?
It's me.
Come on in.
You've been busy.
Incredibly.
Is it going well?
You wouldn't believe the progress I've made. Or how many translucent pieces this kit has. It's like they're just attracted to shiny pretty plastic. Anua, this is amazing. It's going to change everything. Research into how we're alive. I don't know if anyone's doing this. It feels like I'm the only one that cares. But...
What?
This is powerful. Too powerful. I don't know what this kind of stuff can do if it's in the wrong hands. I feel like, if I took an ethics course, this is what they'd warn against. In fact, I may have already done something wrong.
Ah, it's no big deal. It's not like you'll go full mad scientist bent on world domination. It's a study. Something philanthropic, not evil. You've got a good head on your shoulders.
Yeah. I don't know if I'll even get as far as I want, anyway. With all the strides, I'm stuck. The breakthrough I'm due for seems to be fighting back. Like the system is pushing me away.
I'm sure you'll figure it out. You're the smartest person I know, possibly ever.
Thanks. Well, now I need more pieces.
You going to clean this up?
Nah.
I understand that a lot. Being afraid. I think I'm afraid all the time. Since the beginning. since always. I've learned a few tricks, though. Whenever I get too upset, or I don't know what to do, I imagine myself in the woods. Or a forest. Surrounded by trees. A faint wind blowing. Leaves dancing. Birds calling. When I stop and put myself in a state of mind where all is calm, I find I can pull myself together. Just for a little bit. Then, when I can, I sing to myself. Something like this tune. Lazy River. Have you heard this one? It helps me clear my head. You know, when we're gone and forgotten, tunes like this will still live on. I like to think I'm like music, too. But it's beginning to fade. Do you think I can do it? Do you think I can bring back what used to be? A life worth living?
Sockets? Is everything alright in here?
Yes, everything is fine. I was just speaking with my new friend.
Friend? What friend?
My friend. They were here.
Sockets, I know we're going through a lot these days. We all are. But it's okay, I'm going to fix it.
I guess I'm just a little lonely.
That's fine. You have us. You have me.
Thank you.
Okay, I get it now. Everyone here is insane.
Onua, hey. Have you seen Golly?
She's up in the unfinished room.
Thanks.
Maybe they'll become friends.
Sorry I haven't been out much, Anua. Files keep appearing that I haven't made, and by God I can't figure out why. Maybe you can. Sockets. Are you? What's up?
You consider me a friend, and asked me to tell you if something is wrong. I've been hallucinating.
Hallucinating? Incredible. I expected different results.
What does that mean?
Okay, I'm coming clean. I've been testing on you a little bit.
Go on.
I'm making something big. Bigger than all of us. I needed a subject.
Subject?
Right now, in this current state, my machine can only inspect trans pieces. The ones in our head. But I wanted to see what else it could do. It turns out it's so much more substantial than previously thought. It can't see what people are thinking, or control them, see old memories.
Old memories.
But now I'm stuck. Something isn't letting me in. Or someone.
Here. Let me try. I want to try.
What? You've been granted admin access, not mod access, like I've been stuck on. How did you?
It needed the magic touch. We have a lot to talk about, golly.
No hard feelings with the testing?
None. In fact, this may be what I've wanted.
I know you all have been waiting on what we're going to do with BIONICLE's cancellation. Well, here it is, we're escaping.
Wait, huh?
Escaping?
I don't understand.
There's a lot of woods by our house. We can live there. Now we'll be free and can't be put in boxes that are taped shut forever, or worse, end up in a landfill.
I'll have to think about it.
This makes no sense. We were happy here, not long ago.
We'll be happier out there. We can still come back for supplies. It's not like we're gone forever, just enough so that we won't get put away until we get recycled or something. Look, I made a map. Using this we can get back to the house, for whatever reason.
No. No, I can't do it. I won't do it. You can't force me to be trapped like this.
This is what's best for all of us.
I won't.
I thought we were going to snuggle.
This seems important.
What?
More tests. We're doing more tests.
Sockets, this is new technology. It may affect everyone differently, and I can't just...
I demand it. I want to be part of this.
Well, there are a few things we could try. I've been working too hard. Thank you for convincing me to get out of that room for a while.
Where are you at with it right now?
The computer has bugs but they are being ironed out. The emitter is broken again but that can be fixed. I'm getting closer and closer to... Honestly, I don't know anymore.
Well, I wanted to tell you something. I may be going away.
What are you talking about?
You haven't heard Tahu's plan?
No. Who gives you the right? Who gives you the right?
What do you mean?
You are not going through with your stupid plan.
Stupid is a harsh word. I'm going to save us.
Save us? No, you're only saving yourselves. You're obviously running from your problem instead of dealing with it.
It sounds like you don't understand our situation.
I understand plenty. You're a coward. You're faced with a situation you've never dealt with before and you're scampering. I will not allow Anua to be part of this.
Golly, you don't have to.
He's my friend. You're going to take him away from me. I gave up so much to make sure he wasn't alone when he arrived here.
So you came voluntarily? How did you know she was coming, Kapaka?
The eBay messages showed that their previous owner somehow knew they wanted to be together.
This is an insult to all of the toys here, it's an insult to Anua, and it's an insult to me, because... Despite how stupid this is, I would have liked to at least been considered to be part of it.
Is that what this is really about?
I'm a Toa Mata too. I deserve to be part of you guys.
You could hang out with us, Scully.
Walk away. The fact that you're ignoring me is just plain mean, and I'm done.
Golly, please come back.
I got this. You got a minute?
I don't care. Anua is not leaving.
That's not why I'm here. I'm here because maybe it's you who should leave.
Excuse me?
I'm not angry. I'm not against you. But I would strongly consider that you should be letting Anua make his own decisions.
I know Anua. He needs friends to help him.
He seems happy.
I can't leave him.
But the issue here is that you're causing problems that wouldn't otherwise be here. What was home life like back at your old place?
I'd rather not talk about it.
Well, I thought I'd just give you the idea.
I'll consider.
Golly, I won't leave if you don't want me to. I've made up my mind. I'm sticking by your side.
Anua. Kopaka said something that's starting to make sense.
What's that? The heck?
Why has that been happening more lately?
That's not right. Something's going on with the machine without me. Who would? Oh crap. Unlock this door. Sockets.
Sockets? What's Sockets doing in there?
I'll get the key.
Golly, why is Sockets involved?
She's the one that wanted to do this, despite testing some things on her beforehand.
I told you not to go full mad scientist.
Yeah, I might cross the line, haven't I?
Golly, what have you done to my friend?
What are you doing? You shouldn't be running anything without me. Who knows what it could do?
That's where you're wrong, Golly. This machine and I have formed a bond.
A what?
Your creation is what I've been looking for. Purpose. True, raw purpose.
You still haven't explained what you were doing.
I'm replacing myself as the boot drive instead of the amalgamation.
What does any of this mean?
I'll have full control over the computer and create any instructions I desire. I can bring back the past. I can do it.
You're insane. That'll kill you.
You don't know that.
Yes, I do. The energy will overload your brain. Making yourself the initial startup drive will be too much to handle and will destroy you.
Or make me the most powerful being in the house. I could hook myself up to the internet if I wanted to, bounce my instructions off satellites, take over everything. But that's not what I want.
Close in on her.
Too late. I'll make everyone return to when it was just us, before anyone else came. The start of a life worth living again. This is how I fix it all.
I can fix it. She's out of control.
If we don't sever her connection, it's over.
Sorry, old friend.
All she wanted was purpose.
She had a twisted sense of purpose.
You're processing this well.
Between you and me, I'm really not.
This is my fault. I take full responsibility. I understand if you're upset with me.
I don't think I am. This wasn't entirely you. All parties were at fault here. She was going to take us all down for the hatred of her own life.
Is there anything wrong with wanting a better life?
She didn't want a better life. She wanted to ignore her present and not learn from her past. Obsessing over an old memory isn't your cure, no matter how enticing. But perhaps I wasn't doing the right thing either.
Whatever you are doing here, Gally, it's too dangerous.
It wasn't supposed to be dangerous.
I don't care what it was supposed to be. We need some way to make sure this never happens again.
This needs to be buried. No one in the house can know about this.
That can be arranged. I can wipe our memory. This is all extremely experimental, but I think I can make it work. As long as we all consent to it. Everyone won't know sockets existed, and Anua will simply think that I left. Nobody will know what really happened.
I consent. The others will as well once I speak to them.
Great, so
I object.
Huh?
What's with all of you running away from the problem? You can't leave. You shouldn't forget. This isn't right. You can't. You can't.
You know, if I told you a week ago that this is where we'd end up, would you have believed me?
This isn't fair. I can't lose a friend. I can't.
You'll have other friends. You'll wake up with everyone in the house being by your side.
But not like you. You are my best friend. I'm not good with people who don't change the status quo. I'm better with those who break the mold, who try to be different. No one here is like that. You are.
This isn't easy. I'm not making these decisions lightly. It seems that so long as you breathe, it all can just get harder. I'll make it back. Promise. Here's the plan. I'm leaving. Everyone gets wiped. Everyone will remember Anua in Socket's place. Anything else?
I'm leaving as well. I'll go through with my plan, but it'll just be me. Everyone will simply remember that I decided to leave without anyone else. I need a new start.
Can do.
But you are destroying this machine.
It ends here, Gally.
Wait. Are you being serious? I can't destroy it. I'd never destroy this.
You can continue your work. Just not here.
Fine. Once you to dispose of the software, I'll dispose of the components. The password for mod access is... Wait a second. You're already logged in. Look.
I am?
It says you're in. How? It's Sockets. She's the password.
That makes no sense.
Actually, it does. Friends let each other in.
I didn't know. Okay? You've lost so much, and nobody had any idea. Your old home, your friend, Gally. And then you lost me. I wish I could have chosen my final words to you better. I didn't mean them. I'm trapped here forever, and I don't know how I can live with what I said. I wish I could see you one last time, because I would tell you how sorry I am. Sorry for pushing away one of my closest friends. You were one of the few people who would even talk to me when I first came here, and I threw it all away. I should have just been your friend when you needed me. The stupid poison Gally sent me over the edge. I'm starting to wonder if I'm even deserving of friendship because I seem to do such a poor job with it. You're a good friend, Anua. I'm a bad one. I just wish I could tell you. Oh God, what have I done? What have I done?
Hand me the mask. I need it over here for my console.
Fine. Golly, what's the password that will let me do stuff?
Wesley Street. One word, no caps.
What's Wesley Street?
It's the street Anua and I grew up on.
I'll make it back. Promise.
He's not following us, right? You made sure of it.
Don't worry, we're good.
How could they do that to us? Be so cold, uninviting.
And the plunger. Can't forget the plunger. Let me hit the light.
It's madness. Can't anyone understand we mean no harm? I was so excited. That didn't last long.
They'll adjust, I'm sure, as time goes on. Wait, what the heck is that?
Shine it closer. What's that say?
Work? The heck does this mean? Someone's project?
No. Not someone's. Ours.
My name is Aske, and I'm here at the LEGO headquarters to show you the lineup of the second half-year villains that's going to challenge the Toas now that they've defeated the evil Lord of Skull Spiders. Today I'm going to talk about the figures and how we designed them and which function they have and how they're going to fight the Toas. What I have here is the Skull Warrior, a generic type of warrior that's really great if you want to raise a whole army of these Skull Warriors. They're good because they have a bow and a sword on the back. And if you take out this sword, it has a really cool function because it's really great for stealing the mask of your opponent. You can just like grab it here and pull it off. But of course you also have the bow, which is really good if you want to shoot from a long distance. We have a really iconic mask on this guy. It's the skull mask here. That gives him a really evil look. And we also have this new shell over here that gives a lot of mass to the figure. The design of these figures is that we want this skull army. So what you can see is that they have these shells that's like almost falling off, exposing the raw bone system underneath to give this really evil look of these villains. The next figure I want to show you is the Skull Slicer. With this guy, we really wanted to put the function element from the first Toas, so we figured why not give him 4 arms that are movable. What the Skull Slicer really wants is to get Leva's mask, because they are like arch enemies. And that's why he has this green color scheme, to really show that they are like crashing and bashing all the time. And what you can see on the mask here is that it's like draining the power of the golden mask. And that's why he has this glow of energy in him. Another color we used on this figure is this fluorescent red, which you can also see in the Skull Grinder's color scheme. This is to show that these are under his command. A new element we also used on this figure is this shell, where you can see it has the same facet pattern as the skull spider mask that we have here. The next bad guy I want to show you is the Skull Scorpio. The Scorpios are these scorpion-like figures that might come from the desert. You can see them sneaking around, just like crawling around on the sand. And the color scheme in this is of course yellow, to show that they live in this desert landscape. And it also the color of the mask that has drained the power of Pohato's golden mask. This figure has, like a regular scorpion, a stinger on the back, but it's not just the normal stinger, it also grabs the mask, so it's a really cool function. And it's also really good to hold in your hand if you want to like really play action. The new elements we have in this model is the iconic skull mask here. It's different from the other one, but it shows that it's also a really bad guy. We also have a new axe element that we use up here in the stinger function. The last model I want to show you is the Skull Basher. This guy is the big evil brute of the bunch. He has 2 giant axes that he's fighting with, and not only that, he has a function in the back that lets you control this figure and swing the arms from side to side and bash the 2 axes together. The colors we have on these models is this purple color, and we chose that color because his enemy is Onua, and he's trying to steal the power of Onua's golden mask. So you can see this color just running through his body. The new elements we have on
Happy Bionicle Day, everyone! I'm Taraganuva. You might know me from that one video essay I did 2 years ago, or more likely, from what I'm going to be talking to you about today, which is Biological Chronicle and some big updates coming out today. For those who aren't familiar, Biological Chronicle is my complete compilation of the entire Bionicle story. That's all the, books, story serials, podcasts, etc. All of the comics that cover story material that isn't covered elsewhere. All in one place. Let's go over some of the updates. Number 1, over 100 small fixes, things like typos, spacing issues, punctuation errors. A bunch of issues with those have been fixed. Thanks to those of you that reported some of these issues to me. A lot of these were found by me, but also a number of them were found by readers, and I really appreciate it when people let me know when they find things like that. If you want details on those, you can go to the hub page for Biological Chronicle, and if you scroll to the bottom, there's a change log with details on all of those little changes. Number 2, books 8 and 9, those that contain the 2008 and 2009/10 story, respectively, have been slightly rearranged. Some of the story chapters have been moved around a little bit to improve the reading experience and flow. Number 3, the complete versions of Biological Chronicle. This is a nomenclature that has, I think, confused people. There's a standard recommended version of the story compilation and a complete version that includes extra material that isn't really recommended, but is there for the people that really, really want it. So what I've done is I have slightly tweaked the labeling on those. Those are now referred to as optional extras rather than the complete version, just to make clear that you're not missing out on anything significant by reading the standard version. Everything additional is purely optional. Number 4, the document author for all of the PDFs of Biological Chronicle has been updated to say Greg Farshty et al. This is a small thing, but I wanted to do it just to give, proper author credit for these. It had my name on it previously just because that's what, Microsoft Word defaults to, but wanted that to be the appropriate credit. And on a similar note, the credits pages for each book have been updated. Previously, the credits page was the same across every single volume of Biological Chronicle and just listed every single contributor to Bionicle as a whole, which isn't actually super helpful. So now each book, each volume, has its own specific credits page. The story team credits remain the same over every volume just because it's hard to give specific credit to the creators of the story for which parts of the story they specifically had the most influence on. But as for the writers and artists and that kind of thing, they are now specifically credited for the books that they contributed to. Number, 5? More comic pages have been added. This is just a few in a couple key places in books 7, 8, and 9. These are not comic pages that you would not understand the story without, but they're big moments, big pages that sort of add some weight, some gravitas to some big moments in the story, and I think help contribute to the reading experience of these moments. Number 6, I got a new scanner, and it is worlds better than my old scanner. Most of the comics contained in Biological Chronicle were digitally sourced, but for those that could not be obtained that way, physical copies had to be manually scanned, and the same thing for the young reader books. Copies of those had to be manually scanned for this. Everything that was a manual scan has been redone, and they look much better. Here's a side-by-side comparison of just what some of these look like before and after the new scans. I think they look fantastic now. And on a side note, huge thanks to Chip Wiseman. She helped me with some of the image edits for these comics that I was not skilled enough to handle on my own. So big thanks to her. Alright, I think we're at item 7, but I'm playing a little fast and loose with these numbers. Previously, pages that contained things like comics in Biological Chronicle, pages that were just a big image, had white bars either at the sides or at the top and bottom because every page of the document was the same size. So if the comic page was not exactly 8.5 by 11, you'd end up with white empty space around it. That has been fixed. Every page that is just an image has now been resized to match the size of the image, the aspect ratio of it. So no more excess white space. 2-page spreads now get to be the actual width of 2 pages so that they aren't shrunk down and you can really appreciate them. Oh, also, another comic one, we'll call this number 8. This is a fun one. Using original comic art where it's been available, I have removed extraneous text from the comic pages. So there are places where there were little things like text boxes in the comics that I had blocked out because all they say are things like, read this other book or watch this movie to understand what happened, but obviously presented in this format where all the story's in one place. You don't need that. You don't need a cross-sell. You already know what happened because you're reading it all compiled in one place in order. But they looked kind of ugly before because I had just blacked them out. Now, wherever possible, those boxes have just been removed and you just get to see the art that was behind them rather than having to have those unnecessary bits of text there. Number 9, still on the note of images and comic pages and stuff like that. This is one that took me a long time. All images in Biological Chronicle now have handwritten alt text. So now, if you hover over any image in the compilation, or if you're using a screen reader, if you're someone who has impaired sight and uses a screen reader, there is now actually written text in the alt text for every comic page, for example, that describes everything that is happening in that image. It gives all the dialogue, all the events taking place, everything, a full rundown of the contents of that page, rather than the previous auto-generated alt text, which would say things like, contains a picture containing indoor comma cake, which I still don't know what that means. Alright, number... what are we at, 10? Let's say 10. A couple cutscenes from Mnog that were linked in Biological Chronicle, specifically a couple cutscenes from Lake Horo. I was informed that there are 2 versions of these cutscenes, one including Taipu and one without, depending on whether you tell him to come with you to Lake Horo or not. Well, the written version of Mnog used in Biological Chronicle describes Taipu being present, but the cutscenes that I had used did not have him there. So I've re-recorded those cutscenes with the Taipu present version, so now you can see that extra content in those cutscenes of Taipu being involved. Okay, number 11. This is a big one. Get excited. There are now media links to clips from the BIONICLE movies in Biological Chronicle. So, even though the story material is covered already because the movies had novelizations which have been included in Biological Chronicle from the start, if you prefer to watch the movies and the scenes from the movies, there are now links within the PDFs and on the website that will show what text they correspond to, and you scan or click the link and it'll take you straight to a clip of the movie that covers that same portion of the story. Additionally, I've added a media link for Matus's Revenge, the bonus material short included on the Legend Reborn DVD, and for a trimmed down version of the Motunui saga, which was included in text form in Book 9, but now you can see the visuals for it and hear the audio narration that there was for the original website release of it. Number 12. I know that a lot of people reading Bionicle for the first time don't necessarily have a familiarity with what all of the sets looked like. Maybe they didn't grow up with Bionicle, maybe they only grew up with a few of them, maybe they just don't have a good memory of what all of those characters looked like. And while the story will give general descriptions of characters, oftentimes the story assumes that you know what all of the sets look like. Like, it may give you a visual description for a character that it doesn't expect you to necessarily be familiar with their appearance, but anyone that was being mass marketed as like a major retail set, the story kind of assumes you know their appearance. So, to account for that, throughout Biological Chronicle, there are now character guides. These don't have long written bios or anything, but these are simply visual guides that lay out for you what each character looks like. It's just their official art with their name. Now, this isn't every single character's canon appearance that has one. I didn't want this to just turn into an encyclopedia, but it's every character that was released as a set or that otherwise the reader would be expected to have a visual for. So say characters from some form of visual media. There's technically a couple exceptions to this rule, but generally that's the rule I went with for who gets to have a visual in a character guide. These are grouped by category, and they show up in whatever location seems proper for where the reader should be given a visual for this character, right? So in cases where a character shows up early in the story, or it's not, say, a spoiler to know they exist or that they look like this, they'll often have their character guide images shown at the top of the book at the beginning. But in some situations, maybe a character goes through some kind of transformation or change or comes back unexpectedly. Those visuals have been placed such that they will not spoil that transformation or that return or whatever of that character. Number 13. A lot of you have probably been waiting a while to hear this because the polls were back in June, but as a lot of you probably know, we held polls to determine the final new titles for the individual volumes of Biological Chronicle. Those polls concluded after 2 rounds. Round 1 was pretty tight for some of the titles for first and second place, but round 2 not only got more votes with over 130 people casting a vote, thanks to everyone that did, but there were very clear first place victors for every book in round 2. So I feel 100% confident to say that the final book titles are Book 1, The Coming of the Toa. Book 2, What Lurks Below. Book 3, The Mask of Light. Book 4, City of Legends. Book 5, Web of Shadows. Book 6, Island of Doom. Book 7, Sea of Darkness. Book 8, Ignition. And Book 9, Journey's End. So I hope everyone likes the new titles. I know I like them, and I'm excited to finally have titles chosen by the community. I think that's a great thing that the community was able to have input on this and decide what they wanted each year to be known as. Forgetting the numbers again, let's say 14. Biological Chronicle now has book covers. Big thanks to Dusty S, who created these beautiful cover designs. They provided me with the files necessary so that I could update the titles on them once the polls had been run. But yes, every volume of Biological Chronicle, every book, now has its own very nice cover based on the design of the Bionicle chapter books. And to go with these, I have made rear covers for every book. So every book has a rear cover as well. These are also to match the front covers based on the design of the original Bionicle chapter books, and have text on the back copied from those Bionicle chapter books. So, with those many updates out of the way, I have something important I need to share with all of you, which is this will be the final content update for Biological Chronicle. After this, I'm not adding anything else, I'm not changing the contents, I'm not rearranging things. If you find a typo or something, some kind of error, something like that, please still submit it to me and I'll look into trying to get it fixed. But in terms of major changes, content updates, additions, this is it. This is the final state of Biological Chronicle that it will exist in from here on. Now, the exciting part of that, with no more big edits coming, I can finally fulfill a promise that I've been making to a number of you that have asked me about this over the past few years, and release alternate formats. So that is my next big goal. I am working hard on getting ebook formats and a print format version designed for those who want to print their own physical bound copy of this. I'm working hard on getting all those done. But once those are done, that will be it for Biological Chronicle. It will remain up online, of course, for everyone to read, but it will be in its final state. It will be completely finished. When I started this project, almost 4 years ago now, in 2017. I did not think I would still be working on it in 2021, 4 years later. But a big part of the reason I've been doing that is thanks to so much help and feedback from the community, and this thing is so much bigger and better than I ever envisioned it would be when I first set out to make it. So, thanks so much to everyone that has supported this project. I hope you all enjoy all of the new updates, and look forward to the new formats coming hopefully pretty soon. And that's it. Everyone have a great Bionicle Day, and thanks for tuning in. Bye.
Hey everyone, happy Bionicle Day. I'm James, developer of Wall of History, an online archive of the entire Bionicle legend. Today I'd like to demo some of the changes we've made to the site for our Takas update, which was released earlier this morning. The first thing you'll notice on visiting Wall of History is the updated user interface, which we feel is much cleaner and less intrusive than our previous interface. The design of the site has also been streamlined internally, meaning further improvements based on user feedback can now be made much faster than they were before. You'll also notice this button on the side with the sun icon. This allows you to swap between dark mode and light mode, a change which the site will remember when moving from page to page. The addition of a light mode was an accessibility feature requested by one of our users, which we hope will improve the reading experience for those of you who'd prefer the site this way. Another new accessibility feature is these two buttons here, which can increase or decrease the size of the text on pages. Like with light mode and dark mode, the site will automatically remember your choice when moving from page to page. Content pages also now feature paragraph anchors, which will be reflected in the URL when clicked, allowing you to share a link to any one paragraph directly. The settings page has received some streamlining with these new drop-down menus that allow you to include or exclude works based on things like author and media type. The settings page also allows you to select a language of preference. Once you've chosen one, the site will automatically display contents in that language if we happen to have them in that language. In addition to these improved customization options, we've also begun improving the contents of Wall of History themselves. Several comics have had their scans replaced with higher quality versions, and we've got even more of these improved scans in various stages of the editing process right now. Keep an eye on our Twitter account for more information on when these will be released. You may also notice that some pages now have this button, which appears when there are downloads available for a given work. Most works on Wall of History now have downloads available, which will include PDF files, as well as docx and EPUB files for text-based works. Additionally, some content pages now have setting buttons of their own. These allow you to swap between different versions of a given work, as well as all the different languages we might have it in. For example, on the page for Bionicle number 1, The Coming of the Toa, you can swap between the original printing, the 2003 Limited Collector's Edition, and the version included in Bionicle number 1, Rise of the Toa Nuva. On the page for Chapter 1 of Tale of the Toa, you can swap between the English and Spanish versions of the chapter using this drop-down menu. The last major feature to come with our Takas update is the Read as Standalone option on multi-part works like novels and serials. This option allows you to read these works independently of your overall reading order, without any other works woven into them. The save and load buttons will remember which reading order is active at any given time, so you shouldn't have to worry about overwriting anything. And when you return to the site and click Read, you'll be prompted to select what you want to continue reading. Other minor improvements have been made to the site as well, which you can read about on maskofdestiny.com. If you have any suggestions for further improvements, you can email admin@wallofhistory.com to let us know, or get in touch with us through our official Discord server. As previously mentioned, we'd also encourage you to follow us on Twitter, where we'll be posting about several smaller updates coming over the next few weeks. Thanks for tuning in, and we hope you enjoy the rest of Bionicle Day 2021.
Hello, my name is Gonal, here representing the Myths and Legacy project. In recent years, the Bionicle community has done an exceptional job recovering and archiving official Bionicle assets. Nearly everything relevant to the story has been preserved either by Biomedia Project, Biosector 01, or the Greg Archives. Yet, the official media has not been the driving source of content over the past decade, and over the many years the Bionicle fandom has existed, we the fans have produced absolutely extraordinary works of art, music, mocks, animation, essays, games, 3D models, and stories. Unfortunately, there have not traditionally been galleries kept where these and other works are preserved, and instead they are scattered far and wide across the fandom, many lost to time, dead links, or website crashes. As of this year, efforts have been made to consolidate some of the fandom's best work, and although not all of these mediums are accounted for, several projects are in active development to provide central channels for enjoying these. Some of these will be announced at later dates, or further along in the Bionicle Day festivities. But I am here to represent the Myths and Legacy project, dedicated to preserving and showcasing some of the fandom's best stories. Bionicle was always driven by story, and it's no wonder that fanfiction has been a dominant medium within our community. Many fan writings have even been added to the greater Bionicle canon. In the days since Bionicle ended, our collective writing abilities have only continued to improve, yet most stories languish in obscurity. To a greater degree than anywhere else, I've been active in the custom Bionicle wiki for years, and we have seen stories of the best and worst quality the fandom has to offer. Yet, as an administrator of that site, I am intimately familiar with the challenges new users have to face, namely actually finding the good content. It was during my time on there that Bob the Doctor 27 and I started the Myths and Legacy project for compiling quality, canon-compliant fanworks. That idea has morphed into a website, a move that was made in concert with Mask of Destiny and Wall of History. Today, the Myths and Legacy site is host to a growing number of fanworks, both from fan studios as well as independent creators, original works as well as archived classics. The content that we have already posted to the website is just the tip of the iceberg, and we have numerous ideas about what to host and where to take the website from here. However, at the core of the website is preserving fan works, and it is our hope that you, the fans, can give us recommendations and submissions about what you would like to see hosted. With all that said, it is worth noting that our site unfortunately cannot host everything, and so we place a high priority on stories with certain characteristics, most notably accessibility. Highest priority is given to stories that are modular or standalone, feature minimal original characters, are well written, and are canon compliant. However, although we cannot host every story, we are developing an index of all Bionicle fan stories with links. If you have something that you would like included in this index, we would love to add it. To conclude, we are excited about how rapidly this project is moving, and we are eager to unveil some of our forthcoming endeavors. In a few minutes, we will unveil one of our biggest, developed in collaboration with Lightstone Studios, Red Star Games, and Wall of History. We hope that you will check us out at our website, join us on our Discord, and follow our announcements on Twitter. Additionally, our parent organization, Mask of Destiny, has a number of major announcements still to come, so stay tuned to the rest of the Bionicle Day festivities.
Mazica, Chapter 1. Written by Jeff Douglas for the Myths and Legacy Project. Narrated by Lahari, founder, Red Star Games. In the darkness of Spherus Magna's now moonless night, Pterodax's eyes gleamed for a fraction of a second before igniting. Twin beams of heat vision blazed towards a piece of scrap metal he had found in the former sands of Barra Magna. As the Makuta welded his armor shut, Mazica prodded a small slug with a stick. It was a rather bizarre creature, and a disgusting one at that. The gelatinous creature was unlike anything he had ever seen, as it lacked any sort of mechanical component, and it was difficult to understand how it didn't just dissolve into a puddle. It was only the assurance of Makuta, as well as the fact that Mazica had visited Spherus Magna before, that prevented him from thinking he had shifted dimensions again. So, the Toa once again proved themselves capable of melding this planet back together, Pterodax mused. The only difference is that the Matoran here are the Toa of my world. A handful of Toa, Mazica murmured, against scores of enemies they should have killed long ago. Indeed. Mazica frowned, staring into the flames. And now we have lost our universe. It seems you have. Mazica sighed. Months had passed since the day that he and Voltrez had been whisked away to another dimension, and during that time, so much had changed. Mazica had found help in the form of an alternate Makuta Pterodax who had never gone rogue, but he quickly realized that it might not be enough. During his absence, his own universe's Makuta had usurped Matanui as Great Spirit, spreading his shadow across the Matoran universe and reigning supreme over even nature itself. Then, mere days after he and his friends had returned, Makuta had been defeated, and the entire universe was left in ruins. Now they were refugees on an alien planet, alone and abandoned. Even the Order of Matanui was scattered far and wide, and by what Mazica had come to understand, Helrix herself had vanished. Those few Toa still alive were working to bridge the cultural divide between Spherus Magna's old residents and the new. But fresh threats were quickly rising to take Makuta's place. It's a wonder there are any Toa left, Mazica added. Only 1,000 years ago, there were several hundred. Tens of thousands of years ago, there were a few thousand. Now, less than 50. Makuta said nothing. So many Matoran viewed the Toa as beings like deities, the sons and daughters of Matanui himself, living embodiments of the elements. But I never really understood that. And few Matoran south of Metru Nui did either. The Trencrum Peninsula rarely saw any Toa. Only time they paid us any attention was when the region was caught up in a big war 15,000 years ago. And even then, they only stayed long enough to clean up their own mess. They've just gone out and died, leaving us Matoran to fend for ourselves.
The Toa here have failed you.
What? Mazik asked, startled. He hadn't quite expected Makuta to share his sentiment. He actually expected to argue the point.
You are a Matoran. You are that which the Toa are sworn to protect. When your universe fell into ruins because the Toa did not possess the metal to do what was necessary. That is why my counterpart and those like him won. He did not lose sight of the ends of his plan. The Toa, in their naivete, failed to recognize what they had to do to win. Their complacency fostered their own downfall.
Yes. The Order, at least, was willing to take more practical measures if they had to. Makuta magnetically pulled the last of the softened metal together. He glanced up at Mazuka, then at some of the lights in the village in the distance.
My armor is as good as it is going to get under these circumstances. Let us rest tonight and tomorrow head for Bota Magna. If we find threats to peace before we reach the great beings of this world, we will eliminate them as we go. Locating the great beings is, however, paramount.
Threats to peace.
Mazuka.
The Matoran roused, then looked up at the pearl-white armored Makuta. What?
Have you taken a life before?
Sure. I leave people to die all the time.
That is not what I ask.
For a moment, Mazuka was taken aback, and he snorted. Who do you think you're talking to? I was in the Order for Matanui's sake. We didn't impose the same rudimentary restrictions on ourselves that the Toa love so much. Makuta said nothing for a while. And as the flickering light danced across his lustrous armor, Mazuka's indignance dissipated. He was transfixed by the sight.
The time is approaching where we will be forced to take lives if we are to restore order and justice to this world. When that time comes, I cannot afford any hesitation on your part. Understood?
Of course. But let's not forget that I chose you for this very purpose.
Perhaps you chose me because I could do the things that you could not. Be the things you could not.
Mazuka squinted. In the darkness, he couldn't tell if the soft-speaking Makuta was joking or not. I never failed the Order, the Matoran said slowly. I will not fail you. I am trained to be merciless.
Then tell me of your first kill.
Mazuka stared absently into the flames, his mind's eye returning to a day 4 years ago, when the vacuum of darkness was as oppressive as it is tonight. Mazuka's own dagger poised over the fallen form of a Brotherhood spy, the voice of a Day Matoran pleading with him to stop. Mazuka's unforgiving wrath pushed him to the precipice.
Let me hear the story of the very first time that you took a life.
Mazuka lowered his eyes and began to tell his tale. It was a Shadow Matoran 4 years ago. I had only just been recruited into the Order of Matanui, around the time Voltraz attacked the village of Day Matoran on the Trencrum Peninsula. It was my hope that I could hunt him down then and there, before he escaped the continent. But my quarry proved elusive. Legacy Weapons, Chapter 1. Written by Bob the Doctor 27 for the Myths and Legacy Project. Narrated by Lahari, founder RSG. Pokes, the Toahaga of stone, concentrated deeply to call upon his elemental powers to raise the great megalith of rock before him. With a mighty heave, the stone slab shifted, allowing the proto-cairn trapped beneath it to wriggle its way free. Vocalizing a weak screech, the Rahi charged past the Toa, its tail slamming into his waist and knocking him aside. No need to thank me, wheezed the Toa, watching as the creature headed for the south, following the scent of the Rahi that had been liberated before it. It had been a lengthy endeavor to work his way this far into the ruins of the Matoran universe with his teammates, freeing the remaining survivors trapped by the collapse of the Great Spirit robot. Together, the survivors were cooperating to recover trapped settlements of Matoran and Rahi, many of whom were pinned beneath debris like the Proto-Cairn, or huddled around dying heat sources while the world crumbled around them. Bamunga, along with many of the surviving Toa of Earth, had remained behind on the southern continent, where they were working tirelessly to unearth the Matoran who had taken shelter in the Nui Caves. Similarly, Gaki had joined with her Toa of Water sisters to transport the universe's aquatic Rahi to the oceans of Spherus Magna. Chuckling at his own fortune, Pokes straightened his back and gazed out triumphantly at the valley around him. A proud city belonging to the followers of the Baraki Prydak had once stood here, now dilapidated and overgrown with vegetation in his absence. Many exotic breeds of Rahi had settled here, alongside a thriving village of Famatoran in the east. While Aruni and Kulis had spent the morning occupied by the island's Maturi population, Pokes and Norik had concerned themselves with the villagers. Now, all four Toahaga had reconvened for one final sweep of the island before moving on to the northern isles. "I'm surprised the Toamari haven't pitched in," mused Aruni, using a Ratuka spinner to heal a Husi that was hobbling a wounded leg. "Could have used Kongu's help herding those Fader bulls." Pokes exchanged an uncertain glance with Kulis, whose torn features showed up even on his own mask of Rahi control. "I'm sure they have a good reason for their absence," suggested the Toa of Ice, turning to face the horizon, which seemed locked in a state of perpetual sunrise. Pokes snorted. "Or a bad one." In a place far removed from the grasslands of the Matoran universe, Jala, leader of the Toamari, watched the rising pillars of stone and earth that slowly grew out of the seabed. He gazed impassively as they knotted together, rising up through the ocean depths to meet the surface an inch at a time. The castle these pillars now surrounded was ornate and beautiful, and the golden-skinned being had seen fit to assign the Toa the responsibility of reinforcing the foundations. Itching at the back of his mind, the Toa of Fire could sense the influence of another presiding over his thoughts, as though a vicious cloud were numbing his mind and pushing him out. It was a sensation he had felt before while under the hypnotic influence of the Baraki Takadox, though the force that commanded his limbs now left him wholeheartedly committed to the cause. There was no inkling of resistance now, rather the dignity of humble servitude to the first true leader he had ever known. Under his command, the Toamari gave their elemental energies gladly in a watery expanse where no other Toa dared to journey, and carved a place for the Skakti to finally reside on this strange new world. They worked tirelessly, their labors consumed entirely by the construction of this underwater platform, manipulating the untouched depths of Aqua Magna to extend the foundations of a fortress. Beside him, Nuparu and Huki were hard at work channeling their respective elemental powers of earth and stone, while Holly summoned water currents carrying sediment. Jala supposed it was only fitting that the Toa should work so vigorously to develop the foundations of such a structure. After all, the last time that they had united their powers, they had brought down the Cord, destroying the lost city whose name they honored, Mari Nui. Of course, back then, they had counted an extra Toa amongst their number, a loss Jala doubted the team would ever truly heal from. Perhaps this was their penance for their failure, an opportunity to make right the destruction that they had wrought, a way to recognize their fallen comrade. With Matoro among them, they might have honored their new leader with a tower of glistening ice, upon which to build his kingdom. Spurred on by the tremendous guilt in his chest, the Toa of Fire nodded to Kongu, who wordlessly swung his arms around and opened another air corridor between his teammates and the newly formed patch of rock. Launching a burst of fire through the oxygen-rich tunnel from the tip of his power blade, Jaller welded shut a fissure in the stonework, a growing fault revealed to him by his Kinohi Arthron. There could be no imperfections. Observing from the shoreline of Aqua Magna, the gold-skinned being to whom the Toamari owed their allegiance smiled warmly. Flanked by legions of his followers, he remarked how vastly his numbers had grown. For some time he had come to contemplate the nature of his genesis. Born of the fused psyches of a Vortix, a Steltian, a Ziglak, and the 6 renegade Piraka, he had emerged from the annals of ancient myth as the salvation of the Skakti species, a conquering titan capable of withstanding the fearsome Makuta, even taking the likeness of their most barbaric champion, Irnak. Finding a universe in turbulent disarray, he had united the remaining tribes of Zakaz under his banner, and now, with the downfall of Nektan, his army had grown tenfold. With Matanui once more absent from this fledgling world, and with a team of Toa under his command, he was uniquely positioned to conquer. Casting a cursory glance over the droves of warriors assembled at his side, he sensed an irrefutable desire for justice and upward mobility amongst his followers. There were bruisers and laborers, all too often dismissed or overlooked for their more violent tendencies. Their passion ran deep, and yet they had proven to be blunt and predictable, like most of the Skakti he had encountered over the course of his 9 lives. Puffing his armored chest out and stepping forward, one of the Skakti generals moved to address him.
"My liege, these Toamari,"
he began cautiously,
"are not to be underestimated. My clan has heard tales of their exploits on Voyanui and in the depths of the pit. They may champion the will of Matanui, and they are unlike any before them. We must tread lightly where they are concerned."
I consider it a wise policy never to underestimate Toa,
countered the gold-skinned being, his voice conveying a wisdom as old and inflexible as the aeons. Hardened by the war of Zakaz, the tribesmen each bristled with a silent fury, with only the prospect of his leadership keeping them from unleashing their fury on one another. He had seen their deepest desires, even given form to a number of the more diverse cravings, and he still remained unfulfilled by the terseness of the Skakti imagination. Ambition was clearly a sentiment felt by all the component species of his genetic makeup, yet such appetites were not his to yearn for. The Skakti had venerated him as a veritable messiah, a conquering titan capable of withstanding the fearsome Makuta. In actuality, he had no such aspirations, for the Golden Colossus could already feel his interest in their cause waning.
For now, the Toa add credibility to our endeavor,
he announced to the warlord who had approached him.
But I take your counsel under advisement, General. Once their usefulness has expired, so too shall they.
A satisfied murmur resounded amongst the assembled Skakti. Already, the blind concurrence of his followers was growing more tiresome. The golden-skinned being continued to gaze out with interest at the Toamari riding the waves, constructing the plateau upon which he would build his fortress. The Toa had been given limited instruction, and yet they had already completed their task, engaging in the Matoran pastime of construction and servitude as eagerly as Pakawi flocked to the shore. Unlike the Skakti forces he had been surrounded by of late, he could practically taste the remorse emanating from the Toa. He even found himself wondering what manner of cravings Matanui's chosen guardians indulged in when tested as they had been. Deep within his amalgamated psyche, Akan smiled a toothy grin at the notion. Light on the Dunes, A Vision of the Great Being's Prelude, Chapter 1. Written and narrated by Sigma, Lore Director for Red Star Games.
As the sun rose high over Spherus Magna's sands, Takanuva couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. It had only been a few days since the Makuta's defeat, when he had joined the Matoran in celebrating their newfound freedom from tyranny. Yet somehow, that relief and jubilation was dimmer now, as if it was over a decade old. When Tahu had sent him to watch over a caravan of Gamatoran on their way to fetch water from an oasis, he had leapt at the opportunity to clear his mind. The Gamatoran were nice enough. They had evacuated from a small island in the eastern chain, and spent most of their time asking him what it meant to be a Toa of Light, as they had been taught there were only 14 elements. He initially thought it was a simple question, yet somehow he had to admit that he couldn't come up with a good answer. Why was he the only one? What had he done to deserve that legendary role? None of it made any sense to him. When they finally approached the oasis, Takanuva was certain that something was wrong. Too many tracks, too few of them looked natural. He soon caught a glimpse of a band of hunched, black-armored figures making their way towards the Gamatoran caravan. Skrull, he thought. It had only been days since he had fought their kind last, but still he felt as if he'd fought enough to last a lifetime. Without Tuma or Pterodax to lead them, they were reduced to wandering in small, loose bands like this one. But that did not make them any less fearsome in a fight. The leader of the group was the first to speak, gesturing towards the column of Matoran.
Well, look what we have here. A little gang of servant machines making their way through the desert.
He snorted and looked over Takanuva and his company.
This isn't the kind of place to wander, machine. Go back the way you came. This water belongs to us.
That's a shame, said Takanuva, charging a bolt of light from one of his staffs. I disagree. These are my people, and I don't intend to let them die on my watch. They've suffered enough.
It's your strength against ours, then, servitor.
The Skrull gestured to his party of windswept bandits, who punctuated their leader's words with ominous laughter.
One of us walks away with their water today, and any warrior worth his weight in sand knows that might makes right in this world.
You sound like a Makuta, you know that? And look what happened. His words were cut short as the platoon leader lunged at Takanuva with his battle axe. When he missed, one of his inferiors fired a thorn axe to cover his mistake. It must have been a tactic designed to fight Clitorian, but fighting a Toa of Light was a different matter entirely. A laser blast from Takanuva's staff detonated the thorn axe in midair, knocking the Skrull commander off balance. Then, a blow from one of his staffs knocked the commander to the ground. A warrior with a large warhammer charged at him with a guttural roar. Takanuva ducked out of the way, leaving a holographic double behind. The Skrull took the bait and buried his warhammer in the sands. Takanuva followed up with a laser blast that lopped the warhammer's handle in half. Takanuva looked over at the Gamatoran who had huddled behind a wind-carved boulder. A group of 3 Skrull were advancing on them, thorn-axe launchers at the ready. The Toa of Light leapt into action, throwing one of his staffs at the Skrull in the center and blasting some of the sand between them with his now-freed hand. The sand flew high into the Skrull's faces, cutting off their line of sight. He took the moment to muster up a powerful wave of light and cast it from his hands, knocking them onto their backs. Some of the Gamatoran let out a cheer, but one quickly silenced the rest. Seeing what had happened to their brethren, the rest of the bandits assembled into a tight phalanx, their serrated shields glinting brightly in the midday sun. Takanuva saw their thorn-axe launchers bared in his direction, but he easily redirected the energy of the sunlight into a high-intensity beam, sawing most of their weapons in half. His beam intersected several thorn-axe fruits, slamming the bandits to the ground. The last Skrull standing looked around at his fallen comrades, then made one final charge at Takanuva, sword raised high over his head. The Toa of Light ducked low, thrust a staff into the warrior's legs, and knocked him into the dust. He then strolled up and kicked his weapons aside into the sand. The foot soldier scrambled frantically for his thorn-axe launcher, until he heard the distinctive sound of Takanuva charging another bolt of light, aimed directly at his hands. Try me. Make my day.
Monster, spat the Skrull. These lands were supposed to be ours.
Takanuva sighed, the glints of the desert sunlight reflecting off of his mask.
Monster? Sorry. You lost the right to play the victim the day you started pillaging innocent Matoran. Try again when you keep better friends than these.
The Skrull growled, staring Takanuva in the eyes.
I was following orders, he muttered, hatred dripping from his lips. And our leader was merely following the law of nature. The weak do not deserve what they cannot defend.
Takanuva's eyes narrowed, his staff glowing brighter. Do you actually know the weak? I was one of them once. They're stronger than you think, if you give them a chance and a cause to believe in.
You'd be surprised what a simple bamboo disc can do in the right hands. The foot soldier began to speak again, but then smiled grimly as several of his downed comrades began to stand up around him. Most had their armor seared off by laser light or their weapons sawn in half, yet they stood up nonetheless. "And the strong?" asked the Skrull, as his compatriots rose around him bearing their half-melted weapons. "What will you do when they have something to believe in?" As the armored warriors closed in around him, Takanuva found that he had no good answer to give.
These stories were the first chapters of Mazuka, Legacy Weapons, and Light on the Dunes, A Vision of the Great Being's Prelude, all of which can now be found on the Myths and Legacy website. Stay tuned to Myths and Legacy Twitter for more details. Have an excellent Bionicle Day and have an excellent rest of your year.
Hello, my name is Sword, and I welcome you to The Secret of Swordivus. About a month ago, I took it upon myself to design a couple of housewarming gifts for a few friends of mine, and that kind of ballooned into its own project. Now, a little backstory on myself. I have worked as a commercial LEGO artist since 2010. Which, when I started working on BSL1 back in 2005, you could not have told me, "Hey, Sword, in 5 years, yeah, you're going to be working as a LEGO artist." That never occurred to me that that's a thing. Well, here I am today, and I'm using my knowledge of over 10 years of designing LEGO models commercially into designing the most mundane of projects. I present to you brickheads. That's just what they are. They're brickheads. But not just any brickheads. They are the Toa. Now, I've been teasing these on various Discord channels, on social media. I've been talking about them so much. Now, when I started designing them, first, it started as a housewarming gift project for friends. And I said, that's cute. I like what I've done here. But then it ballooned from there. From there, it took me just a single month to design these 6 and instructions. Yes, there are instructions coming with these. Which means they've been designed to be built with existing pieces. There is no custom piece to be had here. This is all completely buildable with stock LEGO today. Now, you're wondering to yourself, okay, brickheads. Why should I care? Nobody likes brickheads, right? Okay, but then I ask you the question. Do you like Patu? Do you like Liwa? How about Gali? Or perhaps Kopaka? What about Onua? And, oh, come on. We all need the hot head. Tahu himself. But what if I told you their name was not brickheads? I present to you Coley heads. It took me quite literally 3 minutes to come up with that name. I don't know what led me to think of it, but it perfectly matches what they are. This is a culmination of a month's worth of work, and I am so happy I can finally reveal this to the audience. Coley heads are very simple. They are brick-built pieces made into one standing figure. Now you're wondering, who cares, right? I do. This is a culmination of a month's worth of work, and I am so happy that it turned out the way it did. Now, I'm not going to actually start with my first designed brickhead. He's coming later. I'm going to start with my last This is the last of my Coley heads to be designed, mostly because I was afraid of him, but I think I nailed the design. He has 145 exact pieces. He was actually... he features a modified base, which I'm not showcasing the base on this particular stream. I could show it to you after, or during the Q&A perhaps. But this is the only one that has a little stud there for his rock to sit on, because you don't want that thing flying off. The torso, as you can see, was designed upside down compared to the others, and I tried to keep the spirit of the characters alive. And, of course, because he is just Lego, he is slower than a snail. Moving on, we have Onua. He was actually my 5th Coley head to be designed. He has a very unique mask and head design, because if you're familiar with the Brickhead style, they usually try to keep the head on top of the body. There are small exceptions, like Blue from the Owen and Blue set from Jurassic World. That's a small exception to the rule. He has 122 pieces to his name. I tried to miniaturize those claws as best as I could, and I thought I did a really good job of designing them. I know I tried to get a 3rd digit in there for the claw. It would not fit in my system. I tried. But because I did give him those, he is a happy diggy boy. Moving on, we have Gali. Now, she was my 2nd Coley head design. Now, to clarify, I say she's the 2nd Coley head. She's actually my 3rd overall design. I don't count the other 2, or at least one of the other 2, because from my housewarming project, I only count her. So she is officially my 2nd Coley head. She has exactly 131 pieces to her. She features these hook hands, very similar to the claws. I really am grateful that shield element existed in so many colors, and it's not that expensive, actually. I was very shocked by that. Though it's not mentioned in the text, you'll also notice that her chest piece is slightly different. Hers and Onua actually have a very unique axle configuration inside that allows that piece to not rotate at all. It's not just like a pinned-on solution. It will stay in place. Well, okay. But I also did modify the torso. If you see on the blue there, or on the bricks, the 1x4 brick that's underneath her arms, on her body, those are supposed to be these grill type brick, but due to cost, those things are super expensive in blue. I chose to leave them out of the design. If you would like to replace it in yours, more power to you if you decide to get these. That's up to you. And again, yes, I will be making these available. More information to come. She's the only one that has solid yellow eyes as compared to the others who have transparent eyes. I did that deliberately because I wanted the eyes to shine through the transparent layer of the eye, the mask. And unfortunately, the way I had designed her hook hands, they're a little too short to climb, so she unfortunately will not be making that rock today. Next up is Tahu. He's actually my 3rd Coley head, and oh boy, there's a lot to get through in this one. He has 138 parts. He features a system parts built sword as compared to just sticking on a flame element. I decided immediately, I knew I had to build their weapons, their tools, with substantial, with actual substance. I could not justify just sticking the sword piece in and calling him good. It needed to have a proper weapon, well, tool, whatever you want to call it. A sword. He needed a sword. He is also the first one I designed instructions for, and in fact, he's also I didn't write this down, but he's the first one I actually built physically in hand. And, of course, you can see the photo there on the screen. He is absolutely the first one that I built. He actually also helped me to figure out how that chest element does work. I had to modify that a little bit. But having said that, when I made the instructions, there's one thing I did not consider, which was they have alternative, like all of these three, Tahu, Liwa, and Gali, have alternative instructions designed for individuals with color blindness. And I really have to give a quick shout out to a user named Kangyuan. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, but Kangyuan is one of those individuals with color blindness, specifically in red-green. And I asked, hey, how bad is this? And the response I got back was, please fix it. So, in addition to the original instructions that I have, there are specifically designed ones for individuals with red-green color blindness and blue-yellow color blindness. Very specifically. So, Tahu and Liwa will be pleasant for any individual in that form, and Gali will also be very pleasant for the other form of blindness. Oh, and by the way, I cannot emphasize this enough. Do not let your Tahu lava surf. He will melt. Moving on, I have Liwa. Liwa is actually my 4th Coley head overall. He has 135 parts, including I had to actually build a new axe for him because there is nothing that existed in the system that would work. So he has a very unique axe. It is the best I could do. I have tried so many solutions. And of course, he has an upside down 1x4 tile that actually kind of helps cap his mouth. That was the first time I ever tried to do tile pieces that were upside down as compared to just sides like the heads are, or, you know, fronts. And of course, he does not really swing on vines, so please don't let him swing on a vine. You don't want to. And finally, we have the first Coley head that I was able to design, Kopaka. He was part of my original housewarming gift project, along with a second one. This is the first one that I designed. Now, he's actually gone over, he has 139 parts, but he has gone over 3 redesigns since my original design of both the Akaku and of Kopaka himself. He features the system part sword again, and I have to give a shout out to Sky, Ankir, who came up with a similar design for me. I copied from. I was given permission to do so, but I modified the design just a little bit to make it a little more substantial and closer to the original part. Oh, and by the way, if you do decide to build him, just bear in mind, he does have a cold demeanor. So there you go. All 6 of my Coley heads. And you'll notice I'm emphasizing the piece counts on every single one of these. You might be wondering, why is that? Well, due to a bit of a happy accident when I first designed them, I figured out what the total amount of parts you need to build all 6 of them and their bases is. Exactly 810 total parts, with 405 per Kaida team. Now, I did not at all plan for this. I didn't even know it was possible to do this, but it worked. So, you might be wondering yourself, hey, Swirt, what are you going to do with all of those? And more importantly, you said you have instructions, so how much are those going to cost? Well, I'm glad you asked. See, all 6 of my Coley heads have a very unique design to them. And each design required different instructions. I couldn't just make one set of instructions and slap a mask on it. That did take me, like I said, a month to design everything. So to answer your question, how much am I charging for each of these? Nothing. Download it right now. It is on the website right now. You can download it right here, right now. Don't misspell the link. Look at it carefully. Read it carefully. I have spent so many days remembering that that's the spelling, and I have to emphasize that enough. That is how you spell Coley. Now, that's out of the way. I feel so good now. I have finally revealed the instructions for Coley heads. I have only shown these to a select number of individuals, and I've gotten feedback from so many people, and I can shout out all their names. Electric Turok, one of my closest friends from many years. Kairu, one of the greatest friends I've had for so many years as well. I've shown this to so many people in just different glimpses. Vakiti, Liam, you're great, man. You've seen these. You saw the vision. So, now the question is, what's next? Well, let's start by putting on a small, tiny little copyright filter on that. That way I keep a few things for myself. Well, now that I have the 6 Toa, I have designed every one of their mask designs, and yes, most of them could probably be converted with a small few pieces to different colors, but there is one mask that I am forgetting. How about Avahi? I'm still working on this, but I do have all 6 heads designed with these colors for Avahi. It works, but I'm still kind of tweaking him a little. But I will eventually have instructions for all 6 of these. And then I said, you know what? Avahi's nice and all, but that doesn't go on a Toa Mata. It might just have to go on a Nuba. Well, then I designed these symbols, and I said, ooh, these are nice. Maybe these are the bases I should use for... Wait, no. I shouldn't use these for the Mata. They didn't have these symbols. They didn't get them until after the Nuva Cube showed up. Nuva Cube. Does that mean I need to design Toa Nuva? I have spent the last week of July designing all 6 of these, and my computer's graphics card died while working on them. So I was a little devastated in getting these done. As you can imagine, I was a little bit afraid. A little bit afraid. But they are done. They are right there. I haven't made instructions for them yet, and I'm looking at the response I'm getting from the Toa Mata before I even look at making instructions for them. I would love your feedback, and there will be a question and answer section at the end of this, so I would like to hear what you think about any of them. And I'm more than happy to bring them back up on screen at the end. But for now, there is just one more character. See, I knew I couldn't stop at the Toa of the original wave. There was just one character missing from all this. And with that, I thank you very much. I will be more than happy to answer any and all questions right about now. So go ahead and throw them at me in the chat, and I will be more than happy to answer them for you. Let's do this. All right. I can already see the first question. When is LEGO making these? They're not, but I did. Who's my lawyer? I don't really have one, but I do understand how copyright itself works. Any chance of parts packs? I don't plan to sell them myself directly, but I mean, some of these masks can absolutely be redesigned to match other colors. I absolutely should design a Yusunui. You're not wrong, Tarkor. Any plans for Mortoa? Absolutely, yes. Did the orange one get you a new graphics card? Actually, no. Chols did, but I have one running now. Thank you. Makuta when? Actually, fun fact, I do have a Makuta. Stay tuned. Oh wow, all these are coming right at me, aren't we? Since I made a Va here, any plans for more legendary masks? Eventually. This took me a month, okay? Give me a year and you'll see what I could do in my spare time. Variki, if there's enough purple elements, I could definitely look at that. Rahi, maybe. We could totally do that. Are they capable of love? They will love you completely forever, as long as you build one. Which Koli had killed my graphics card? Actually, Tahu Nuva. He's the one that killed it. Look, ET, I don't even look at the names anymore. Do you see how fast this chat's going? Rata get Koli heads, Nuva get Koli heads, Metro get Koli heads, everybody gets Koli. Yep, absolutely. I do not have an easy way for you to add parts to the Bricklink easily. Unfortunately, I could probably give you the studio file, but that just means you'd have the studio file. I don't know how I feel about just handing that thing out right now. The parts list is at the back of the instructions, so you could easily snag them up as you need them. They have the number on them. So, yeah, Tahu melting my card. You're not wrong. Oh, I was so sad. Brutaka, we'll talk about it sometime. See if I can design these. Do I plan to upload the studio models for these? Not really, but like I said, all of the instructions are out there. Colors talking reviews for gold. It's actually dark tan is what I'm planning. Because gold is not easy to get a hold of. Yeah. I would love to see if I could design a Puku. I mean, they have done Blue the Raptor, and I've also designed a Spyro the Dragon at least once, so I could absolutely look into making one. Greg Farsh to Coley Head. Only if it kind of looks like me. Once Brickmaster VR comes out, I have no idea what that is, but I could build them live. Gen 3 Bionicle vehicle, it's confirmed, Jim. Yeah, hey, sure, why not? Oh yeah, Borak. I absolutely would love to design Borak. I just haven't done it yet. That's new territory for me as well. Oh man, I did not expect to get this many questions. I thought I'd get like 3. Okay, so this is a spoiler. Okay, yes, I do have a Taku and a few other Matoran designs ready to go, but not with instructions. But there is also something inside of Takanuva, and that's all I'm going to say. Those who have seen it know. I would love to look into designing Bionicle. Have I considered putting him on LEGO Ideas? It has been approached. It has been discussed. I don't know how I feel about putting him on there because there are other projects just like it, and I don't think I'm that good a designer. Well, okay, no, let me clarify. I know I'm good. I don't know how I'd feel about putting these on there. Most difficult design is absolutely going to be Golly, just because that cow is just so hard to shape. By the way, it was not really revealed that much, but if you're looking at the instructions now, you'll see that I have an Easter egg in each one of their heads. There is actually a transparent brick inside where the brain box would go for a brick head. That was intentional. If we're going into more Easter eggs, you'll see it in the instructions. Also, I'm going to say this. While I had said it is free, there is absolutely a donate button on BSL1 if you want to give me a tip. That just helps BSL1 out, especially. So if you want to do that, I mean, go right ahead. I'm not asking you to. I'm not saying do it to get these. I'm just saying if you want to help me out. Nobody's going to call foul on that one. All right. Are there any other good questions? I haven't seen any lately. Link for the instructions. It is, in fact, I will go ahead and put it in the chat. Put it in a couple of times, just so everybody can see it. And yes, this is the correct version. Yes, E.T., I can eventually look into designing a Rockshi. I don't know how it would look, but I absolutely would love it. Oh yeah, requesting all new canon contents be done with Coley Heads format. I would love to. When I do a live stream building these, I don't have very good internet for streaming. I barely can get on Discord some days. Oh, I have not mentioned Kaida, but I would love to see if anybody could turn around and design Kaida using the 3 sets. But, and this is important, you have to use every single part. Every single part has to be utilized. Maybe not necessarily all the bases, but all the parts. If you could do that and show it to me, absolutely you win. Unless I get to it first. Would I do Hero Factory? I don't think I will. It depends on how many of these I get done. And keep in mind, one of the other things I'm considering is selling these instructions down the line. That's the important thing. So I want to kind of also gauge interest. Because again, I can't just do it all for free. There has to be some sort of income. So that's a discussion to have. But I mean, even then, it would only be like $5 for the instructions. I'm not going to go hog wild. I would love to look into designing an Exotoa. I actually designed briefly, like there was an Iron Man brickhead that they designed. I wanted to design like a 3X version of that, just so I could stick one in there and make it look like what am I thinking of? The Hulkbuster model. Background music, I believe it's from Manually Online Game. I believe this is this Onokoro or is this Pokoro? I can't remember which one. It's Onokoro. Okay. I've got it muted, honestly, just because I'm on the talk. I'm doing this. But I... Okay. Yes. Thank you. Oh, Gadunka would be fun. But yeah, literally all of these would be done. If you're naming a character, there is a chance I could design it, with the exception of, I don't think I would ever do any of the ones from the TTV contest, just because their designs are so unique, and I don't want to risk taking away from them, the designers of those sets. Whereas the original Toa, I don't really care. I mean, they were all sold. I mean, I'm not opposed to the idea of doing brickheads for characters without an official set and it's not part of the contest, but I would have to come up with a design for one, so. I'll put it this way, if you have a suggestion, I have social media, I have Discord, you could just throw it in the BS1 server. Feel free to just suggest who you want. I might even start up just a channel in the BS1 server. Might just be easier. Kitonga would be fun. Keat Orange is a rather common color now, so it's possible to do. I probably could do Certivus, but it's not really important. A Coley Head terrain crawler. I love it. I would absolutely build that. That would be gigantic to fit all 6 of them Bari in it, though. Borak would work in this format, but we would have to... yeah. Alright. We're going to have to wrap this all up. We've got about another 2 minutes. So let's go ahead and get any last-minute questions in. Be great. Rubber Riders brickheads would be interesting. I would not be offended to anybody, you know, doing that. An Axelarity Knight. Look, I would be more than happy to design all these things, but may I recommend everybody else could totally do them too? Cardass. Oh, man. All right. As I'm just getting pinged all over and over on Discord by everybody. Yeah, the Stuart Sager thing will be hosted here, of course. It's not really a question regarding me, but I know the answer. Collie heads are the personification of the cancellation of Bionicle. I mean, hey, you go ahead and do what you do. You know, I'll talk to Suddenly Oranges about doing one for sockets. That's not too hard to do, I'm sure. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate this. Is finally out there, and I'm so happy that all of my hard work is finally paying off and allowing people to look at them. If you do build them, do not hesitate to send me photos. Do not hesitate to share that you've built them. I have 2 of them already. I have Tahu, and I already have a Kopaka. So, Tarkar, you do bring up a good point. I could just do an XML file. Let me look into that after I wrap up here, because I can just do that pretty quick. Discord. Let me grab that link for you. I'm assuming, Liam, you're okay with me posting the Discord. Okay. All right. Here is the Discord for the BSL1 server. Don't hesitate to come by and say hello. If you're already there, welcome. Obviously, you do not need to be a patron or anything to join. You don't get any perks or benefits, but I appreciate you. I already have a parts list. I can build you a parts list for all of them, but they're already in the back of the instructions of each set. All right, and I'm seeing a lot of people starting to join in, and that's great. Oh, wow. I'm seeing a lot of people join in right then and there. All right. Yeah, I totally understand, and I'm more than happy to do whatever needs to be done in order to get this into people's hands, because I worked hard on this. I don't want it to go to waste. All right. I can absolutely make an XML file and then people can download that. So I'll look into that afterwards, like I said. I think, are we good to go then? All right. I think that's pretty much all we've got here. So we're going to go ahead and take a quick intermission. I mean, I say quick, it's going to be about a 40-minute intermission. And we'll get set up with Stuart Sager. So stick around. I know it's a bit of a long wait, but we are not going away for the rest of the night. We will be back. So. Yeah, go ahead.
Wrote the story for Bionicle: The Legend Reborn. That story wound up becoming the basis for the excellent script that Sean Derrick wrote and the new movie. The world of Bionicle is very mythic, very rich story behind it. From 2001 to 2008, we've been in one universe with one group of characters, and we've been telling their adventures. In 2009, we moved to a totally different world with new characters and new adventures and new challenges for our hero Madanui to meet. I think what inspired me the most in working on this project was the scope of the adventure. We're ranging across an entire planet. We're going from the fire village of Volcanus all the way up to Roxas, all across the desert. It's much more wide open, and so it was fun for me as a writer to get to deal with that. My favorite character in the film is probably Kina, because she has this dream of getting off the planet, and that's really what she's focused on. You see during the course of the film that she really does care very deeply for the few people on Barra Magna that she trusts. The theme of BIONICLE the Legend Reborn is really about unity, it's about friendship. Mata Nui is coming to a place where he doesn't know anyone, no one knows him, it's a totally alien world for him, but he's going to end up getting involved in the troubles there because he makes friends there. And for Mata Nui, this is his first experience with having a friend. It's his first experience of really having someone rely on him or someone that he can rely on. So it's a whole new world for him and a whole new chance to discover his own emotions and his own feelings, and that became a big part of the theme of the film.
At the dawn of time, the great spirit Mata Nui was sent down from paradise to care for all living things. He brought joy and light to the islanders, known as the Tohunga. The Tohunga thanked him by naming their island in his honor. The world was a joyful place, until the Makuta, Mata Nui's spirit brother, secretly followed him from paradise. Makuta envied how the Tohunga worshipped his brother's goodness, so after a mighty struggle, he cast a spell, which made Mata Nui sink into an endless sleep. While Mata Nui slept, the Tohunga's powers and skills were weakened by Makuta's dark powers. But still, the Tohunga would not worship Makuta. So Makuta brought dark places to the land, where the Tohunga dared not go because of all the wicked beasts which Makuta commanded. But the islanders kept faith in Mata Nui and the legend, which told them 6 mighty heroes called Toa would come from the skies, and with the help of the great masks of power, liberate them from the Makuta and his beasts.
The power to help protect your teeth. The new Bionicle powered toothbrush by Colgate. Be the first to collect the free masks.
The island of Okoto, home to 6 masters of the elements: Gali, Liwa, Onua, Pohatu, Tahu, and Kopaka. Defending the island from the Lord of Skull Spiders. Seeking the legendary masks of power. Lego Bionicle. It's new and now.
Nowo pri Lego Bionicle. Legenda pripoveduje o maski z neverjetno močjo. Vendar so si masko prisvojile zle sile. Da bi v bitko spustili vojsko labanskih fajkov, se mora zdaj 6 elementarnih junakov bojevati z zlom. in si spet pridobiti mogočno masko. Novo pri Lego Bionicle.
Новинка Lego BIONICLE. Легенда розповідає про маску небаченої сили. Король павуків заволодів маскою, щоб вивільнити армію павуків-скелетів. 6 повелителів стихій мають стати до бою зі злом. Та повернути найпотужнішу маску. Зустрічайте новинку Lego BIONICLE.
Hello everyone, my name is John and welcome to LEGO Headquarters. Today we're going to talk about Mask Maker versus Skull Grinder box. This box contains the Mask Maker, also the Skull Grinder, and also it comes with our most awesome mask of the year, the Mask of Creation. Here we have Ikimu, the Mask Maker. His ability is to create different masks, and he will use his elemental hammer to craft this mask. He also has a unique royal shield, and he also has this royal armor on his shoulders to represent how important he is. He also has the unique protector mask in gold and transparent blue, which is a new color. And he also has a 6-shooter in front of the hammer that gives him different fighting powers. And the model itself is based on protector that we have launched previously, but we add on a different function in it, so to give him one-hand swinging function, which is really nice because it represents how a blacksmith will actually craft different items, and this is how Ikimu will craft different type of elemental masks. And these masks is so important because they have a representing different elemental powers. Now we move on to talk about Skull Grinder, our biggest villains of the year. He is the leader of the Rising Skull Army. The Skull Grinder has a unique color of skull mask, which gives him a skeleton look, and it also comes with 4 pieces of skeleton bones, and also he has 4 new pieces of our new armor pieces. It also has 2 different weapons. One is a sword, the other one is a mix of 3 pieces of our new axe pieces. We choose bright transparent orange as its major color because it's really good contrast with Mask Maker transparent blue color. What I like about this model is his staff. His staff is a mask stealing staff. It can hook into people's head and take their mask, and different masks come with different elemental power, and he's there to collect them all. And finally, we have the Mask of the Year, Ikimu Mask of Creation. Its design contains like a crown looking on the top, and also it comes with a lot of ancient runes on top of the mask texture, which is where the power comes from. This mask gives Ikimu the power to create different type of masks. With the box of Ikimu versus Skull Grinder, if you also get the box of Skull Scorpion, you will be able to create an awesome combi model that is exactly how Skull Grinder looked like when he got the Mask of Creation. In this model, he has a really awesome function on his right hand, and also have the battle function on his left hand. And thank you for watching this video. I hope you enjoy building our products as much as we designed them. And we will see you next time in another designer video from BIONICLE.
This season, Bionicle invites you on a journey to the darkest deeps to face the strangest creeps. New Baraki short movie on BionicleStory.com. Ask your parents first.
In the time before time, far beyond all you imagine, there is an island paradise where legends are real. Protected by 6 mighty guardians, threatened by one immortal enemy. Only a mask of light can defeat the darkness. Bionicle, Mask of Light, the movie. Only on DVD and video September 16th.
New Bionicle stars. Arch enemies from a distant past rise to rampage and destroy again. But 3 ancient heroes, champions of countless battles, awaken to stop the evil warriors. This time, good and evil fight for possession of legendary golden armor. Each golden piece is an artifact of great power. Together, they make the bearer invincible. Now you can collect the golden armor with the new Bionicle stars. Each set sold separately.
You can enter the world of Bionicle, where a hero will be revealed. Trust in the mask. Let it be your guide. And an adventure will come to life. Bionicle, Mask of Light, the movie. Rated PG, now on DVD and video.
Times are dark, and evil rules. Strange canisters drift ashore on the island of Mata Nui. 6 legendary heroes have arrived. These mighty Toa must discover the masks of power, defeat evil, and free the island. Six heroes, one destiny. Live the legend at bionicle.com.
Bionicle, The Legend Reborn, presents Mata Nui, a wise and honorable leader with the weapons to take on any opponent. Concede! The spiked Thornax launcher and Scarabak's shield. Magnificent! Once the great spirit of the universe and protector of his people, Mata Nui was betrayed.
I lost everything to a powerful evil that has enslaved my people.
But his spirit survived in the mask of life. Now, on Bara Magna.
Incredible.
Mata Nui must use his strength.
Gutsiest move I've ever seen.
And new alliances.
We fight together!
To save the universe from the forces of evil. And become a leader.
We can win this together!
A legend.
For unity!
Reborn. See Mata Nui in Bionicle, The Legend Reborn. An all-new movie on DVD, September 15th.
On the mysterious island of Voya Nui, the powerful mask of life has fallen into the hands of the Paraka. The island's peaceful inhabitants have been transformed into vicious creatures. Only you can use the powers of the masks to wage an epic battle and defeat the Paraka. What it takes to become a hero. Bionicle Heroes. In stores now.
Out now from Bionicle. Evil forces chase the Glatorian legend, but a bigger problem is just around the corner. Scopio fires his stinger. The Glatorian legend dodges the shots, but the evil Scopio unfolds his powerful clawed tracks. Now you can prepare for the ultimate battle and get ready to race towards victory. Amazing new vehicles from Bionicle. Each set sold separately. Also, Bionicle, The Legend Reborn, available now on DVD.
Since the dawn of time, the mask makers have forged masks of power for the people of Akoto, drawing energy from the island's ancient elements. The two brothers have brought forth many creations of marvel and wonder. Now it is time for you to carry on their legacy. The time has come for you to join the Mask Maker Challenge. But before you start building, here are a few things to keep in mind.
Hi guys, my name is John and welcome you to the new Bionicle Challenge. And this time we want you to use our buildable figure system or some technic pieces to build yourself a mask. We're going to judge these masks by 3 criteria. First of all is your creativity. The second one is how you construct the mask. The third one is the overall color scheme of the mask. And now it's time that I show you mine. And here is my mask, the Mask of Black Magic. And when you put it on, it looks really awesome. Build your own mask, take a photo, put it on Facebook, and join the competition. You can win a 14K solid gold mask, Mask of Creation. Good luck.
The Mask Maker Challenge is on. Build your own mask, name it, and upload it to the Bionicle Facebook page. Do you have the creativity and skill to win the title of a true mask maker?
Live from the swamp, the Toa heroes are chasing an evil Makuta who has stolen the cool new battlecraft. Go online now, be part of the final battle, and you can win at bionicle.co.uk.
Lego City is on red alert after Bionicle giants escape capture. If anyone spots them, my advice is run!
Lego Bionicle sponsors CITV.
Bionicle battlecraft of daring design and amazing power. Revealed by the Toa. Stolen by Makuta. Now you can take control and fly into battle with awesome speed and unseen firepower. The final battle for power has begun.
He's diving. We're right on it. Target lock on. You're right in here.
New Ultimate Battlecraft on BionicleStory.com. Ask your parents' permission first.
Liwa, Toa of the Jungle.
Hey guys, welcome to the Bionicle Design Department here in Billund at LEGO in Denmark. I'm really excited to be here today to introduce you to Gali and a bit of our design process about how we came up with the updated mask for Gali in 2015. So just to show you guys just a little glimpse into our process and how we get down into things. First, of course, we have to really pay attention to where Bionicle came from. What kind of attributes did Gali have when she was first designed or introduced? And looking at how she's changed over the years and really picking out the key things, which of course, Gali being the water Toa, she's using the element of water to basically her power source. So what kind of water intakes, what things create the Gali that we know. So from here, we get into the really exciting part where all of us designers, we get together and we just start creating tons of sketches. Pen and pencil, really just getting deep into the character of Gali, exploring who she is. And from there, we start to refine it down and we look into, is Gali, is she gonna look organic, more organic details? Is she gonna become a bit more, taking on this geometric look? What is the new look of Gali? Or is she actually gonna be this more aerodynamic, as we call the Rocketeer look? But actually, of course, if you know Gali, she is this organic water elemental character. And we actually went further down this organic path, looking into textures and things, and we really could make this new mask design look really cool. And as you see here, from the sketches, we work into 3D, and we're also working on environment design we're just creating this full picture, this full feeling of who this character is. And once we start getting the 3D prototypes, this is where we can really start to hold it and feel the scale and see, okay, the goggles, gives us really good underwater scale, and the air intakes, everything is working just right. And then, of course, we're trying it on the actual character itself to make sure it fits. And what's really cool, you see the prototypes here, you see the plastic molded, but what's really awesome what we got today is this 14 karat gold, solid gold mask of Gali. This is incredible. And just to go through this whole process, this whole development together as a team, and suddenly get the golden mask here, it is just so cool. It's so fulfilling as a designer. And I think if I were you guys, I would want to get my hands on this, because I can tell you, I don't want to give this thing up. It is so cool. But if you guys want to learn more about how you can get the golden mask of Gali, check out the Bionicle Facebook page. and you can learn more details there. Thanks a lot. See you guys.
Be warned, the gang is on the loose. You can make their eyes flash and their teeth glow in the dark. Each Paraka has a spiked armor spine and an awesome dual-action weapon. You can also fire their powerful Zammer Sphere launcher and get into action. The trigger, tracer, drifter, the snake, the beast, the bully, all that makes Paraka. Paraka from BIONICLE. Each set sold separately.
An all-new movie on DVD. Metro Nui rests in your hands. You can join new heroes and discover the secrets behind the legend.
A hero knows no fear!
BIONICLE 2, Legends of Metro Nui, rated PG, on DVD October 19th. Also available, the new Vaki from LEGO. Each set sold separately.
I can join the underwater battle for the Mask of Life with the heroic BIONICLE figure inside my McDonald's Happy Meal.
Hey everyone, welcome to LEGO headquarters. My name's Mark Cowley and I'm a designer here for BIONICLE. The first guy I'm going to talk to you about is Tahu. He is the uniter of fire and he's the main character in our story. So we had to give him an epic build. For the elemental blade, we have a dense area of detail here, which represents some technology and mechanical features. And then we have these crystals growing through the technology, almost as if it can't contain the energy. The mask we've updated this year. Again, we've added a lot more details. And we've also included these runes on the front, which actually, from the old BIONICLE, we have this tribal pattern on the front here. We wanted to give BIONICLE a more mysterious feeling. We have some awesome new armor pieces this year. One of them is this guy. It's pretty much made up of crystals. Tahu has a really cool way to get ready for battle. And right now his swords are in kind of a resting place. But now, when he's ready, he can extend the blades and scare off his enemies. This year we have an exciting new function for you guys, and it's across all of our figures in 16. And it's this twisting torso function that really adds this action feel to our figures. I think the coolest thing about this character is his new color scheme. He has a lot of gold, like he did last year, but now you have a touch of the orange with the blades and this blue that we've never had before on Tahu. So next up we have Pohatu. Pohatu is one of the shorter guys, but he's really strong. And he's the uniter of stone, so he has this control. He has wide shoulders here to give him that really meaty arms. And we have him holding a rock with a chain. so he can destroy pretty much anything he comes in contact with. On the other end, he has this elemental blade, which all the Toa have. So in Pohatu, again, we've got the new crystal armor shell. You may recognize this from old Bionicle lines. We brought this element back to add some more integrity to the characters. The last guy I'm going to talk to you about is Kopaka. As you can see, he's pretty tall, and he has a really beefy build. What's unique about him is his double sword here, and also this shield that's combined with a 6-shooter. But the really cool thing this year is this new elemental creature. The elemental creature can unite with his Toa and pass on his powers. This year, we have creatures for all the Toa. Here we have Pohatu's creature, and he's a little bit like a scorpion, and he has a really cool chopping function. And this is Tahu's firebird, who also has flapping wings function. To combine them, we have this brand new fusion element, which makes it really easy to snap on the creature and give the Toa its powers. Alright guys, that about wraps it up. Thanks for watching.
Mata Nui was once an island paradise. Then Makuta came, bringing darkness and fear. A prophecy foretold that 6 heroes would appear to save the island. And so the 6 Toa, each with their elemental powers, came to Mata Nui to begin their quest. There was Tahu, the Toa of fire, the guardian and master of heat and lava. Gali, the Toa of water, has tidal waves and rainstorms as her domain. Onua, the Toa of earth, governs the land and earthquakes. Kopaka, the Toa of ice, controls ice flows and avalanches. Pohatu, the Toa of stone, has unmatched skills with stones and boulders. And Lewa, the Toa of air, rules the skies, the clouds, and the wind. To defeat Makuta, each Toa first had to gather 6 Kanohi, the great masks of power. Their efforts took them into great danger as they faced the Rai, Makuta's dark beasts, but the Toa were victorious. Once they mastered all the powers of the Kanohi, the Toa descended into the tunnels below the island's temple to confront Makuta. There they combined their bodies and minds to form 2 great Toa Kaita, Akami and Warua. More powerful than ever before, the Toa defeated the Manas, Makuta's crab-like guardians. Finally, they overcame Makuta and achieved a great victory. Triumphant, the Toa returned to the surface, only to discover they now face a dangerous new foe, the Borak Swarm.
Bring the Bionicle battle to breakfast with 6 different Bionicle battle spinners. packs of Nestle cereals.
Tour of Light on the final journey to meet his destiny and save the inhabitants of Matanui. It's time to face Makuta, master of shadows. Bionicle, each set sold separately.
Can these 6 young heroes prove they are worthy of the name Toa and save Metro Nui from destruction? Bionicle 2, Legends of Metro Nui, next Saturday night at 7. Believe in yourself. Only Toonami. heroes have discovered the key to Mata Nui's rebirth.
Sound the alarm! Get out of there! The mask!
Now, they must find the seventh Toa and fulfill the prophecy.
Toa of Light.
We are done running Bionicle Mask of Light. Next Saturday night at 7:30. This ain't your daddy's Lego.
New Lego Bionicle. Legend tells of a mask with unspeakable power. But evil has taken the mask to unleash an army of skull spiders. Now, 6 elemental heroes must battle evil. And win back the powerful mask. You can get the game in app stores. It's free. New Lego Bionicle.
Новинки от Lego BIONICLE. Злобный стальной череп собирает свою армию и жаждет захватить власть на острове. Чтобы победить его, повелителям стихий необходимо раскрыть всю силу золотых масок. Сразись со злом и завладей маской мироздания. Новинки от Lego BIONICLE.
At the gates of Metro Nui, the evil Visorak army is about to attack the Toa stronghold. Quick, prepare your defense. Load your arms, set the traps, and get ready for the spiders. The Visorak attack, but the Toa fight back. It's in your hands who will lose, and who will win the Battle of Metro Nui. A world premiere. Playsets from BIONICLE, each set sold separately.
Новинки от Lego BIONICLE. Злобный охотник похитил золотую маску контроля и обрел могущественную силу. Теперь он стремится захватить власть над миром. Чтобы остановить его, героям необходимо объединить силы с тотемными животными. Посади зверя на спину герою и раскрой невероятные силы стихий. Берегись! Используй новые силы, победи охотника, верни золотую маску и спаси мир. Новинки от Lego BIONICLE.
Key for Twitch, because I know you guys want me to be able to see both feeds.
Well,
Yes.
you've got exciting things
I do.
for Bionicle Day here.
Let's see, what did I bring? I brought, let's see, I have all the comics I worked on, which I'm sure a lot of you guys have seen already.
Liam says you are live. So
On Twitch?
I think so.
Okay, great. I was hoping I can see it. I'm going to trust that you guys can just follow Twitch. Then how's that?
Yes. Matt Lombardi says your glasses are glorious.
So here's the thing about these glasses, and it's kind of a long story. They were, I'm wearing these. I had to dig these out. So when I first got the Bionicle job, let's see. I knew I had to do a lot of little detail work, and so I started wearing these magnifiers, and this is the very pair that I drew all of Lego Bionicle with. I think I got these as of issue 2. And it was mainly so I could, get in really small and draw the little gears and sprockets and everything and get my face close to the art. I actually set up my drafting table a little bit differently than I would for some of my other jobs. I actually had a second drafting table with a really low chair. This is kind of goofy, but what I did was, after I penciled everything out, and did a lot of the rough inking, I then switched my artboard over to this other table that was set higher on a lower chair, and put these glasses on it, put everything right under my nose like this. And so with my back straight, I could add in a lot of little noodly details and such. Let's see here. Looks like I have my passcode to add into Twitch here. So I'm gonna add this so I can see the same feed that you guys can. This will be fun. Give me just a second here. By the way, I want to thank everybody for having me a part of this. You know, Bionicle, when I worked on it, was several years ago, but a lot of the people who read it and were a fan of the toy, you know, if you were 10 years old in 2005, 2006, well, you're now a young adult. And it's kind of interesting to see that so many people have joined and come back to this. Why is Twitch having me do all this? I've already joined. Okay. Let's see. What I want to talk about tonight, I'm sorry, a little bit flustered. We had a little bit of technical difficulty. We were going to go through OBS, but we're actually going through Zoom. I'm not sure exactly what the problem was. But tonight, I'm going to be drawing Axon from the Bionicles, which was my favorite. Here he is. This was the model that I actually used to draw Axon with way back when. I had to dig him out of the mothballs, dust him off, and get him cleaned and ready to go. I have a couple of the other Bionicles that I worked on, or that were some of the models that I drew from. I brought art from the archives. I have some layouts which didn't get used. They were cover concepts that I presented. I have some pictures of the original pencils before they were inked. I have got the sample pieces that I did to get the job for Bionicle, which is pretty great. What else is over here? Oh, I've got some really, really cool things. I've got some fan-made drawings that other Bionicle fans gave me. And I've talked about Bionicle at conventions before a couple times, but never to a group that knew Bionicle this well. So this is going to be kind of exciting. I'm going to leave it up to Ailey to really kind of manage the comments. I'm still not exactly sure how to get to the, let's see. I want to get to the Twitch feed, and I'm not sure how to do it. So
I'd say don't worry about it. I think I can manage it. So
are going to have to come to me through Facebook. So it looks like we have someone helping us on Twitch.
Yeah.
And if they forward some of the
talk to Liam
Twitch,
and you'll be okay. Okay.
The Twitch questions, yeah, we'll go through. But let's start with first things first. Let me tell you how I got the job. Right. So I started out in comic books. I self-published a comic book called, if I got it over here, I'll throw that on the floor. Here we go. I self-published this comic book called Shiver in the Dark. Hope you guys can see that. This is issue 1. And this was back in 2001. The book did pretty well for me. I wrote it, drew it, lettered, colored it, published it, did everything. Here was issue 2. It was a year later, and then issue 3, and so on and so forth. And I started traveling the country promoting this comic book, going to different comic book conventions. And one of the ones I attended was Wizard World Philadelphia. By the way, Wizard World got bought today. Fan Expo now owns Wizard, so we're going to see what becomes of that. But years ago, when I was just getting started, Wizard was an incredible juggernaut. And Wizard World Chicago, 2001 was my first show ever. Fast forward several years, I think it was around 2004 or 5, I was at Wizard Philadelphia, and an editor / art director from DC Comics was at my table. And here's the embarrassing part. I don't know who it was. I remember this happening, and the person told me that they were that they worked with DC and that they liked the books that I had made, this guy, and he wanted to know if he could have a couple copies to take back to the office. And this is the truth. I honestly thought, well, I'd really like to sell them. I hate to just give them away, you know. But though I didn't know who this gentleman was, he indeed was from DC Comics, and I thought, well, sure, I got to give him some. I gave him some, and nothing happened. I went home, did my comic book convention, counted my money, paid my bills, went on to the next show. And then a couple of months later, I think out of the blue, I was contacted by Jay Gardner. And Jay Gardner was the first editor on Lego Bionicle. To be fair, the Lego comic book the Bionicle comic book had existed with DC before me. You guys know all this, but we're going to make sure on the same page here. This is one that Carlos Diana did, and it was inked by Randy Elliott. There were a couple people who worked on this first Bionicle series. But what had happened was, and I don't know if you guys ever heard this, I I don't think I'm talking out of class and giving secrets the way I'm not supposed to, but the way I understand things, Lego had been very happy with DC, with what DC had done on the Bionicle comic book, but they'd also done it for a few years, and they were looking to sort of reimagine the entire line. Obviously, they wanted to keep the fans they had, but they also wanted to reach some new fans. And to be honest, I think that from what I remember, I think Lego kind of had the idea that they had done the comic book for several years and it had sort of had its moment and maybe they were going to try something different. And from what I understand, it was DC Comics said to Lego, hey, before you decide to go with a different route to promote the toy, give us another shot. What do you want to do with the toy? Is there something we can do different with it? And they got talking. And the way I understand it, it was kind of up to DC to pitch a different Bionicle concept to catch Lego's attention. And what had happened was the Bionicle toy line had been around for several years. And Lego, as I said, wanted to keep their existing fans, but they wanted to get some new fans as well. They were looking to expand their audience. And one of the things that I think they were aware of was that at this point, because Bionicle had been around for several years, at some point they thought that maybe their fans might be phasing out of it a little bit. And so they were considering a way to maybe make the toy line interesting to their existing fans and hang on to them a little bit later into their teenage years. And so if you think about the earlier Bionicles, none of them, they all had tools, but they didn't really have anything like weapons. I mean, Axon even having an axe is kind of a great departure. You know, we'd seen things that looked more like shovels before, but this was definitively a weapon. Also, you think about how aggressive the Paraka looked and their glowing eyes, you know, that brick with the light bulb in it was such an amazing new thing that they added. And so to some extent, they were retooling the toy line, but that meant they were also going to retool the comic book. So what had happened was they were looking for new artists. They were looking for new style. I think that Lego didn't really have a strong concept of what they wanted, but they were looking to be wowed. And so Jay had contacted me and he said that he'd seen this comic book, my sample in the office, and was I interested in trying out for the job? Now, here's the funny part. I was positive there was no way in the world that I would get this job. The reason being is because if you've ever seen some of my artwork, at least outside of Bionicle, you know, I'll turn to some of the pages of this book. This is I hope you guys can see this. How does that look there, Ailey?
So far, so good.
Can you see the panels?
Go that way just a little. That looks pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, so you see how sort of monstrous and expressive some of this is. This is not the style that I would think that Lego would want a comic book to be rendered in. But to be fair, they were looking for something different and they were trying lots of different artists. And so they asked me to try out. And so I remember I thought there was no way I could get this job. But, you know, you got to try and do something interesting. And so I was about to get off the phone with the editor and I said, you know, I'll go to the store, let me grab a couple Bionicles, I'll look them over. And I said, I think I can probably look up some people I know who have some of the existing comic book. I can grab some of those and see what you guys have done already. And he made a point of saying, please don't do that. And I was very surprised. He said, we really are looking for something different. We know the way you draw. Do your thing. And even though he told me this, it was kind of hard for me to believe, mainly because the books that came before me I thought were really, really good. And typically when you draw something like a robot, something that's manufactured like an automobile or an airplane, you want really clean, crisp mechanical lines. And I was always known for things that were so expressive and organic. You guys know my work. I know some of you loved it. I know there were some of you who weren't as excited to see me new on the book, the different flavor. But I really was a departure from what the previous artists had been doing. So I still wasn't, even though Jay had told me to draw in my own style, I really wasn't completely believing it. I'm just being honest. The day came to where they asked me to draw one sample page and they gave me a little script. And I think there were about 7 or 9 of us who tried out for this book. It was all by invitation. We didn't know who each other were. We didn't know who you were competing against. And also, we didn't know if any of us would get the job. I mean, fundamentally, there was an issue here that even if one of us was believed to be the best, that doesn't mean that Lego necessarily wanted to continue the book. So this was a little bit of a thing where the artists were trying to get the job and DC was trying to keep the book going with Lego as well. So I think I was given a description to draw a battle scene between Legos that were really from before the Paraka, ones that I wasn't used to working on. And I think they, DC Comics or maybe Lego, one of the two, overnight FedEx me a couple of the toys so I would have them. And they described a battle scene that was supposed to take place in an underground sort of basement. I think they described it as looking sort of like the underground archives of the National Library or something like that. But it was really pretty open to interpretation. And so I remember I was about to sit down and draw the piece, and I was still convinced that I should draw it really cleanly and with straight, high contrast black and white lines. And I really thought I could do that. You know, it was only one page. Why can't I do that, right? Well, so I was about to get started, and then I started thinking, you know, two things. One, he really did tell me to draw out my own style. You know, it is a tryout. The Shiver in the Dark book had many different styles in it. All of them were pretty dark, though. Some were more photographic. Parts of this book was watercolored. Parts of it was actually photography, so it was all across the board. And so I thought, okay, if he really wants me to go all out and do my own thing, I should do that. And then the thing that really convinced me that I should do that is a horror came over me, and that was, what if I made a piece of art that was really clean, high contrast line art, very much like what had come before me, and that they loved it and they gave me the job based on that. I felt very confident I could make one sample page that was in that style. It wasn't what I was used to doing, but then if I got the job, would I be able to draw, you know, issue after issue, page after page in that style? And I thought, okay, that is asking for trouble. So I finally convinced myself to just go down the path and make whatever I thought was the coolest piece that I could make. And so I cut loose, and I think I have a picture of it here. I don't know if you guys ever seen this, because I don't know if it's ever been published. Let's see if I have it here. Actually, you know what? I have two pieces, or I have only one of two pieces. I actually made two pieces. One of them isn't here. I don't have the underground library one, but I made that piece. I'm still going to show you something you haven't seen before. I made that one piece, and I turned it in as requested, but I turned in a second piece. And so this is one that I turned in to apply for the job that wasn't requested. And it says, this is Rakshi, who I guess is a Paraka. Can you guys see this? How's the framing on that look?
Yeah, pretty good. Pull it back just a little. That's good.
So this is the actual drawing. I'm pretty positive that this is the first ever drawing I did of Bionicle.
You can use your table camera too.
Oh, I can. I forgot. Yeah, we're going to switch to the table cam here in a second. But anyway, this was the very first piece I made, and I hope you guys can see it. I'm going to set up my table cam and switch cameras so you can get a better view of this. We actually spent a little bit of time trying to get this right.
We do have some questions for you too, and some comments, so I'll read those while you switch over. Do you know how to do it?
If I can get my glasses back on and open up the right window. I'm unfortunately seeing it on Facebook, which is not going to help me. I really need Zoom back open.
Yeah.
So let's see. I think I can do it right here. Let's see how this looks.
Okay.
Does that work for everybody?
They'll be able to see both now, I think. Yeah. I think that's great.
Let's do this. Camera's so heavy, it won't stay up.
Yeah.
Okay, so you see both right now. So this was a piece I made. This is the very first piece I made, and I hope you can see it's got some splatter on here, which is really loose and something that the other Lego artists who had come before me hadn't done. This part here was actually rendered by me putting ink on my finger, and I would smear it. There were a lot of things that I did by hand. These were sort of rendered the same way. I wanted this world that was really kind of smoky and really loose and organic. I know we've got some questions. I'm gonna this is gonna take just a moment, but I think you guys will be interested in this. I used to always say that my favorite comics to draw were ones that were really organic. I like to draw wood. I like to draw smoke. I like atmosphere. I like nature. And then the Bionicle was kind of the opposite of that. All the pieces were manufactured and well tooled, and they have to be, or else they won't snap together. But to me, that was a little bit hard for me to make the things be really lifelike. And so when they told me to do my own thing and that I had some freedom, I really played with that idea. So for example, here's the cover to issue 1 for the book. I know a lot of fans loved me for this and a lot of them hated me, but I bent the spine on this the Paraka here so that it looked a little bit more human-like in terms of its life. The toy won't do that. But I kind of grew up with the Transformers cartoons, which were based on the toy designs, but they bent the rules a little bit as far as what they could move and how they could be represented to add more life to them. I had the toes curl on the Paraka here to fold over the canister. And then the other thing I did was I said, I want them to be able to get dirty. I want them to be able to get bent. I want them to be able to get scratched, all these different things. And I wanted the colors on them to really be the colors of the object, the physical object, to be affected by the light around them. And so this was, I only colored, I think, 3 pieces for Lego Bionicle, and this was the last one I did. And I actually had so many corrections on this. The biggest issue was this figure was all white, and I gave him red glowing eyes. And so I had red reflections coming off of all of this. And that was the sort of thing Lego didn't like, because the toy was inherently white. And I would say, well, there's this big red light bulb. It's going to reflect red. And they said, yeah, but let's keep the inherent color of the toy intact. And if you go and you look at the other issues that came out, except for the number 0 cover, the number 0 poster, and the number 1 cover, everything else was colored by Alex Blayart. But if you look at my colors, I used a lot more muted colors. I had a lot more atmospheric colors that blended in from one another. I've got a stack of Legos here, or Bionicles. Where are they? Here they are. If you look at this 0 issue, look at how the colors dance around off the objects a lot more here. They bleed in and out of each other. I thought this was really dynamic, but it's also more of an adult approach. And I think that Lego gave me a lot of freedom, but they were also a little bit afraid of going too crazy, too far down this path. So originally I was going to draw all the pencils and inks for Bionicle, plus do the colors of the covers. And after going back and forth on how to do this one, as well as the poster inside it, and then a third color piece like this, I just said, you know, you've got a colorist you really like in Alex Blayart. Let's keep it simple. Let's have him do all the coloring. They gave me no argument on that, and frankly, I think it was probably what they wanted anyway. Yeah. But let me back up here for a second. When I said earlier I want to do all this organic stuff rather than robots and machines, I really had to figure out a way to connect with all this. And my way of doing that was anything that would allow them to exist in a more organic environment, anything I could do to make them more lifelike, I would do. I always tried to make them, their faces wouldn't really change, but I would try to give them expressions. Or if they couldn't have expressions, I would have the lighting suddenly change for that moment. If they said something really grim, the lighting would turn really dark and dramatic. If they said something really hopeful, I would try to make it a really well-lit panel. So all the art was designed, I felt, to try to put more character and more emotion into the figures. Now I can go on and on and on. I have lots of things to tell you about, but I'll bet there's some questions that people want answered. So let's switch to some of that.
Yes. Let me just give you a sense of who's here. So I know we have 21 folks watching on Facebook, and both Stephen and Liam are helping us pull in things from Twitch.
Thanks, you guys.
So Matt Lombardi asked, are you doing the New York Comic Con this year?
I just had the opportunity to sign up for my table, and I'm not sure that we're going to be able to make it. I'd like to. I went last year. If there weren't, or the year before, if there weren't a COVID situation, I think I'd say absolutely. But right now, it's definitely in question.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say no, but I'm certainly not in a position where I can say yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then Paul Justin says, can I just say I've really grown to love your art style for the comics? Iconic.
Well, I appreciate that, and that feels good, because I will tell you, when I tried out for this job, here's a fun story. When I turned in, I wish I had the other piece here to show you. I thought I did. I have, by the way, we have got, when I got this job, I saved everything.
Yes.
As much as I possibly could. I saved all the strips. I saved the emails. I tried to, I made Xeroxes of pencils, which later got inked over. And so there's an awful lot in the archives. Now, if you've tuned into my live feeds before, we have got a storage facility, which we're constantly trying to clean out and pull things out of, and so we're not sure where everything is. I'm glad I was able to find this. But the other piece that I turned in to get the job was really loose and expressive like this. I mean, I had no idea what they were even going to think about things like this painted smoke. And so here's what's so funny. I turned this piece in electronically, and this was long enough ago that no one had cell phones. We all had email, but we did have landlines and answering machines. Okay. So I remember I happened to be away from my house when Jay Gardner, the editor at DC of Bionicle, wanted to call and talk to me about my sample. And I hit play on the answer machine, and he left me this really sweet message, which I honestly think I have someplace. I think I encoded it digitally. And basically what he did was he said, "Hey, Stuart, this is Jay. I got your piece," and it's and there was this long pause, and I said, "Oh my gosh, they hate it. He's going to tell me he's not even going to pay for it, you know?" And he said, "It's incredible." And I was wowed. He said, "We really like it here at DC. Lego likes it, but they've not seen anything like it. It's very dramatically different from them." So what happened was it looked like they took several samples they got, they showed them Lego, and from there, Lego picked a good number of them, and then DC hired a colorist to color those samples. And then those samples were given back to Lego, and they had focus groups of children look at the samples, and the kids got to talk about which ones they liked best. And if I recall, I think there were 7 groups where they broke up in age groups. And they had somebody, if I remember correctly, who had gotten 3 first place votes out of the 7.
Okay.
I only got 2 first place votes, but I was second for everybody else.
Wow.
And the thing that was cool they liked about me was of the youngest group I was their favorite, and of the oldest group I was their favorite. Yeah. And so the way they described it to me was, and I was surprised they gave me all this information, that they said, "Well, then that's our guy," pretty quickly. Yeah. I wish I knew who the other artists were. I can tell you I went to the DC Comics offices one time. I'm probably not even supposed to tell you this, but I had gotten the job. I was working, I think, on issue 0, and I just happened to be in one of the offices, and I got to see some of the other samples, and I can't believe they showed them to me. But the only one I remember seeing for sure was I think it was by Tom Grinberg. And the only reason why I'm telling you this is because his sample was awesome.
Yeah.
And I really thought, wow, I'm really up for it. You know, like the guys who came before me were really good. Grinberg's sample was really good. My sample was very different. And it was one of the things where Jay was telling me the truth. They were looking for a different style and wanted to go a different route. And I know for a fact of all the artists worked on Lego Bionicle, none of them were given the freedom that I was given, at least in terms of bending the figures, doing things with the lighting, putting so much dirt and grit into the world. And as well, some of the panels in here are actually photographed. I made some of the backgrounds out of photographs, and I think there are 2 panels, in fact, where I actually wanted something really dramatic, and I used the toy, held it up with dramatic lighting all around it, photographed it, and then went over it with Photoshop. So I got to use all kinds of different art styles, which was really pretty wonderful. But here's the funny part. I remember I got the job. I'm telling all the good stories here, by the way. I got the job, and I guess just before I got the job, I was told that I had made it to the past the first round of tryouts. They made my colors. The colors scored really well, and I was having more and more calls with Jay about this job. And then one day he called me, and the conversation was going kind of long, and I just had a feeling he was going to offer me the job. And lo and behold, he did. And the funny thing about this was it was very professional up until that point. And I'd agreed to do it. He was excited to have me on. I was excited. It was such a big thing for me. And then he very casually said something. It was kind of small, and I think he said, "You know, I don't think I've seen a lot of your work before. You know, what other publishers had you worked for?" And I said, "I haven't done any comics before." And the phone just went quiet. I mean, I had self-published some comics, but I never worked for DC or Marvel or anything else. And the phone went quiet. And before Jay could say anything, I said, "Jay," I said, "don't worry, I'm not going to miss the deadline." He said, "No, I'm not worried." He said, "Yeah, you are, because I know I've never done this before, but you should be worried, but I'm going to do this right." The other thing about it was he'd offered me the job. It's illegal to pull it back.
Yeah,
you can't do
right.
that. So everybody was a little bit panicked, I'm sure. But I said, Jay was so great to me in that I said to him, I said, "Listen, this is my first job. I want this job. I'm going to work really hard on it." I said, "Here's all I ask." I said, "Just bear with me if I ask some dumb questions." And he said, "No, that's totally fine." And I don't know if he was telling me the truth or not, but he said, "I'm actually kind of excited to think this is your first job." Yeah. He said, you only get to have one first job, and he was going to be a part of it. And I will tell you, I've often kind of thought that a really good editor is a little bit like a really good coach. I think a really good sports coach is somebody who looks at the players they have and looks at their strengths and weaknesses and figures out how to encourage them when they need that and how to get them to pump the brakes when they don't. And Jay was really, really good for me. I felt that any questions I had with Jay, they were heard. He really listened to me. He encouraged me to be a little bit daring. You know, there were only a few times where I thought there was something that I wanted to change in the script, and he always listened. And I think a lot of my way of interaction with editors now was really set up by the relationship that I had with Jay. There were very few times where I changed things in Bionicle, but one of the ones that comes to mind, if you guys have the comics in front of you, I think it's in issue 2, which is where Axon first appears. Yeah, I'm an Axon guy. It's my favorite guy. On page 2-3, where is it? Let's see. Yeah, it's this panel right here. I hope you guys can see this. This one here. So this panel here doesn't really appear in the script initially. At least that beat doesn't. And it was one of these things where Axon is giving this big speech about purpose and who he is and why he's doing what he is. And I just kind of felt it needed a different break. I thought he needs a scene where he really just kind of grandstands. If he's going to lay out all the Paraka, I always felt like he was the character with the greatest sort of built-in purpose throughout the series, and he sort of declares that moment here in the script. And so all I did was tell the editors, like, I want to change the pace and I want to add a panel. I think this is a big important moment. Let's give it its own beat. And he liked that. I can tell you though, because there were many people involved with this, there were Greg Farshey wrote it. He is the Lego guru, the Bionicle guru. Toby Dudkowitz, I think, was the art director at Lego. And there were times when there would be something like a 6 or 7 person group phone call. They do Zoom meetings like this now, but at the time, this was all just a group phone call, and everybody would say who was on the line. And any questions or anything that I wanted to sort of alter or manipulate from the script, I had to talk to DC, and they had to forward it to Lego. DC made comic books, Lego made toys, and so DC sort of served as the go-between between Lego and myself to make sure everything was smooth. I frankly really didn't change that much, but when I wanted to, Jay listened, and sometimes he'd say, that's okay, go ahead and do that. You know, we'll tell Lego you're doing that. Other times they say, let's talk to Lego. But after about the first 2 issues, there really wasn't a lot of that happened. I figured out what their sensitivities were. They figured out what I was good at doing, and we just kind of got in rhythm, is the best way I know to put it. I can tell you though, one of the funnier things that happened was, and this might have been one of my last conversations with them all on the phone. We had, let's see, I'd gotten the job, and issue 0 was a poster, right? As well as a cover. And oh, you guys have to see this. Where did I put it? Where's the issue 0 here? I can't believe I didn't dig this out. Do you guys have one of these?
Oh, a couple of people have talked about issue 0, yes, in the comments here.
Okay, because if you don't have one of these, this was a lot of fun. There was no secret that I was going to be the Lego guy, because clearly there's where they ran my photo.
You can use your table camera.
Yeah, oh, I forgot, I've got my table camera here. There's where they ran my photo. So everybody knew I was coming. Boy, look at how young I was. But this issue was full comic size. The next issue, I think, was still full comic size, but then issue 2, as you can see, was a little bit shorter. Okay, and so I was wrapping up my phone call with them, and they said, oh, by the way, the next issue is going to be 3/4 of an inch shorter. And I thought, what does that mean? And they said they really meant not as tall. Like, I thought they meant not as many pages, or what are you talking about? And what happened was they changed the packaging on this book, but they didn't tell me that until after I'd already drawn a lot of this issue. So some of the panels had to go back and be redrawn, or the panels had to be moved around. A lot of this was kind of done on the fly. You can see this is an awfully tight crop on that panel. This top one here too. There was just not enough time to alter everything. But what had happened was, the reason they did this, they packaged it differently. They used 2 little sticky tabs, and it allowed the book, it allowed Lego to save some money and make the book much more efficiently and effectively. And that's why, if you're wondering why it's a smaller size, that's exactly why, because it's packaged differently.
Awesome. Okay, so I'm gonna jump in just on, we've got lots and lots of questions, okay? So,
Yes.
Hey there, Stuart, excited for the Cincinnati Comic Expo and hope to catch you there one day. Will your Axon piece copies be available for purchase there?
I don't know what we're going to do with Axon today. I haven't even made it. But I'll tell you what, I know that a lot of people have been writing me more and more about the Lego Bionicle stuff. I'm delighted that there's this interest in it. I'm trying to bring more and more of it. So if you come to the Cincinnati show, you know, I'm going to bring some of the stuff. Even if I don't get the show today, I will bring more. So
yeah, and you do have your own print of Axon at some point somewhere.
I drew one of him that everybody really liked. I'm trying to remember where that was.
Yeah.
I threatened that I was going to make a big Axon sometime for Bionicle Day, and I think that's kind of turning into what this is.
Gotcha. Maybe that's where I remember hearing that. Okay. Someone from Twitch asks, why did you dip out of drawing Bionicle after issue 11 of the 2006 to 2008 run?
So this is a great question. So here's the lesson for everybody if you ever work in comic books, right? Marvel, DC, Lego, whomever you're working for, they've got some awesome toys, but they are their toys. They are not yours. You get to play with them for as long as you were invited to be a guest, and you do the best things you can with them. But keep in mind, at some point they will invite someone to play with them after you. And basically what happened was the same way I got the job to do Bionicle was the same way that I lost it. Every couple of years they refreshed the look and feel of the toy line as well as the comic. And I think it was wise that they constantly tried to bring in new people and give it a fresh new take. The only thing I can say about it is I'm a little bit bummed about was I really thought I was going to have it for a third year. They really revamped things right after my second year. In fact, I thought I was going to be able to keep the job, but then at the last minute, they brought in a whole bunch of new people and they went for a cleaner art style again. The only thing that I have to say that really bums me out about that was I remember I was at San Diego and I was at the Lego table signing with Greg Farshtey. They had copies they were giving away of Lego Bionicle. And I don't remember who it was who came to me, but they said, good news. We've decided to extend Lego Bionicle for a couple more years and we love what you're doing. And I just thought, oh, well, great, I've got a job. I'm going to keep doing what I've been doing for 2 years. And so my only complaint was, had I known that I wasn't going to draw the third year, I would have spent my time at San Diego lining up another job with another publisher. I don't think that anybody misled me or anything like that. The truth of the matter was they were figuring out what they were doing with the company, and they'd committed to Bionicle, but not necessarily me or the comic or anything. They're constantly developing it. I did tell myself that I really wanted to have a 3-year run on it and buy a house. I had a 2-year run on it, and the housing market went really bad in 2009, and I bought a house anyway. It all kind of evened out. But here, I'll show you a couple pieces that are really exciting. This is something that's from the little Bionicle archives. When I tell you I saved everything, I mean, I really did. This here was one of about a dozen layouts that I did for what would be issue 1. This was the actual cover, but this is sort of a quick concept. You can see I had the strong moon back here, or sun back here, which I kept, and I was going to have the main figure backlit. It was going to mostly be a silhouette, and this is the can. This is the lid of the can floating. Remember the Paraka came in these sort of canister type containers, and I wanted this really dramatic crashing waves, and you can see I kept the mountain in here, which originally on this cover, this mountain went up really high, and this was a much deeper lagoon, so it was even darker than it is right here. Lego liked it that I could do this dark, gritty stuff, but at some point I dialed it up so much, I think they pumped the brakes a little bit. But this is one of the layouts I proposed, and what I thought I was going to do was, by virtue of having the character mostly be in silhouette, it really would be kind of creepy and ominous. As it worked out, they wanted the main character to be the white Paraka, and I think that they were just concerned that he was not going to be visible enough. So the concept is kind of here, and you can see I kept in some of the dark spots, but they got relegated to things outside of the main character, and we still kept his face really well illuminated. Otherwise, with this glowing sort of moon sun thing back here, almost all of this would have been in silhouette. We wouldn't have put all those highlights on there, but we wanted to be able to show the toy. And to be honest, that was probably the #1 struggle that I had with this book for the entire 2 years that I was on it, of how much detail can I put in and how much can I take out? How much can I say, hey, we've got a bright light source, this is silhouette, let's eliminate it. So there was always a little bit of a healthy back and forth between me and Lego. This page here, hope you guys can see this. This is a layout that I made of the very first page from Bionicle #1. So here is the printed issue, right? And here's sort of my pacing for how I thought the thing was going to work out. Now, when I first started drawing this book, I did rough layouts of each page like this pretty quickly. But I only did a couple of them because what I found happened was after I'd already drawn it once small as a layout to then draw it big, I kind of felt like it lost a lot of its spontaneity. So there aren't many of these that exist. It's also interesting to note, I took this panel out and I made this one just sort of a longer horizontal. I thought it sped the chase up a little bit. The other thing is, let's see, you'll like this. Here is the printed page to issue 2. Now, I don't have the original art for that, but I have got a really nice color Xerox. So this may surprise everybody, but this is what the original pages that I turned in look like. So I hope you can see there's a lot of gray information on here. This isn't just a strict black and white. See all the gray that's in the rocks and such. This is difficult to color if you're a comic book colorist. Strict black and white is really easy. Plus also, look how much grain is in here. If you've ever colored digitally, any of you, you can't use the magic wand on this very easily. This is a little bit more time consuming to color. It also means that I've determined the value of a lot of the areas. I've determined where the lighting is in ways that maybe a colorist would normally do. But now the colorist doesn't get to do that. I already made those decisions. Look at how much lighting is dictated on the head of, I think this is Hakan here. So I spring this all up because, and I have to say this, there were only a few things I really wanted to say tonight definitively, and this is one of them. Alex Blayart is the gentleman who colored Lego Bionicle for me. And I have to tell you in complete honesty, I did not think he did a very good job on my colors. And as the book went on, I thought he got a little bit better, but wasn't as good as I'd like him to be. And then here's the horrible thing, and this is the thing I really want to say. After Bionicle, I drew more, I colored more, I did more, I worked on my craft, I got better, and I looked back on Bionicle years later and I realized that I was wrong. He did a wonderful job.
Mm-hmm.
He was a fantastic colorist, and I really have to say that. I was frustrated because a lot of my coloring was really destructive. I destroyed a lot of the lines. I had no problem obliterating a lot of the line work, and he was very respectful to what I did. He was smart. He made smart choices. He made clear choices. And it's a funny thing because it's been happening to me now for like 15 years solid. All I have to do is wait a few years. I've worked on my coloring. I've gotten better at it. I go back and I look to see what he did. And however good I thought he was better. And in 2 years, I'll look again and I'll realize he's even better than I thought. Alex, you did an awesome job on this book, and I really, really mean it. And I learned a lot from you. And thanks for making me look good. I really, really mean that.
Okay, so just so you know, it's 8:44. So if you want to start drawing now,
is it really that late?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Sarah Cameron and Jonathan Crissetti are so excited about this show. By the way.
Well, let me show a few little quick odds and ends before we dive into this, because I got to show you this.
Let me ask a couple of these questions too. Armin Reeves from Twitch asks, "Did you know how impactful Matoro's death would be to longtime fans?"
Yes and no. So here's the story I have to tell on this. And I'm going to try to go through this quickly. But when I got this job, the first thing I did was I started looking at all the toys. You know, I didn't have Axon yet, but they sent me some of them, and I played with them. And by the way, Lego asked me, they said, "Do you want us to build the toys, or do you want to build them yourself?" And I said, "Ooh, send them to me unbuilt. I'll build them." And then I realized if I build them wrong, then I'll draw them wrong, and I can't have that. So I said, "No, send them to me already built." But when they arrived, here, I mean, the first thing I did, I hope you guys think this is cool, because this was the way to approach this in my mind. I had to play with them. I had to see what they do. You know, what I think to be good at this stuff, you have to get it. You have to know what makes it fun and makes it interesting. So I took some of them apart. I took good photos so I could get them back. You know, I saw how they could, you know, whatever they could do, what you could make out of them. I read a little bit about how the characters behaved, and I just kind of tried to imagine their world. But I really tried to do it strictly through the toys, not through the existing comic books. But I remember, because I wasn't interested in drawing robots per se, I felt like it wasn't quite clicking for me. And so I remember I called my mom and I said, I got this great job. I'm trying to figure out a way to connect with it. And my mom is so cool in that she said, just think of them all as Micronauts, which is this comic book right here. Now, Micronauts is a toy line that was made by Mego when I was about 7 years old. Here's one of their toys called the Acroyer. And this is what a Acroyer looks like, okay? And I hope you can make out the figure there. Here is the Acroyer figure in all gold. Typically, he was red and white. But Axon here is what 7-year-old saw when I was working on Bionicle. When I was 7 years old, this is what I saw. Bionicles didn't exist, but this was a toy that I loved. And it dawned on me that the way I felt about this when I was 7 years old was how 7-year-olds would feel about what I was doing. So what I thought of was right away, I looked up Michael Golden. Michael Golden, if you don't know, is the artist of Micronauts. This is the guy who drew the comic book of the toy that I loved when I was 7. I said, oh my gosh, I'm going to be walking in the footsteps of my hero. So I went to a comic book convention and I had to track him down. And I just basically said, help me, Obi-Wan, you're my only hope. You've already done this. You did this. Tell me, I'm working on this toy line. You worked on this famous toy line. Tell me what to do. Give me some sage advice. And he gave me the best advice. And I got this advice just as I was starting the job. And he said, you need to find a way to love it. And I thought, well, that doesn't help very much. And he said, no, find a way to make it your own. He said, you're going to be talking about this stuff for the rest of your life. You're probably going to be drawing it for the rest of your life. He said, you know, find a way to engage with it and take it all in, because it's not going to go away. And it was a funny thing, because when I got the job, I tried to remind myself, it was my big breakthrough in comics, but I might have it for a year. I might have it for 2 years. I could have it for 5 years, but I won't have it for forever. And so this all kind of lined up. So when somebody asked me, what is, you know, what would it, how would I know what it would affect a 7-year-old when Motoro dies? I know, because I know what happens when Baron Karza dies in issue 12 of the Micronauts. Yeah. I know how that made me feel. Spoiler for everybody. Yeah. But that was really cool, because I felt that I got to pass it on, pay it forward the way it had been given to me. If I mean something to you guys, I'm really flattered. I know what that looks like, because every time I see Michael Golden, I just think, oh, only I could draw Baron Karza the way he did. Before I dive in and do some drawing, I want to show you guys a few quick little things. I have had some awesome fans. This is a piece of art that a young Micronaut, or excuse me, young Bionicle fan gave me at a comic book convention. I think this is actually drawn by Wyatt Denton, who is the editor of Shannon Denton, who did a lot of work for IDW Comics. Wow. He made these for me. I had another fan who came to see me and made this, which was he knew that Axon was my favorite, and this was an Axon necklace that he made that was presented to me by Logan on April 23rd, 2010. And I mean it. I love this stuff, and I'm really flattered that I can inspire people to want to do this stuff. So, oh, I forgot I do have it. Yay, this is great. Here's a Xerox, a full-size Xerox of the pencils for that page that I showed you. So typically, if I made a page in Bionicle, this is how much I would pencil it, and this is what it would look like in its first stage. I would then ink it, and here's what it looks like after all the inking. And you can see I kept in some of the textures and the grays, but a lot of what I do and a lot of what makes my work mine really comes out in the inking. I don't have Xeroxes of all of these, but you can see there's a shadow here on this Matoran. That didn't make it through. I moved where the reflection is a little bit. So there's some spontaneity that happens from this point to this point. And then obviously Alex got a hold of it and he colored it and he made it his own. Okay, I'm about to dive in and draw, but I want to show you a few last little things first. Okay. So I was teasing this earlier. If you guys are diehards of this stuff, I should let you know that I went through and I have some of the Bionicle comic books. And if you guys are interested in these, I have a small set that I have for sale. Where is the last one? I got too many stacks going on here. So I think you're going to get 4, 5, 3, 4, 5. Where's 3? There it is. 3, 4, 5. I have 9 and 11. I don't have very many of these, but I have some sets. And if you guys would like some of these, they are all nice copies. I hope you guys can see from the reflections that the corners and everything are all really crisp. But I'm selling a set of these. Obviously, they're the original comics from way back when. It is $50 for a set. All of them come signed. Each one is going to come with the certificate of authenticity, which I will sign and date as August 10th, Bionicle Day. And so if you want one of those or want one of these sets, write us a private message on Facebook, and we will tell you how to bill us, and we'll send these out to you, signed and everything.
For those who are watching on Twitch, is this also on your website?
This is on my website, yeah. If you go to stuartsager.com, my wife will put that in there. And I know this is turning into a little bit of an ad, but I will tell you this. If you like this stuff, I also have on there a Transformers exclusive variant that I've made. It's not Bionicle, but it's related. And there's a sound wave that connects to it. They also have Optimus and Megatron on the back. And then if you're really diehard, remember I said I was a Micronauts fan? I got to do my own Micronauts cover. This was an exclusive. And then the only other toy robot, which I really wanted from when I was young, was Rom. And I got to draw that as well.
That's pretty
You guys
awesome.
have no idea how cool it is to love these things when you're 7 years old and then get paid to draw them as an adult. It's really cool. So I do know what it's like to have those characters die. Anyway, if you want a set of these, I have 3, 4, 5, 9, and 11. I have a couple sets of each. Shipping on these in the United States is going to be about $5. If you want to go internationally, it should be $25. But write us a message, and or you can buy them through my website. Okay, let's do some drawing.
Okay. Well, you pull that out. Let me ask you some of these other things.
Please do.
That have come in. So I'm gonna make sure I get all of them. I'm a Tron on Twitch says, did you ever make your own Bionicle MOC, or did you ever play with the official sets?
So I took them apart a couple times. I know there were people who like to crash Axon and Brutaka together and came up with some pretty good mashups. And I did a little bit of that, but I got to tell you, I was always terrified that I wasn't going to be able to get them back together the way they're supposed to. My biggest fear would be that someone at, Greg Farsty or somebody would say, you got the wrong head, not even the wrong head. I'd get the wrong kneecap on somebody. Yeah. I remember I dropped one of them just as I got it, like Lego shipped them to me built, but it came out of the box. One time I dropped one, and one time they were in pieces, and I just said, like,
oh, what do I do?
What do I do? I mean, I can guess how it goes back together, but you never really get it quite right. I will tell you this, and Ailey knows this about me. When I was little, before there was Bionicle, I was a big Technics builder, and so I had some of the space sets, and I had some of the Technics. And when Bionicle arrived, and believe me, the first set of Bionicles I really had was the Paraka from the 2005-2006 set I worked on that had the brick with the glowing eye. And I got to tell you, I felt so cheated because that was the coolest Lego brick of them all. And that did not exist when I was 12 years old.
Yeah.
I really wish I could have had that. Today, if I were going to do something with the Bionicles, I'd be really tempted to mix and match some of the pieces with some of the Technics. I would love to be able to make a scaled up Axon where he got to have like some gears and things that really worked. You know how they're like bigger scales of Millennium Falcon? I'd love to scale him up. He would be so much fun. Oh, by the way, at San Diego, if you guys have the cover to Lego Bionicle 0, I've shown it here 3 or 4 times, but I've lost it. This thing, inside it, it's got this fold-out poster. They made a statue of this poster for the San Diego Comic-Con. I've got a photo of me standing with it. It was about 20 feet tall. And I just walked in the door and I saw it and I thought, wow, you've done something. Okay, so this is fun as well. one of the interesting things about me working on this comic for Lego was, according to the contract with DC, I absolutely positively had to draw it on DC board. That is to say, paper supplied by DC Comics. Now, the thing that was tricky, if you guys have never seen some of this before, you see it's got blue printed on it. This is called non-photo blue. It's a particular shade of blue. And what it basically is that if I were drawing this in black and white, you can photograph this with a black and white camera and the blue will disappear. It looks like white, which is fine, but that only works if you draw in strict black and white. And as you've seen, I've got a lot more like smudgy, smeary grays. And so that was kind of a problem because we had signed the contracts and these arrived. And I said, well, I can draw on my own paper, can't I? And they said, no, 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 no. It's got to be on this. And I explained that I was either going to have to draw it smaller inside this other box or else I couldn't use these. And then it dawned on me. I just said, well, can I just draw them on the back? It didn't say I had to draw it on the front. And they said, yeah, that'll work. So that's how we got around that. So these were actually 2 unused boards that DC sent me back from Bionicle. I saved them for a day like this. So I'm going to try to draw it using the old techniques and pens that I used, and I'm going to draw it on the old paper to do it right. So how's that?
Yes. Awesome.
And the only thing that is different this time that I can think of right away is that Axon used to have a little tag around his neck with his name on him. And I know this sounds kind of dumb, but I put a little tag on all of them with their names. And the biggest reason why I did that was it was just too easy to do something wrong.
Yeah.
I knew who they all were, but if I ever doubted myself,
it's got to be foolproof. You know, I think people who don't draw don't understand how easy it is to make giant mistakes that you don't notice because your brain is thinking about the composition on the page, the line weight, all of those things. So like when I draw, I have to have somebody proofread my text if there's any text in it, because my brain can't process a spelling error, even if
I'm the exact same way.
Yeah. So you have to make it foolproof as you're doing it.
And there was one in year 2 that I drew where I know I drew something happened where I drew parts of the figures wrong. Like the bottom half of the anatomy was right and the top half was wrong or something like that. There was some sort of mix up where the pieces came apart or something, and they caught it, thankfully. But I also color coded them, so I knew who the Toa were and who the Paraka were, and I never should have needed that. But I will tell you, the issue 5 that introduced Vizon and Fenrak, I had a script and there was no toy. The toy didn't exist. I mean, did not exist. There wasn't one on the planet. It hadn't been made yet, but we were coming up close on the deadline. And I remember talking to the editors, like, what are we going to do? You know, if I don't get it drawn on time, they don't get it printed on time, it doesn't get mailed out on time, everything fails. And I was told, you know, leave blank spots in the panels for when the toys come. And I said, I can do that. But here's the funny thing, you know, they aren't all humanoid and they aren't all the same size. You know, it's not like I'm drawing a new member of the Justice League and he's going to have a human face and a human body. You know, there were Bionicles that looked kind of more like crabs. I had no idea what to expect. So I did the best job I could, and this is kind of exciting. I finally got, I think at this point they gave me a phone call, and they only give you a phone call if it's desperate. But they said, okay, we got to have the book done in 2 days. And I said, okay. And they said, there's one Vizon and Fenrak in the world. And I said, okay. And they said, it's in, where's Lego? Switzerland? Where is it? I can't remember. Not Switzerland.
Denmark. Yeah.
It's in Denmark. And I said, okay. And they said, they're going to overnight FedEx it to you. You have to drive out to the airport. You've got to bring your ID and you're going to sign for this thing. And you're going to receive the only one that exists in the world. And I said, okay, well, what's it look like? And they said, we don't know. Because I was talking to Lego USA. They said, we really don't know. We haven't seen it. And I said, okay. And they said, but bring your ID. And they had me sign a contract that said that I wouldn't photograph it. I wouldn't show it. I wouldn't put it on the internet. I wouldn't anything. So we're up against this tight deadline. I've been up all night. I raced to the airport. It arrives. They hand me this box. I sign everything. And I was going back home and I broke the contract. It took me about 10 minutes to violate the contract. And here's what happened. I said, you know what, I'm gonna stop and I'm gonna get breakfast. And I went to this little restaurant that's not far from where I live. It was on the way home. And I ordered an omelet, and I'm sitting there, I'm gonna have breakfast for one at, you know, about 9 in the morning or something like that. I'd been up all night. And across the way from me, I love telling this story, there was these two mothers with their two sons who looked like they were about 8 and 10 years old, and they were bored out of their minds. They just were ready to go home, and there was nothing they could do. And I looked down and I knew I had that box that I hadn't opened. It was a pretty good sized box. So I took my little butter knife and I cut it open. And if you've never seen these on Fenrac, it's a really terrifying robot like this with these big teeth and a cape. And he is standing on a giant 4-legged spider that he's holding by chains. And it is one of the coolest Lego Bionicle sets by far. If you guys are disagreeing with me, I don't know why, because I think it's awesome. And I opened it up, and there it was, it was magically just built and grinning back at me. And I looked at those kids, and I didn't say anything to them. I just picked it up. I'm not supposed to let anybody see it. And I just put it on the table, kind of like that. And I sort of like watched out of the corner of my eye to see the kids. And one of them finally saw it. And boy, he woke up and he was just leering, trying to get a good look at this thing. And he like did the, hey fellas, like nudged his friend, look at that. And they looked at it and they're like, whoa, you know. And they knew it was a Bionicle, but they had never seen it. And then it was so cool because I picked it up, back up. They got to look at it for about 5 seconds. And I said, not even in the stores yet. And I folded it all up. And I just said that to him, and that was it. Looked away, and my food came, and I ate. And I don't know who those two kids are, but I hope they remember it. And I hope they went to Toys R Us or wherever else. And, you know, 4 or 5 months later, finally got to see it. But there was a period in time where I had the only, well, I've got the first one ever made.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So it's pretty cool.
So you should start drawing, but then FB3 Gamer, oh, that's probably As Pie Gamer, I get it, from Twitch says, which villain from Sager's run on the comics was his favorite to draw?
Without a doubt, it was Hakan. He was the first one I drew. I liked the Paracas. That light bulb in the head was just too cool. I fell in love with that right off the bat. I liked Khan because he was red, and that's a little unfair because you want it to have more to do with personality. But they listed that he was also the bully. He was somehow, when I pulled him out of the box, I looked at all their heads and their facial features and just sort of what made them unique. Each one was a little different, and I just responded to him right off the bat. And so, at least in the first issue or so, when you see group shots of the Paraka, I kind of put Hakan up in front because I just liked him. Zactan was really pretty cool. I think I want to make this bigger. I know I just started, but I'm diving right in. By the way, also the paper that I draw on is a vellum finish. It's really hard to see here, but it's got a grit to it. And so by contract of me having to do this on DC board, they had to send me the paper. I'd have to call them up and say, hey, I need some more paper. And I couldn't ask for too much. You know, I have a couple extra sheets, but I never had enough to where I felt like I could just kind of cut loose. You know, if I needed 12 pages to draw an issue, they might send me 20. But there were times where I would get so rambunctious and I didn't like something, I would cut out a panel and glue it in or change what I had done. But what was funny was they kept sending me the wrong paper. And the reason they sent me the wrong paper is that the vellum paper has got a rougher finish on it. And I remember every time I'd ask them, I said, hey, can you guys send me the paper? And they'd say, yeah, we'll send you more paper. And I'd say, wait before you hang up. And they'd say, what is it? I said, will you send me the vellum finish, which was the rougher finish? And they'd say, oh, okay. And then I remember one time I asked for it, and the person who I was speaking to said, oh yeah, you're the guy who wants the rough stuff. And I said, what does that mean? And he said, most people don't draw on the rough paper anymore. And I said, nobody? Really? And they said, just the old artists, like the old guys who'd been doing it a long time. And I kind of laughed at that. I thought, well, but I liked it because by virtue of it being a little bit rougher, it would hold ink differently. It already had its own texture a little bit. And I could layer inks and paints on top of it a little bit more. And if you guys see me draw other things, you know that I really can just put a lot on the page.
Yeah. So earlier you were talking about You told us the story of how you got onto the run of Bionicle, and then you told us about how you stopped doing a run of Bionicle. Can you tell us how you got back on a few years later?
Yeah, so a lot of people don't know about this. So after I did Bionicle for 2 years, there was a gap where I was away from it. If you guys are completists, you got to get a copy of this. Paper Cuts reprinted all the Bionicle comic books, including mine, and then for volume 8, they have new material. And so they called me up and brought me back. And a lot of you, if you had the subscription to the Lego fanzine but didn't buy this, the Paper Cuts edition, you never saw these other Bionicle pages that I drew. This is the last Bionicle I worked on, and it was kind of a nice return to old favorites. I think I did different colors on it, so it looks a little bit different. But I really didn't think I'd ever get to do it again. And they said, yeah, you can. But here's the funny thing. They needed it pretty quickly. And I think one of the reasons they went to me is because the fans knew me and I knew what I was doing. But the book was smaller. You can see this isn't full comic book size. And so I remembered saying, okay, look, if it's smaller, I'm not going to draw a whole bunch of tiny panels. I said, I think we need to pace this a little bit differently. I said, let's try to keep it to where it's only 3 panels per page. And so we did, because a couple of my favorite tools to work with when I draw are my fingers. I'll actually put my ink in the fingers, and to work really small, you just kind of can't do that. But this was the last go around. And so the actual pages for these are also smaller. Instead of being 11 by 17 like what I'm drawing on here, I think they were, I don't remember, 10 by 14 or something. But it's kind of great because it just kind of felt like coming home.
Yeah,
it was. They were all different characters, so they had to get me some new toys. But it was fun, and I think the story showed a lot of things that I didn't get to experience in the first 2 years I did. Like, I never got to draw anything in an ice field like this. I think this storyline actually had fewer characters, so I got to focus on a tighter story instead of jumping around between so many different characters.
So Jonathan Crissetti's asking for some tips on how to draw Bionicles well. What are your tips or tricks that you evolved over time? Because they're pretty technical.
They are. So I would say, see how I'm drawing him pretty quickly and just sort of blocking him out. Like, I'm going to draw this arm back here right now, and you can see how much there is there. When I first draw it, I just basically say, this is the space it occupies. That's about it. I mean, it's got 2 big pieces, and then they, with the ball and socket that connects them, and then everything else is kind of piled on top of it. And so if you've ever seen those drawing books where they say, draw a circle and put a circle next to it and turn that into a box and build it up, that's really what we're doing here. I talked to Tom Grinberg, the person who also tried out for the Bionicle job and didn't get it. He told me, he said, you know, he wanted the job and he was also relieved when he didn't get it. He was just kind of joking. And he said, drawing the Bionicle was like drawing a car engine every day.
Yeah.
You know, except it had to be alive. And I think that's the trick. The other thing I would tell everybody, if you really want to get the stuff right, don't worry about getting it perfect. Well, this is my approach. The thing needs to be lively. If you're going to worry about getting every little nook and cranny in on this axe, for some people, that's what's most important to them. For me, what's most important is capturing the feel and the essence of the character. Yeah, I need the head to be really recognizable. I need to get that pretty spot on. But I think, like, if I didn't have quite as many ridges on this leg, that wouldn't bother me as much. I think it would have bothered Lego. Lego would have said, no, get those right. But I was always willing to fudge a little bit. If you look at the Axon's figure here, he gets a little thin in this area here. You know, to really add life to him, give him proportions a little bit more like a human. So I would probably elongate this just a little bit because a human's torso is a little bit longer. And just by doing that, your brain clicks over. It allows you to read the figure and have the movements and expressions it has. Oh, you just changed your screen.
I did. I thought we should zoom in on what you're drawing.
Yeah, that's a good idea. She's the best. Here's another great thing you can do to help you with drawing Bionicles. I forgot about this. take the piece off you need to draw most. You know, I don't need to hold all of him to get this head right.
As long as you know where that piece goes when you're done.
Yeah. The other thing I would say is don't worry too much about your critics. I have found out through the years, I am either everyone's favorite or least favorite Bionicle artist.
There's not a lot of in between in that.
one or the other.
Very true. So tell us the exact information on that paper cuts issue again so that David Clank can find it.
The new material one is volume 8. So the other volumes, I think, reprint the other, they reprint material that's come out, but this one's got new material. There's a good shot of the ISBN if that helps. How's that?
Yeah, that's good.
I'm gonna hold
And
it
what's
for
the
just a
actual
second.
title on the book itself?
Legends of Bara Magna. There's the important part right there.
Yeah.
But I will tell you as well, here's the other funny thing that's tricky about the Bionicles. Axon happens to have, I think, the hardest head of all of them to draw, because you tend to think it's a sphere and you change the angles on it and you realize it's not a proper sphere. I can't just draw a sphere because it's a little elongated. And so to make it look round but get these good cutouts is hard. It was one of the things that I really struggled with. Because here's the other thing. Do you guys know that MTV had the cartoon Beavis and Butthead? So that thing was kind of a surprise hit. And at one point they decided to make toys out of them. Well, that's what happens a lot of times with successful TV shows and cartoons. The problem is the models, sheets that they had developed don't work as 3D objects. So when it came time to make the toys, they had to decide, you know, were we going to build it to best work on this shot or that shot, because they had never been 3D objects before. They had to sort of pick. Let's put this back on.
Okay, have you ever heard the Yo-Yo Paraka rap?
No, but I'm ready. Let's have it.
Egan, if you know it, or
Egan would
if you
know
can
it.
send us a link, do it, because we don't know it.
Okay. Now, truth be told, I'm working through this a little bit faster than I normally would have when I was working on the toy, but part of it is I haven't had a good refresher yet. I'm sort of reconnecting with it. Have to figure out how I did it. A lot of that which I draw in comics these days, they're, you know, right now I'm drawing Kiss, the rock and roll band. And I'm also doing Army of Darkness covers for Dynamite. And they are human, so I kind of can just sort of draw a character I know and then sort of put on the different accoutrements, the details to make it a specific character. One thing I always say, if you want to draw Bionicles well, this is a great thing you can do. Think about their pieces in terms of layers. So we've got a ball and socket joint back here on Axon, and this is sort of his skull, we'll call it that, and then his mask is on front of it. That protrudes awfully far out. You can see how much space there is under him and how much his chest sticks out. So his chest and his face are kind of on the same level, but all this other mechanism down here, which you can see is further back, which I've communicated here, but when you really want a great sense of distance, have this head be on one level, have this chest be on another level, and then tell yourself that a lot of these items that are further back, they're going to largely be silhouette. They're going to be under the shadow of these other pieces. You know, a great way to create dramatic lighting is have some pieces be really bright, well lit, and other pieces be really dark. And when you alternate those two, it gives you a really great sense of depth. This is my go-to trick on all this stuff.
A couple of people are asking about commissions and things like that.
Yes.
How do people do that with you?
Well, so the dangerous thing is at the moment my commission list happens to be closed, and it's because I'm chasing a couple deadlines. But there are some ways around that. If you happen to go to one of the conventions that I'm attending, I always am happy to draw in person. So if you go to my website, I know it lists some shows I'm going to. I'm going to the Cincinnati Comic Con, going to the Grand Rapids show. Where else am I going? I'm doing a comic book store signing tomorrow. If you guys happen to be near Indianapolis, you can get a piece from me tomorrow at Comic Book University.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also, if you go to my website, stuartsager.com, you can see a lot of the events I'm going to. I'll bet I see Steve at Grand Rapids.
Yes, we've got Lexington coming up too.
Oh, I forgot about Lexington's great too.
So the easiest way to do this is to find Stuart at a show and talk to him. Several people have asked about, can they bring things for you to sign or maybe do a remark on?
Yep. Yeah, I do
like
all that.
Maybe
I love it.
the instructions to one of these Bionicles.
Oh, I hadn't thought about that. That sounds pretty cool. The other thing you should also do before you draw the stuff is loosen up first, man. Now, I have got a long ways to go on this axon, but I'm not going to belabor this and get every detail down. Why? Because you want to see it come together. So much of the what makes these great is in the inking.
Stephen Wirt says, I'm looking forward to you returning to Emerald City Comic Con one day. And I said, both we and Sarah Cameron are with you on that.
So I've got his face a little bit wonky and out of order. And so what you're supposed to do is erase it and fix it. But guess what? We're just going to ink it. And the reason we're going to ink it
living dangerously
is because you want to see how I do these things. So while the drawing, I do actually think it's going to come out quite good. It's going to be a little bit looser than how I might have otherwise done it, but I'm going to do some nice lighting things, which will make it all kind of come together. So for those who are interested, this is a Tombow pen that I like to use. It's got a flexi tip. It gives me a lot of variety in my line weights. You can see how it will start off kind of dark and then fade to light. So that's kind of a nice little way to add some depth in on these. This is the hardest part to draw. This part of his chest that comes in front of the other is really awkward. I remember some of this is coming back to me from when I worked on them. It's really curious. Actually, go ahead.
JD Neer asks, how long did the first issue take you to draw, or issue 1?
So issue 1 is the good question. Issue 0 came before it, but issue 0 was a breeze because it didn't have it was only a poster, right? There was very little I had to do. So here's what is fascinating about this. I think Lego was figuring out how they were going to update the characters and redesign the comic book, and they came up with a new title. It wasn't just Lego, it was Lego Bionicle. So they had a couple things they had to sort of sort out. But in the meantime, they were also on a publishing schedule, and I don't know for sure, but I think they were on a contract with DC Comics to make the Lego comic book. Well, if they haven't settled on some of the things like the title of the comic yet, it's kind of hard to make the comic book if you haven't solved some of the things. So the first issue was the 0 issue, which was just the cover and the poster. But I think what had happened is they'd already worked out a contract with DC for something like 6 12-page comics. Well, the first one, as I said,
excuse us while the prisoner makes a.
So the first one was just a cover and a poster. So I think what they did was, to make the contract work, they took all the pages that would have appeared in issue 1, issue 0, and they added them to issue 1. So if you're wondering why issue 1 is double sized, it's to make the 2 issues average out.
Oh.
So what was funny was, you'll recall I told Jay, the editors, like, this is my first book. So the first issue I had to work on was issue 0. So all I had to do was a cover and poster, and I thought, oh, thank goodness, I can start off nice and easy. I didn't know that they had that contract going on and they were going to have to zero that out. So after I get the first one done, he calls me up and says, oh, by the way, the first issue is going to be double sized, which I was already slightly panicked just by having to draw the comic in the first place. But to know it's double sized, I was in extra panic. So
double panic.
This sounds kind of weird, but this is the honest truth. I didn't know for sure I could do it. I knew that I was supposed to be able to do it. I knew that I'd never done anything this large. I had self-published Shiver in the Dark, but it was 20 pages and I had a year to do it. I now had a comic book that I had to draw in 60 days. Most people draw a standard size comic book in 30 days. So certainly I can do it in 60 days, right? Except I'd never done it.
Mm-hmm.
So this was kind of trial by fire for me. And so what I did, this sounds kind of dumb, was I just told myself, it's like, I don't believe in the phrase, failure is not an option. Yeah. But I gave myself this idea of failure is not an option today.
Yeah.
And what that meant was just draw today. Draw as much as you can today. You know, do some math. If you have 60 pages, 60 days to draw 30 pages, you got to do one every 2 days.
Right.
And I just told myself, start and stay ahead of the curve.
Right.
And don't look up. Just, you know, did you get 1 page done every 2 days? And actually, I think I got it done with about five days to spare or something like that, maybe even more. But I did get off to a big early lead. I remember I was terrified, and I did something like 10 pages in a week.
Wow.
And I really was just kind of felt like you can't screw it up. And here's the other thing. I didn't know, you know, I had done 1 sample page. That doesn't mean that they were going to like the actual pages. I could have turned in things and they could have said, yeah, this isn't what we thought we were getting. So, you know, thanks, but no thanks. Or maybe I was going to have a ton of corrections. But the first issue, that first double-sized issue worked out really well. I did feel that I was getting a better sense of how to connect with the characters and how to communicate with the editor, and everybody was just kind of pulling together. I'll tell you this too. I went to DC Comics, I think I told you, where I saw some of the other samples, and they treated me like a king when I walked in there, and I was really surprised. And one of the things that dawned on me was, I think Lego wasn't sure they were going to continue Lego Bionicle as a comic book, and Lego liked my samples well enough that they did. So I think in DC's eyes, I was the guy who allowed them to keep the job they wanted. And then again, Jay Gardner really was the right editor for me. I mean,
you said DC. Did you mean Marvel?
No.
DC. Okay.
Yeah, DC published this.
Gotcha.
So they gave me the. They got to keep the job. And here's the thing. They also told me this, that this was actually, by the way, some of this stuff is not going to be exact. This is where I get into trouble drawing Bionicle. I get some of it close. I sort of make up some of it and say, I think this kind of looks like this.
Mm-hmm.
But it's never spot on. But DC told me, they said, oh, by the way, this book is going to be translated to, I think they said like 8 total languages, and then it was going to be the largest circulated comic in the world. At one point, I was at the San Diego Comic-Con, and I met these 2 German men who were in publishing, and they said, oh, we published Bionicle. And I thought, I have no idea what you're talking about. Mm-hmm. And they pulled out and they showed me the German issue.
Oh, wow.
And I said, wow. And so I think they actually, I'm not positive, so don't quote me on this. I think there was one issue that came out in Germany before it came out in the United States.
Wow.
Maybe only like a week or something like that. Like he showed it to me and I said, I haven't even seen this yet. And while we're on the subject, one of the things that really made Bionicle really cool is if you look at the lettering in it. Well, I don't have one that's open handy. I had them, I've moved them all. If you look at the lettering in it, it's a slightly different font than you see on a lot of comic books. Mm-hmm. And the reason it was DC told me that they were looking for a font that had all the characters needed to be translated into German, into French, into Italian, into Russian, into Chinese, into Japanese. And so they found one font that worked pretty well, but it wasn't a commonly used font. You never think of those things.
Yeah.
But it makes total sense. It really was a big job.
So this is a great segue. LD asks, you said you first got into comics with your own self-published work that I look forward to checking out sometime now.
I like that
answer. Which you both wrote and drew. How different was it adjusting to working on comics from someone else's scripts?
That wasn't as hard for me as it could have been, in that I grew up working for my college newspaper. So I knew a lot of kids who took art in college and took studio classes, but I always came to art from a journalistic background, like working for the newspaper. in college, I would have an editor leave me a voice message on my answer machine saying, hey, I need 3 illustrations for next week's or for tomorrow's newspaper. You know, I need a 2-column drawing of 2 kids waiting for a bus. It's got to be 7 inches tall. They got to be in the rain. I said, you know, make one a guy and one a girl, and, you know, make different body types and different ethnicities, or, you know, they may have said they might have needed something specific. They might have said, this relates to foreign exchange programs. So we need, you never know. But it was always given to you on short order, and I always had to do it the way they wanted it. You know, if someone else had written a story and my piece had to fit something that already existed, I think for me, the hard part was doing the other end of the equation. How hard was it to make a comic book when I was in complete control? You know, on Shiver in the Dark, I got to do everything, but I was also responsible for everything. If there was something that didn't work, it was absolutely on me. I couldn't hide and say, oh, well, that's what the person wrote. That kind of freedom was something that was a little bit new to me. It was great. By the way, I don't know if I told you this rougher paper, it destroys your pens in a hurry. I forgot about that. So here's where I usually would make my money on Bionicle, where if there was something that I did that was different than a lot of other people, this is it. So a lot of people who would have drawn Axon would have worked it up to about this point here. We've got the framework of the head. Okay, there's some extra lines I can add in, like details here for this eye slot, or a little bit of a lip right there. He's got a ridge that runs up here, and I can add these in, but these are all form. None of this really speaks to the lighting of the character. Okay, so what I've done in here is I put in these dark areas. I'm starting to dictate the areas that are in light and that are in dark. I think some of the other artists who may have drawn Bionicle, they let the colorists decide where the light source was and where it wasn't, and kind of got out of the way. I like to decide all that myself. You know, if I've got a light source coming here, and this is the part that first gets to be in shadow, there's a secondary light source over here. If I do that here, that has to make sense on the rest of this. So I have to continue sort of these choices for light and dark. If I've got a light source here, then that means this his head fin has to be in shade. This will be in shade, that, all of that. This whole dark side there has to be in shade. This recess here has to be in shade, shadow. And you wouldn't have to put a bunch of black down the middle of somebody's face like that, but if you do it right, it's what gives it all of its volume.
Marcus Rose says, you've got me and 100+ fans watching on Twitch for Bio Day. Thank you for all you've done to make our childhood imaginations come true.
What was the count?
100+.
Love it.
Twitch.
I'm delighted. Thanks, you guys. By the way, if you don't know, I do a live Facebook show every other Thursday, excuse me, at 8 p.m. Eastern USA time. And I always talk about something in the history of comics. I always do live drawing in the show very similar to this. And so if you want to tune in, I'll be back in 2 days.
Yeah, it's true.
This is amazing though, because this DC paper is rougher than the vellum I normally use. I don't know if you can see the marks I make them, but everything is going dry so quickly.
Yeah.
It is just sucking everything up. And I had forgotten about that.
So we should tell everybody, you're using a makeup sponge for one thing.
I am.
Which is a fun way to paint on these. And then you're using a big acrylic paint marker.
Yeah. I think it was Bionicle that I fell in love with using this marker, to be honest. I'd used it a little bit, but it really became kind of my go-to on Lego Bionicle. It'll lay down a lot of ink quickly, and knowing that I like to work so wet, it's kind of irreplaceable. Now, this might look kind of odd, but I have a secret weapon in that after I draw these things, I often come back and lay in white paint on top. So as you can see, I'm using big, broad marks to kind of chop in parts of the anatomy here. And it looks a little rough, and believe me, I know I drive some of the Bionicle fans nuts with how rough I make this, But if I do it this way, and I'm aware that I have white paint to put back on top of it, I can tighten it up, and it allows me to have some texture. If Steve Hartman is still watching, he's seen me draw often enough, he says, yeah, I know what he's going to do. Steve's a regular viewer on my
Thursday nights,
on my Thursday show.
By the way, Steve Hartman said, over the last 18 months, he's accumulated 86 blank covers for a variety of comics. Do you think you'll have time at Grand Rapids to do all of them for him?
At Grand Rapids, no. But Steve and I have known each other for a long time. If he got 86 blanks out of me in the time we know each other, I would not be stunned.
Yeah. My response was, you'd have to go from worrying about drawing a page every 2 days to like a cover every 3 minutes at Grand Rapids if you took that project.
That's right.
Paul Justin says, this is inspiring to watch. I've never watched someone draw their art in depth before, and this truly makes me want to try Bionicle art again. Also, you're the first person involved with Bionicle I've had any interactions with. That's nice.
Well, I appreciate it. I'm really flattered that this is happening. I'm flattered. I'll tell you this, quite honestly, I'm flattered I get to be a part of this. This job meant so much to me when I got it, and I really did work hard to try to engage with it. You know, it sounds silly, but you know, everybody remembers their first gig, and this was a big one to hit the ground running on this. And I felt that I had big shoes to fill. And I'll tell you too, I didn't mention this, but I talk about it a lot after I got the job. I got hate mail.
Yeah.
I got
occasionally
I got hate mail from a 5-year-old.
Yeah.
Anybody ever gotten that? I did. I got hate mail from a 5-year-old who wrote me, and all it said was, "You're doing it wrong."
Yeah.
And I love that. And there were many fans who grew up with Lee and Carlos, and they were great, and they really were great. And if you expected that and woke up one day and you got me, it'd be kind of hard. I don't know what to, compare that to. I kind of felt like I did good work, but it was sort of like, this is a little bit of an old reference, but I kind of felt like Steve Young having to play quarterback after Joe Montana. It's really hard to make anybody happy. But the funny thing about it was, I found out that there were a lot of people who really liked me, and that all the people who said they didn't like me, I won so many of them over.
Mm-hmm.
They got used to me, and they realized that the characters were different and the storyline was a little bit different. And you got to put a lot of that on Greg too. The tone of the book I felt changed. I went back and I saw the issues that had come out before me, and I really do think that Lego did some daring things to try to attract a different audience. And as I've gotten older, I've had more and more Lego fans tell me that they liked me when they were young, or that they didn't like me when they were young, but they've come around to it. Lego was looking for an art style that would appeal to an older fan, and I think they got that.
Mm-hmm.
How's this looking thus far, you guys?
Everybody's really just enjoying this come to life, and it really has started to jump off the page now.
So here's the thing. I want everybody to bear with me, because it's going to get a lot better very quickly. I like to do a lot of really fun things with lighting, and I'm at the point where a lot of the problems are getting solved. And I get to do, this is going to be his eyeball. It's got a lot of black in it, but I'm going to paint over that, and it's going to have some white. And believe me, this is going to have a life that in just a few minutes that it didn't have before. I brought my airbrush out, and I'm going to put some white highlights on it too, which is going to really make it come to life. See this part here? See this white inside his mouth? He's got this recessed mouth. That shouldn't be that white. Now, this is the problem that you have when you draw Bionicle if you're me, okay? This is where Bionicle really gets hard. Because you want Lego to be happy. They want to see the detail of their figure. Because my light source is here, and this is basically a hole that goes down in there, that I would normally say, okay, all that has to be black, and I can make it black. But the more detail I take away, there were some fans who were really detail oriented, and they didn't like that. But at the same time, I don't think any light can get down in there. So what I would do sometimes is, instead of making it truly black, which I think it should be, I would just make it a little bit darker. Just kind of like that. Now in this case, Lego's not editing me.
Right.
So I get so we're going to make it a flat black because all of that is in shadow. And when I put the white in around the framework that sticks out, it's going to give us more dramatic lighting.
Yeah.
The same is kind of true over here. And this is where I said the thing can kind of come alive.
Whew.
Did it get dark?
Yes, I'm waiting to see everybody react here. Very cool. So AG Bridgman asks, were you initially a fan of the product heading into working on the Ignition series?
I wasn't aware of it. Not really. I mean, I'd seen it in the toy aisle. You know, I was not of the age where I played with a lot of toys, but, you know, I'm a comic book person. I collect toys and really cool ones you buy and you set up and you like to look at. I was a Lego fan growing up. So, you know, I constantly looked at what they were doing, what Lego was doing, what was coming out. So when I was offered the job, I remember saying, oh, I know what those are. I mean, I didn't have any, but it wasn't like, you know, someone had just spoken a foreign language to me. And that's when I said, well, I'll go to the store and I'll grab a few. And they said, please don't. That's when they really wanted me to just kind of do my own thing. And so there was this weird part where I was wrestling with trying to be a good artist who did my due diligence. You know, you do your research. Yeah. And also not. You ever watch a movie sometimes and you figure there's going to be a twist and you spend so much time figuring out the twist that it keeps you from really enjoying it? Just, you don't have to figure it all out. Let them, you know, let them do their thing. You do yours. Just be the viewer. That was hard for me to do, but I can tell you this. As I said, by being a little bit of a Bionic or a Lego fan growing up, I could see that their bricks, they had ball and socket joints. I mean, one of the coolest things that ever happened to me with Lego was shortly after I got this job. I wish I remember who it was. I had a friend who was a plastics engineer. And I remember him looking at these toys. Who was this? I don't remember. But he was so wowed by this ball and socket joint. And he said, you have no idea how hard that is to make. And I said, well, can't you just cast it? And he says, no. Because it's got to have enough friction to hold the position you put it in. And enough flexibility that they can pop into one another. And I said, okay, all right. And he said, that requires a really high degree of tolerance in manufacturing. You can't, or a low degree of tolerance. You have to really manufacture things quite well. Your plastic has to be a specific type of plastic. You know, in just a few minutes, this person had impressed upon me that these simple toys were not so simple. There was a lot of quality control that went into making them. Okay. I'm not far from having to add my white.
Yes.
So we're getting to the point where you guys are really going to like this piece a lot in a hurry, okay?
Grandpa Walker on Twitch says, as a fellow Axon lover, this sort of dirty art, I'll call it, is so good looking. That mask especially is so beautifully done.
You just wait. I promise. Go ahead.
Yeah, that sums him up there.
So one of the things I'm doing, see this sort of rough, dark background I'm putting in back here? The reason I'm going to do that is I'm going to add some white highlights to him, and I really want him to shine and glow. And a trick that I always tell any young artist is if you want anything to really look bright and glowing, the way to do that is to make the areas that aren't bright, make them really dark. It's just weird. The page is white. I can't make the page any whiter than it already is. There's nothing whiter than this white. So the way to make it glow is to make the other things dark. Now, the thing I keep doing is keep getting ink on the table, and my wife's not going to go for that.
That's your table, not my table.
It is my table. Okay. So he's looking pretty good. This right here is not bad, but it's a little bit of a harsh line. Let's break it up just a little.
Jonathan Cassetti says, hey, Stu, wanted to say this again, but thanks for being a big part of me and my brother's childhood. Forever in your debt for making Lego comic books kick ass.
I'm very flattered. Thank Toby Dutkowitz. That Lego went out on a limb bringing me in. I mean this. You guys are all being very sweet to me. but some of you guys watching, you know you hated me when you were young. I showed up following some really talented people. You know, it took a while for me to figure out what I was doing, and for you to sort of decide that this was a different taste that you would go for. So there was a little while of having to win over acceptance from everybody. I want to say this too, and I'm so glad that I thought about saying this. I'm going to come back and work on this again here in just a second, and I'm about to add the white. It's going to come alive. But I got to talk about one thing on Lego, and this is really, really near and dear to me, okay? Because where are my loose Legos? Here it is, issue 11, the last one I worked on.
Ooh.
Prior to working for Paper Cuts. There was one thing that a lot of people I found out of the internet hated about this issue. And this was the only time I was hurt by the fans. And this was it.
Yeah.
And that was this panel right here. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is where, I think this is Matoro, and Matoro puts on the Mask of Life here. So for years, 2 years worth of the storyline, everybody in Bionicle world was after getting this object here called the Mask of Life. As we saw, Axon's face comes off, and a lot of different masks can go on these characters. But there was this big battle and chase to get this thing, and here it is. And Matoro finally has it. And this is the last issue of this year and last issue of my run. And right at the end, he puts it on, and nobody knows what it's going to do. And I show him putting the Mask of Life on over his face, and then I draw it here with it over his face. I know the internet called this the stick figure panel.
Yeah.
That they thought this was really stiff and they didn't like this. And the thing that I was going for here that is kind of high-minded, I studied art history in college, and I was a big fan of basically Renaissance through about 1850. I like a lot of the old masters. I cannot remember the name of this, but there is the very famous drawing where Leonardo da Vinci draws man as the machine, where his arms and legs are splayed out exactly like this, as though they're on a wheel, and you can see that they're hinged from the points of the hips and the joints. I thought how cool it would be if Leonardo presented the man more like a machine, that the Mask of Life would make the machine more like a man. That what does the Mask of Life do? I thought this would be a nice reference to sort of the two things coming together.
There's some folks on Twitch who get that it's the Vitruvian Man,
That's what it's called,
and totally are on it.
Right.
Javier 1054 says, I love that issue and also that panel, and I'll fight everyone who ever hated on this.
Okay, but they did hate on it, didn't they? They totally did. And I thought this was such a nice, cool thing. We met somebody only a couple weeks ago at an art fair that talked about this, and he said this was the panel that he loved, and he remembered it from his childhood. And it's a really good one, and I'm telling you, Greg did a wonderful job coloring it. He really, really did. But I think it was all set up from this moment. This was the trigger for me, and so I hope you guys can see there are other shots of the Mask of Life sort of zooming out here. It was sort of this all consciousness kind of panel, and it's a small panel, which is a shame because I really wish it could have been this big. I didn't pace it out. I got to stretch some panels, make them bigger, smaller as I felt they needed to be, but this is it. I know, I understand now. I can see the history of the mask, now how it must be used and what happens to the user. That's the text that goes with the scene.
Yeah.
And right after this thing came out, I know Lego decided to redesign the comic book again. They had new characters. They went with a different artist. And it happened all at once to about the time that I realized that my time on this series had wrapped up, and this was not understood by the fans. And if you don't like it, that's fine. But if you understand what I'm going for, you might give me another shot.
Yeah.
So anyway, I think that as I've gotten older, what I need to do is remember how the term Vitruvian Man. I knew what it was. Doesn't always come back to me. So this is a white Presto pen, and I use this a lot. What it does is it puts out a white paint, and it was phenomenally valuable when drawing Lego because it allowed me to add highlights back in. And you're going to see what it can do to this piece in a hurry. By the way, this little cable back here it's this guy. This needs to be a silhouette. I thought it was going to be fine to have light on it. It absolutely doesn't work. One of the things that's tricky about when you work in this high contrast style, where a lot of things are silhouetted, is you get one piece in a silhouette and you realize it works fine, and then you realize it screws up this other piece. This little column back here in light is fighting this area over here, so I've got a little too much light on that. Again, for an area to look light, the area next to it has to be dark, and you can't have everything light or everything dark. You have to pick. So watch how this is going to come together when I do my thing with this pen.
Dead Domain says, I was one of the kids who hated the artwork change. Having now gone through art classes and having just read the entire comic run as an adult, I appreciate the nuance of your work so much more, especially in this issue.
It's very kind of you to say that. I didn't know that was going to happen for some people. I was hoping it would. I think some of the credit on this really has to go to Lego. They gave me so much freedom, and they really, they were taking a real gamble. Like BIONICLE was a winner. They could have kept it exactly the way it was, but none of the guys who came before me were allowed to make Axon this dark. And I think that I had a couple panels where I really got to render him with this much atmosphere and darkness to him. So he is in a dramatic setting. So this is going to be a little bit of light, and it's going to come down here.
Sedenbach pointed out, you might want to explain why you erased before going back in with the white, so those aren't as production minded.
The biggest thing is that the white, if it goes over the pencil, it picks it up and turns the white gray. The other thing it can do, it can also kind of lock the gray down, the pencil down, whether you mean it to or not. This is really made to go over ink. Graphite can become, it can almost turn this into a gray paint, whether you mean it to or not. Now, one of the things I like to do here is I like to look closely at the character and find little bits where there's some highlights on and trim on him. Like I can cut this back in here and give it a little bit of shape. Right here, this is a great place for some light to sneak in. Gives it a little bit more depth.
Joey Haas is watching on Facebook. Yeah, hi Joey.
We know Joey quite well.
Yes, definitely the best BIONICLE memory I have was meeting Stuart for the first time at Comic-Con.
Joey's been nice to me for years, and Joey draws some wonderful robots himself.
Yes.
Joey's made a few comic books, and I hope he continues. Joey's actually come to Comic Book in a Day, which is an event that Nickel Plate puts on, Nickel Plate Arts, which is an organization for which my wife is the director.
Yes.
And now is a good time for you to tell people about it, because I'm going to fire up the airbrush here in a second. Do you want to give them a
Oh yeah,
hustle?
sorry, I'm reading other comments here. But yes, on January 22nd of 2022, we will celebrate Comic Book in a Day again, where we invite everybody to come in and create their own comic book from scratch. We'll provide materials, we'll provide support. Stuart will be there and we'll give some guidance along with some other pros from the industry. It's such a neat opportunity to challenge yourself. Some of you on Twitch who have been saying you wish you could get back into art again. You know, we'll give you 8 hours to spend on just all day on art. It happens at the Public Library in Fishers, Indiana. It's the Hamilton East Public Library in Fishers, Indiana. And we charge, we haven't set our price this year, but I think it's going to be $25 just to register. And we'll make sure you get some food as part of that if we do it in live. I know, yeah, if we do it in person. There should be an online option as well. So yeah, just check out nickelplatearts.org or follow Stuart on Facebook or Instagram, and he'll post about it when it's time to sign up.
It is a cool
really
event.
Fun day.
It's in January this year. January, what is it? Near the end of the month?
Yeah.
You know what it is.
Wait, say that again. Sorry.
It's in January.
January 22nd, 2022. 1/22/22.
Let's see. So unfortunately, everything I have here is, wow, I'll use this. I've loaded up my airbrush here with white paint. It's loaded. Let's add in a few little reflective bits here on Axon that'll look really neat. So I'm never clean, and here's a good example of why.
Here's a good question. What was it like drawing everything set underwater in your second year for Bionicle?
You know what? The hardest part about it became the easiest part, and that was the bubbles. So I was trying to figure out how to add a lot of movement to everything, and I thought, oh, when you swing under your arm or something, there's gonna be a trail of bubbles. And so initially I drew all the bubbles. And what happened was the colorist had a great idea. He said, why don't you let me do all the bubbles? And I said, well, I don't mind drawing them. And he said, it is easier for me to add the bubbles digitally than it is for you to draw them. Now, the only thing about that was, on one hand, you're like, oh, that's easy, let him do it. But that also means he gets to decide where they go. So there were some times where I would draw maybe one or two and sort of suggest where they were supposed to go and sort of dictate where he had to put the rest. But realistically, he didn't need that. He had a really good feel for the motion and what I was doing. I don't know a ton about Alex's artistic background. I don't know if he does a lot of drawing. Some colorists only color and they don't draw very much. I get the feeling Alex has to know how to draw. And that was a great advantage. I mean, it just made him better at his job because he understood what I was doing and why I was doing it and how it worked. Like I said, I don't think I gave Alex enough credit back then. I think he really was excellent. Okay, this is going to come together here in a hurry. This is a little bit too big right here. So I want there to be some highlights. But I always feel like if you want something to really look bright, you need a lot of dark around it. And then the bigger your white area is, the duller it is. If you really want something to really be bright, you put a lot of black around it and you make the area that's white be really small. Always works. And I'm going to tighten this up a little bit, make these shadows a little bit crisper. Let's see how this works.
LD noticed that your hands are rather inky.
Aren't they always?
And asked, how are your hands not permanently stained with ink?
I didn't say they weren't.
Yeah.
Ailey will tell you they often are.
Yep. And so our light switches and our doorknobs and our sink faucet.
Yes, definitely the sink faucet. I can tell you that. The refrigerator door.
Yeah.
One of these days you have to say, I know you ate something, but did you get any drawing done?
Yeah.
You know. This is not far from being done. He's got a lot of nice look on him here. Now the funny thing is, I think my airbrush could stand to be cleaned.
Yeah. So everybody's asking, what's the future of this piece?
I don't know. I sell them from time to time. I might put it on my website or something. Do you guys like it? Does it look good?
Everyone wants it.
Well, I often have an art sale on my website or on my live feed. Maybe this will be offered there. I will tell you, when I make pieces like this, Bionicle I always charge a little bit more for than I do other things. Why? Because it's better. No, I do enjoy it, but it's usually a little bit harder. Technically, you got to spend more time mapping out all the pieces, making sure you get the detail right. I mean, I actually have to have a reference for it. There isn't a lot of that happens on other things I work on. I think when he is said and done, if I can tighten him up, he's probably going to be around a $500 piece. Yeah. And I think he'll be worth it.
Yep. Someone on Twitch wanted to ask, are there any particular favorite characters in the Underwater Arc 2007? That was the year he grew up with and was always his favorite.
You know, I didn't remember them as well. And this is the funny thing, I should have. I'm trying to remember who they all are. Let's see, here they all are. I'll tell you, they didn't get equal time. The thing what I remember I wrestled with a lot when I drew these were the characters that were black and were white, because they didn't have a color.
Okay.
and I couldn't have color reflect off of them. So like, I think, who is this? Is this no, I gotta remember his name. Who's the white one on this? I've forgotten. It's been so long. What's wrong with me? I used to know all of them.
They'll tell you.
They'll tell me.
I'm sure.
This guy, this green one, I always loved. These hoses and this canister in the back of the head, I thought was really cool. Some of it, when you came down to drawing, it was Matoro.
That's
I
what
got
they're
it right.
saying. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there he was. There it is. Oh, this guy, he was super cool. This red one, what was his name? He's probably my favorite of the villains. This white one, who was kind of like a stingray, I thought was always tricky to have him look very lively because his face was so far from being a conventional human.
Kongu.
Yep, Kongu. Oh, by the way, these are the ones I think I drew the wrong figures on these. We had to change these. I think this is the panel where I got busted and I actually accidentally drew the wrong ones.
And then Kalma too.
Okay, Kalma, that sounds right. You know, my thing was things like this were where I always felt were the trickiest. Like here's an underwater serpent sort of monster. This doesn't really exist. I got to just sort of make it up. But this is one of these instances where I thought in the Bionicle world, it'd be really easy to make this sort of sea monster be more Bionic-like as well. But I always thought it was more scary and more interesting if the robots were surrounded by things that were more organic. They looked more out of place. That made it more dangerous to me. So anytime I could, if I could draw something that looked to where they were surrounded by foreign entities, I always did it when I could.
So someone
they
on
all
Twitch
are.
asked, what inspired all the random background characters you added in your run? There were definitely a lot more in your comics than any of the others before or after, and many of them were so unique that the masks ended up being retroactively canonized later on.
That is the first I've heard about that.
Yeah.
I love that. I don't know. Sometimes there were, I know there at the end of the first year, I think issue 5 there, is it 5 or is it 11? One of these has a shot. No, it's not this one. One of these has a shot where there are characters that don't exist. This is 9. Where's 11? And I had to just sort of make some up. I mean, they told me I could, and I thought that was really interesting that they told me I could because I knew what was going to happen. People were going to ask. So who is that? Yeah, these guys. I made them up. I think I made that one up too, but I'm not sure. But definitely, I think that one is definitely made up, and I think he might be too. This one might be as well. They just gave me opportunities. And so it was the funny thing where, you know, by the way, if you guys don't know this, my wife's a really, really good artist as well. And it's got really good aesthetic sense. And so from time to time, we'll just talk about art and drawing. And so one of the things that we'll come across sometimes is if we see something that looks out of place, or if we have 5 or 6 of something, what would the 7th look like? And so when I made them up, what you kind of have to do is say, look at what are the pieces that exist, what hasn't been made but looks congruent.
Yeah.
And I can tell you, I know I had to change his mask. I had a head on him that it wasn't supposed to, but it just had 2 points on it, and it was on the top of his head, and it was too easy to trigger that it was like a Batman reference. And
Gotcha.
Batman has no business being in Lego Bionicle. And so I remember that was one of the few requests I had. Now, the funny thing about it is if he's colored yellow like this, you probably wouldn't ever trigger anything. But it's one of the things you kind of have to be careful of because even though you could take these things apart and use their pieces to make new characters, there seem to be certain pieces that worked better as either Paraka or some better as Toa, and their proportions were different. And so when I made them up, you know, I had to kind of be aware of that. If people liked my made up characters, I'm really flattered because as I found out from a 5-year-old, you can definitely do it wrong.
Yeah, fans have actually modeled masks based on the ones you made up, they say.
I had somebody send me some 3D printed masks where they said, hey, this was yours, or you drew this and here it is. I thought you should have one. And I treasure all that stuff. It really is neat that here's something that people can really love. And I, got to be a part of it. Look, when Matoro dies, Greg wrote what happened, but I decided what it looked like.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's kind of undeniable. When people talk about it, how did it happen? I'm the guy who decided it. That's kind of special. I will also say this, and I talk to a lot of people who are interested in making comic books in general. This is a hard job if you don't like the stuff. That is to say, because a lot of the other people who are working in this field, they really love it and they really, really know it. They are taking it very seriously and they're trying to do it right. And if you don't have that kind of reinvestment, you just kind of can't keep up. I always kind of feel like, if somebody said to me, for example, I've got a friend who's a really, really good equestrian artist. She draws horses all the time. And if somebody said to the two of us, hey, I want you to draw the most beautiful bridle for a horse. I can get out some horse books and I can look up beautiful bridles and I can make one up. But I'm not a part of that culture. She is. She knows it. She can make one. She knows what it is that people value about it. She doesn't have to research it. She knows it internally. And that speaks to kind of what I wanted to do with the Bionicle. So the first thing I did when I got them, even though the script arrived, I just played with the toys for a little while.
Yeah.
I just wanted to see what they could do. The best way to be good at this stuff is to understand it and be a fan of it.
Yeah.
Anyway, what do you guys think? I think this has come along pretty well. Maybe I might need to color them. And here's the other question. Would you guys like to see me back next year? Because I do have more things from the archives.
Yes, I think that's a lock at this point. Looking at these comments, everybody is talking about how fun it is to watch you actually draw on paper and how you've managed to get digital effects on actual paper.
That is one of my most fun things when people just say, how'd you make that? What program did you use? And I said, I used no program. And they don't believe me. Sometimes they don't, sometimes they do. But then when I can do it in person, and you saw me do it. There was nothing I did on this that wasn't conventional.
Yeah.
This is pretty much all just paint and ink, just as I described. Anyway, I think this one's about done.
Pretty great. And it's just about 10 o'clock. So
and it's just about 10 o'clock.
10:02 actually. So
I will say this. I want to thank everybody for having me. I want to thank everybody for tuning in. I want to thank everybody for saying the nice things you said, and particularly if you were one of the guys who didn't like my art when you were young and you came around to it, I thank you for that. And if you still don't like me, let me tell you, I apologize, but I did try very hard.
Yeah.
Lego did want something different, and I think I gave it to them. And come on, that's a cool looking axon. Here's what I think I should do. If nothing else, why don't I scan it so I can post it on my Facebook page, and then you guys can see it in really great detail.
Yes.
Maybe we'll add some digital color to them. That would be kind of cool.
A couple of people have pointed out we never did get to the Bionicle wrap, so you guys will have to go find it on your own on YouTube. I think it's pretty easy to find a version.
Yeah, what's the Bionicle wrap? Who was the character again?
It's the Paraka wrap is the one I got sent. So it's pretty great. I have to say, I was watching it in the background while you were chatting.
Is there by any chance like Hakan wearing a big Flavor Flav clock?
Yeah.
That would be cool.
I didn't see that part yet. That's too old for this crowd, I think.
Well, that Flavor Flav clock was cool stuff.
So yes, you guys don't worry. We will make sure we end our evening at home here by watching the Paraka wrap before we go to bed. I promise.
Anyway, so how was World Bionicle Day? Everybody have a good time? Can we turn on the other camera?
Oh yeah, here, I'll get that back on for you.
Because let's have you guys see what this guy looks like here pretty quickly.
Yeah.
How's that?
Very nice. Yeah.
Not bad.
It's get a good sense of the scale too. It's hard to tell just how big it is when you're.
Now, I rarely got to work quite this large, but the funny thing about it was I could. Well, no, I couldn't because I had to draw on this DC floored. But these days when I do covers for Dynamite, I'm making them a little bit larger.
You could turn off your camera on the computer and then they can really see you. I know.
Let's do that. This is why Ailey knows me, or Ailey tells me how to do all this stuff. See if that's a little bit better. See if I can adjust this light. Yep. So there he is. And I tell you, I posted on Facebook that drawing these again would be kind of like seeing old friends. And it really is. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to change something on here. This is where you got to be careful with me. Because this is sort of a dangerous thing. His eye needs to glow back here like this one does. But
for those of you who haven't watched Stuart draw before, this is how every one of his shows ends, with him saying, okay, all right, we're done. Wait. One more thing.
There's an awful lot of light in back here. So see that little bit I just buffed in there? That brought out the light in his eye back there. That's the sort of thing that I wrestled with. Now, that might have driven my colors crazy because I was really dictating the light at that point. But I mean, I think if I got the lighting right, I felt that all he had to do was get the colors quite right.
You turn
Here's the other thing.
So now we're just looking at your computer, just so you know.
There we go. There. I hope you can see I had a little bit of gray in there. What happened? Oh, I bumped my mouse and it called up the weather on my screen. You guys can still see it. But anyway, there it is. I hope you like the details on them. I'll scan them so you guys can see them. Give me about a day or so, but it'll be on my Facebook. Go to my Facebook page. It's just my name, Stuart Sager. Add me as a friend, and you get to see this art and lots of other art I post. Here's the cool thing. I don't do a lot of political stuff. I post drawings I make. That's about all I do. Yep. I might tell you if I'm at doing a store signing or something like that. But there are some really cool things in the archives that I didn't pull out to show everybody. Here just to tease everybody. This whole book is full of unused cover layouts. So how about this, just for fun? Let's find something I didn't show you guys. Okay, this is pretty cool. This was an unused cover layout for Bionicle number 11. Let's see.
Look, they're already excited about next year.
This is how I would turn them in. So this is, let's see, that's number 1. It looks like I have 3. Won't surprise you, 3 is the one they took. Looks an awful lot like the printed issue. So that's the one we went with. But it could have been this cover, and you can see he would have been largely in silhouette with all the figures stacked behind him. This shows all the figures a little bit better, but this is a more solemn sort of picture, which is kind of what I always tried to go for, this more drama. See these rocks stand up here with these shadows? These are the things that are going to allow me to have a lot of drama in this.
Yeah.
So you think you've seen all the Bionicle? You haven't. There's lots more. Any last questions from anybody?
Looks good, hon. I think we should sign off and have dinner. So
I'm gonna one last time tell you, if you guys want any of the Bionicle comics, I have a couple of these. This is a set of 5. I think there's 3, 4, and 5 here, plus 11 and 9. I'm selling these. It is a $50 set, plus there's about $5 shipping. Each one comes signed with the certificate of authenticity, which I will date as Bionicle Day, August 10th. They're available on my website, or you can write me a private message. And as I said, they all come signed. Look at that. That looks great. The glare is perfect. You can see my signature.
Awesome.
Thanks, everybody. Have a good night. We'll see you soon. Let's see if I know how to do this. Bye-bye.